Alrighty. Are we alive? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat, X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign. Real estate costs. But, ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting Monday here. You had the craziness of Friday over the weekend, a lot of bullishness, then right into Sunday, you got some people saying things, and this is what I want you to notice. This is what I want you to notice. The market, the futures, we're going down right now. Yields are going higher, but what else? The Russell is going up. Gold hit an all-time high. And the problem here right now is those Fed futures being way too bullish. So we talked about this yesterday on the watch list. You even had a lot of analysts bringing up the odds of the election and Valentine's and this and that. So we had a lot of optimism. Today, you're starting off a little interesting, but I do think that title for today with the Russell is going to come true. So we'll see how it all plays out. But, Chad, we are starting out a new week. We have data on the way. I think you got durable goods and a couple of things today. Then tomorrow, the JOLTS. Then the ADP. Then global CPIs. And then the non-farm payroll. So, Chad Adonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. We are going to have an exciting time here, but yes, I hope your weekend was good. And good morning. Oh, what's up, baby? How you living? Oh, Jewelry's in the house. Tim Whitman, Laurie, Edza, Nathan Evans, Kev Thor, baby. Najee Wolf, good morning, baby. What's up? Monica, Devlin, Kurt McGuire, Caballero, Ummo Business. I almost said uncle. I Ummo Habibi. Ummo Satisfactory. Good morning, baby. What's up, Sean Carter? What's up, Mr. Spriggs, Ari, Tafsy, Paolo, Jamar, Greg, Perth, baby. Oh, good morning. How you living, Candy? What's up, Stacy? What up, Awaz? Del Chapato, Dirty Bird, Skinny FX, Omar, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning, baby. Oh, what's up, Wajan? What's up, Fofip? What up, Sai? What up, Striker? Good morning, Christina. Good morning, 10% Alex. Oh, my goodness. Save that 10%. Amen. Tell him, baby. Smarts, winning loser, TTF, co-rookie, Broski, Allen, Dollar Tree Farmer, Jay Solis, Rob Irwin. Don't buy wait me. Hey, good morning. How are you doing? Rustler, baby, good morning, man. How you living? What's up, Andre? Peter, Gregory, Trading Dash, baby. Oh, my goodness. Johnny Garcia, Felipe, Relly, Ezo, Javi, and Daniel Westerang, baby. Good morning. Oh, what about the Twitch, baby? How you living, Twitch? What up, most dope, Andy? Angel is okay. I see Candy in both. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Smealy, Amor Fati Trav, Fed Peach, baby. Mr. Glack, Slizzin, Bros McGirder, baby. Oh, Feed Me Seymour. Oh, who else we got? Big Curly, Blowing Dough, Payday Devil, Mr. Glacks, Big Curly again. Cam, I'm seeing y'all on both, baby. Oh, my goodness. Blizzy B, it's Uncle Nick, Danny V, Hailstone, Payday Devil. Oh, 19 months. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Oh, what up, Mr. Glocks, Dr. Marty Doe, baby, Mother Liquor, Payday Devil, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Oh, what up? What up? We still got a couple of other ones there. There you go. What up, Javi? What up, NRG? How you living? God bless the chat, baby. God bless the chat. God bless America. God bless the vets. God bless the news. I don't know because we have some of that. So, Chatadonia, let's get right into it. Hold on. It's getting kind of hot. I was like super cold. I heated up this room, man, and now it's like getting warm, bro. I don't know how to explain it. Let me turn on the airplane. We'll be good to go. But Chatadonia, I hope you are ready for the morning. It's quite an interesting start, to say the least. Quite an interesting start. So, all right, what do we have here? Bond stocks in retreat as rate realism seeps in. That's not what they were saying yesterday. Stocks and bonds retreated as traders paused after November's blockbuster rally and debate the case for interest rate cuts. The 10-year Treasury yield climbed 5 basis points to 4.25, while U.S. equity futures posted modest losses. Bitcoin surged past 41,000, while gold briefly touched an all-time high. A slew of economic reports this week is expected to shed light on the state of the U.S. labor market and whether markets are prematurely excited that softer economic conditions can open the door to Federal Reserve rate cuts. Soft soft landing bets pushed the benchmark 10-year Treasury yield down 60 basis points in November from a 16-year high of 5% in the previous month and brought a gauge of securities into positive territory for the year. The S&P advanced about 9%, one of its best November rallies in a century. We've had the great rally, and now it just kind of chillax, says Tony Dwyer, chief market. That's a weird comment. Chief market strategist at Canaccord Genuity. He said in an interview with Bloomberg, the threat of recession will probably stifle more upside in stocks, making inflation a story of yesteryear. He said inflation's not the problem. Earnings growth and economic activity, I think, is the problem now. Investors hoping that economy at stall speed could keep generating rallies, maybe setting themselves up for disappointment. JP Morgan strategist led by Mislav Majetka wrote in a note, bond traders have doubled down on wagers that the Fed will cut interest rates next year. Even after Fed Chair Powell reiterated it's premature to speculate on easing, swap markets are now seeing more than a 50% chance of a reduction in March and are fully pricing in a rate cut in May. Those bets are set to be tested tomorrow with the latest reading on the U.S. JOLTS jobs openings for October. That report will be followed by ADP's national employment report on Wednesday and a non-farm payrolls report on Friday. Beyond the risk of wage growth fanning inflation, markets may be dealt a wild card from commodities. Ben Goodridge, multi-asset portfolio manager at Invesco, said the risk of the U.S. trade is that energy markets come back strongly, he said. Heaven forbid you get a repeat of 2022 and you get a reflationary type surge from the commodity markets. Perhaps the oil market may deliver something of that kind, and then interest rate hikes may be back on the table. In the pre-market trading, Spotify rose as much as 5%, as the company said they would reduce about 17% of their jobs, at least the third time this year. The streaming service has cut jobs. Hawaiian Air soared as much as 244% after rival Alaska Air agreed to purchase the carrier for $1.9 billion. Meanwhile, European natural gas prices declined amid persistent low demand for fuel, kept supplies intact. Benchmark futures fell as much as 4.9%, breaking 2 consecutive days of gains for the contract. Gold surpassed $2,130 an ounce before giving up gains for the day. Bitcoin climbed past 41,000 level to the highest since April 2022. Key events this week: Risk Bank November meeting minutes on Monday, U.S. factory orders and durable goods on Monday, Reserve Bank of Australia decision on Tuesday, Japan CPI on Tuesday, China CAC and PMI on Tuesday, South Korea GDP and CPI on Tuesday, Eurozone PMIs on Tuesday, Australia GDP on Wednesday, Eurozone retail sales on Wednesday, Bank of Canada rate decision on Wednesday, China trade and FX reserves on Thursday, Eurozone GDP on Thursday, German industrial production on Thursday, U.S. wholesale inventories and initial claims on Thursday, Japan household spending and GDP on Friday, and then U.S. non-farm payrolls and Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. And speaking of Michigan, Midwest finest, baby. God bless you. What's up, baby? I hope your weekend was good. Amen. Good morning, Chatadonia. It's dumping the Russell, though. That is the interesting one. Actually, no, Russell finally went negative. So earlier here, we were down by like a third or a quarter, and the Russell was up by like 0.6. So we'll see if this Monday melt-up title, how that plays out. But Chatadonia, December predictions. U.S. stock futures are slipping this morning, and a cool down in the swing seen in the S&P as last month closed out has given fuel to bulls that more gains may be on the way. The average daily move in the index last week was the tamest in half a year, with some momentum fading after its second-best November since 1980. Optimists think this indicates that this kind of euphoria normally precedes a rout hasn't been generated. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson, who kept a broad bearish rally stance through the year, isn't changing his tune. However, he thinks December will be tough for U.S. stocks, while fluctuating bond yields are providing a headwind. Cut bets. Last week, a rally in treasuries is pairing this morning as traders gear up for a slew of economic reports over the course of this week that will reveal the health of the U.S. labor market. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell pushed back on the growing expectations for rate cuts that have powered the bond rally. Excuse me. Powered the bond rally. Chair Jerome Powell has said that repeating the Fed is prepared to tighten policy again if he needs to. The move in the bond market indicates traders have brushed that off, convinced that the hiking cycle is done. Oh my gosh. And convinced that a cycle is done, and are now turning their attention to the question of when cuts will emerge. Oh my gosh, I think I'm choking on honey bunches of oats. This is not an ad, just by the way. Excuse me. Gold and Bitcoin. Those increasing bets on rate cuts early in 2024 helped gold touch the highest level on record in spite of attempts by the Fed to temper that optimism. The precious metal has been rallying since October, first on safe haven demand amid Israel-Hamas conflict, and then on the plunge in the dollar and treasury yields following Powell's speech on Friday. Bitcoin is getting in on the Act 2, topping 41,000, extending their rebound for the year, partly on rate cut bets, along with hopes of an upcoming ETF launches, though some technical indicators suggest that the rally could be stretched. Evergrande reprieve. China Evergrande has won somewhat of a breathing room to strike a restructuring deal with creditors after a Hong Kong court pushed back a decision on whether the company, the world's most indebted property developer, should be wound up. The CSI 300 stock index closed at the lowest level since February 2019. However, amid going concern about the health of China's economy, in spite of efforts made by authorities to shore it up. China's central bank governor, meanwhile, affirmed that the nation's focus on boosting the quality of credit, saying that the growth of money supply will be kept in check. Coming up, factory orders will top the economic agenda today with little on the equity calendar now that earnings season is done, and then jobs, and then ADP initial claims and payrolls on Friday. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Soup. S&P futures are down by 0.6 here. Monday morning trading after U.S. equities posted a fifth straight week of good gains last week, with small caps, memes, and unprofitable tech, credit cards, apparel, and airlines among the standouts. Treasuries are weaker, with some curve flattening after another rally last week. Dollar index is up by 0.1%. Gold is off by 0.1 after jumping to a record high above 2,100. Bitcoin futures are up by 7.9 through the 40,000 level, and WTI is down by 1.1. Geopolitical tensions mentioned as an overhang this morning, along with thoughts that the market may have been overly dovish with takeaways from Powell last Friday. However, lack of explicit pushback against Waller still fits with the broader 24 Fed pivot expectations as central banks want to avoid over-tightening in the face of a disinflation traction. Earnings rebound, the other big bullish talking point. A lot of focus as of late on the rotation dynamics beneath the surface as the pickup in risk appetite has led to a move out of the Magnificent Seven. Names responsible for a bulk of the year-to-date gains. Quiet on the U.S. economic calendar today with just factory orders for October. Calendar gets more interesting as the week progresses with JOLTS and ISM services on Tuesday, ADP private payrolls on Wednesday, initial claims on Thursday, and then for November. And then employment report and preliminary December University of Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. Weekend headlines focused on goods deflation, corporate profit rebound, favorable December seasonality, rotation to duration, and expectations for money markets to inflows to continue. Geopoliticals also in focus as U.S. Navy destroyer attacked in Red Sea by Houthi rebels and Israel expanding Gaza offensive. Not much corporate news. Uber, Jabil, and BLDR also tapped to join the S&P 500. Spotify preparing to cut 17% of workforce and push to boost margin and profitability. ALK to acquire Hawaiian Airlines and deal that values them about $1.9 billion. RHHBY Roche to acquire Carmart Therapeutics for $2.7 billion upfront. TPG reportedly exporting strategic options for Novatech, which private markets valued at $3 billion early last year. Pepsi and B call mention respectively in the weekend. U.S. RCL and NCLH in focus as Reuters noted expectations for record cruise levels next year. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. There is more. There is more, my friend. There is more. Where is it, actually? Oh, no. I thought there was more. There should have been. There it is. Okay. Defaults by Chinese borrowers have surged to a record high since the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, highlighting the depth of the country's economic downturn. Alaska Air said it would buy HA for $18 a share in cash. U.S. goods deflation is in place and will likely continue for the foreseeable future, given that supply chains are back to normal, while monetary tightening curbs demand a trend that should help bring overall inflation back to the 2% target. Israel expanded their offensive with a ground invasion of southern Gaza. U.S. Navy ship responded to a flurry of drone missile attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea. Hong Kong judge has delayed a decision on Evergrande, an unexpected move that gives the Chinese property developer until next month to come up with a restructuring plan. India refiners have resumed Venezuelan oil purchases through through intermediates, with Reliance set to meet executives of the state firm PDVSA next week. Speaker Johnson has been proven to be a surprisingly staunch supporter of Washington providing more financial aid to Ukraine. U.S. corporate profits are beginning to rebound, a trend that could help prevent the U.S. from experiencing a recession, and Spotify preparing to cut 17% of jobs. Not anything new. As customers push back against higher prices, outside corporate profits may wane as inflation driver. Supply chain normalization, Fed rate hikes helping to drive goods deflation. Corporate profit recovery, a key factor in the U.S. economy avoiding a recession. Non-farm payrolls expected to increase 180,000 in November after 150,000 in October, helped by the return of striking UAW workers. Despite already attracting over $1 trillion in 2023, influx of cash to money market funds is expected to continue next year. Retail investors are driving big gains in meme stocks and other risky plays, but also raising concerns the rally may be overdone. Seasonality, a tailwind for stocks in December, though plenty of names could see pressure early in the month from tax loss selling. Uber, Jabil, and Builders First Source all tapped to join S&P 500. Bearish bets on the 10-year futures are highest since mid-October. Debate increasingly shifting towards the timing and extent of next year's dovish pivot. ECB Nagel says too early to declare victory. Next phase of inflation fight will be more difficult. U.S. warship, multiple commercial ships in Red Sea targeted by missiles from Houthi-controlled Yemen. Israel stands up military pressure in Gaza and push to get Hamas to make deal on further exchanges of prisoners. Record 8 million Chinese borrowers are blacklisted by authorities after missing payments, further weighing on economic recovery. China says surge in respiratory illness caused by known pathogens. No sign of new infectious disease. Alaskan Air to acquire Hawaiian Air for $1.9 billion. Spotify to cut 1,500 employees in third layoff round this year. Roche joins the race in obesity drug by buying drug developer Carmot for $2.7 billion. Walmart says they are not advertising on social media platform X, and UBS planning to expand investment presence in United States market. Wow. Not so bad. No, not so bad, not so bad. Okay, let me get you some plays up here. I have a couple plays. We still got to do the random too, so I think we'll get that pop in here in a little bit. But where is it? There it is. Oh, yeah, you got some pre-market movers. So give me a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. Then we finish the plays. Then we see where all of y'all are at, and then get ready for Monday. It's already crazy. Am I tripping? Have you repeated that? Sometimes I do. So, again, I get a lot of different news sources, but these are the top ones. You'll either get more data on it or you'll get, like, a different headline. So, to get you, we cover all bases, baby. So, if you know it's repeated, we've gone through everything.
Last month, when everything rallied, it starts to break down. But I think you need to take a longer-term perspective, and I really think that 60-40 type of diversification with bonds really starts to assert itself.
Sunil, do you agree?
I completely agree, because I think bonds are that medium-term play, and the bottom line is excellent diversifiers. And beyond that, over the medium term, we're finally getting income again. It's been a long time, even with this massive rally that we've seen, which I don't think is going to stay. I do think we're going to continue to see real income coming from bonds, and that's important.
So now, what do you like in fixed income right now?
So, again, it's a difficult thing over the short term, but having said that, for some time now, we've been looking at this. I think probably the riskiest asset classes have rallied too much most recently. We do like staying shorter in duration, as we have mentioned previously. We went neutral. We've gone back to staying relatively short at this point. And I would say that going forward, we will probably be looking to stay higher in quality until we're more convinced that we are going to get some decent value out of risky assets. Right now, we think that the rally is overdone, especially in high yield.
Greg, are you on the same page?
Yes, I am. I'm very much on the same page. I think it's a high quality type of market. So you're not being rewarded to take a lot of credit risk in here. So we're definitely kind of higher quality, whether it's within the high yield market, the investment grade market we quite like, and portions of the structured products market. So it's not a time to take a lot of risk, Jonathan.
Greg, there used to be this story that credit leads. Do you still believe that credit leads?
Well, that was a story that the credit folks like to talk about. But I do think there is some rationale behind that. But, with the information transfer just happening so immediate these days, I think that lead time is decidedly shortened. And it's not a financing-led sell-off or rally. So I do think it's a little different this time, as companies have turned out their debt and they've locked in low cost of capital. So I don't think it's the same type of relationship that we've seen historically.
So now just a final word from you on the same theme.
No, I would agree. This is in the current market that we have. It would be crazy to think that what the type of rally we saw last week had anything to do with fundamentals. It has everything to do with the speed of information flow and people reacting immediately to the potential of what that information holds. So I think it's very sentiment driven. I don't think this has...
Yeah, everybody's looking at it, and even people are asking again why we're down today. I will tell you, look at Bitcoin. Don't forget that NASDAQ leading. It leads the NASDAQ this whole year. But what I will say is that the Fed futures were way too bullish. We brought this up on the watch list yesterday, but that's where, again, all of the data this week, just in a weird way, it's one thing if we rally, but what those bonds did last week were absolutely insane. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. But now let's go over some pre-market movers. We got a couple of minutes. I hope you got plays. I'll run through these pretty quick here. There's a lot of plays, but random news across the board. Spotify, you already heard that news. They're up 5. RPRX up 5 off nothing. EQH 4.6 added to the S&P 500. CCJ, COP28 nuclear commitments. Uber 4.8 on the S&P news. VinFast up 2.8 on a letter of intent. Jabil up. Belander BLDR up 2.2 to join the S&P. PODD. Morgan Stanley upgrade up 2%. INSEE, Guggenheim Securities upgrade up 1.8. Eric, AT&T may remove Nokia from list of suppliers. They're up 1.8. VRT up 1.6 to acquire Coolterra. CCEP up 1.6. Goldman upgrade. IDX up nothing, up 1.5 off nothing. VKTX up 13 on sympathy to Roche acquiring Carmot. SAIC up 9.1 off of earnings. Carvana 7% off of a JP Morgan upgrade. ALKS to join small cap 600. RKST up 5.2. Morgan Stanley initiates overweight. Spirit up 5% on Hawaiian sympathy. NVEI up 4.9. Global payment partnership with Microsoft. UUUUU 3.6. COP28 nuclear commitments. FLNC up 3.6. Roth MKM upgrade. UEC another uranium play off COP28. RNW MOU for up 3%. Open Door up 2.7 off nothing. SLG up 2.6. 77,000 square foot lease. This one, it's painful, but I love it too. EYPT, 294% phase 2 Davia trial achieved of wet AMD. All primary and secondary endpoints. They're up 300%. Go look at the chart. That's what Outlook was supposed to do, but Outlook didn't go down yet, so they may not be out of the game, but that's a big deal for those who have been following. HA up 183 off Alaska Air. Newegg up 20% off of nothing. WBX up 16, private placement in conjunction with Generac. Turn up 14.8, sympathy to Roche. AstraZeneca, ABSI, they did a collaboration. Alt up on sympathy to Roche acquiring Carmot. ETNB up 11, alignment with FDA and EMA on phase 3 program of pegozafermin in NASH. And then ULCC, Hawaiian Airlines, Nokia down 6, getting removed by AT&T. EVRG down 1 point on a convertible offering. Trupanion, Aflac and Trupanion comment on renewed S3 filing down 7%. So market dumping, the time. We haven't even done the random, but Chad, you have 1 minute. You have 1 minute to let it be known. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, Chattadonia. Post it in the chat. Oh my gosh, this is it. This is it. What do you got for me, baby? What do you have for me? Oh my goodness. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Let's see. What do we have? There it is. Puts on everything. SPX, SPY puts, holding my silver short, SPY puts, Yella, Tilray, run for the hill calls, FOMO, Monster Law, Manu calls, SPY puts, 547, holding coin, Long Big Tech, Bior, MES, Gold, Dish calls, Walgreens, sell my puts on SPY, MO, SPY calls out the gate, Clean Spark, EYPT long, hanging on tight, just watching, buy gold and silver, sell, Tesla puts, AMD, Beetle calls, Riot puts, Meta puts, SoFi calls, TLT, MNQ puts, EST, AMPS, Jesus calls, earning weekly gambles, Uroy shares, UEC, Monday meltdown, IBM, Meta puts, Save long, holding at 7, Uber calls, Mara calls, EYPT, scalping oil, pray, Jesus call, sit on my hands, SPY puts, AAL, let it ride, Tesla puts, watching NG, Ethereum, Google, and Microsoft, and the final plays. Pfizer pickup, clean spark, yin shares, and SPY calls at the low. Tell him, Janny. Oh, my goodness. So, Chatadonia. Wow. But now the timing, man. It's Monday. We get to start off the week great. A lot going on in the market. I'm telling you, we're going to have a very exciting week this week and next week. But now, before we do anything, on every single one of those days, we must do something way more important than chase a dollar, and that is pay our homage and respect and show love for a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your sacrifice and dedication, regardless of the reward that was given back to you. Y'all put in that work, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those vets who deserve it, man, because they all do. So God bless you all, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the nonprofits, people helping out and making things run and giving back. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, it's game time, baby. Chad, it's Monday. I hope it's good to be back. I hope you're ready for it. I got a couple of plays. I got 1 minute and 42 seconds. We got to do the random play. I also got my plays, too. Hold on. Where are my plays? Hey, where are my plays? Did I really X out all of those? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even send those out. No. I already X'd out of everything, bro. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, I had a couple plays, but I think I'm going to be watching ARK, Spotify, watch out for the Roach play, and then EYPT and then also the Russell 2000. Again, those plays are still up. They were up a little bit more this morning than came down, but everything we were saying about the cyclical rotation, I would keep your eyes out for that. And then Uber as well, too. And then I think that's going to be it. Pfizer, ARK, M2K, and then let me go run the random play, and then we'll be good to go. We'll be good to go, Chatadonia. All right, I already have it up. We got 45 seconds. Let's get a good one. This might be perfect timing. Thank you if you participated, baby. Lord bless it. Let's get a good one. The review and hit one. That one hit last week. Uber going to make you a wealthy man. Amen. God willing, baby. God willing. Let's see. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. How much time? 30 seconds, Chad. Like that video. Make sure. Uber, 12:25:58 call. Wow, we're going with Uber. We're going to top tick the Ubers, baby. I'm down. Let's get it, Mr. Anderson. 23:43 Anderson, baby. Let's go. Control-Shift-T. Oh, is that how you bring it back? It's not a tab, though. It's a window. I had it all. I had a couple of things. It's okay, though. We already got it out. Don't worry, man. Either way, we got to vibe with it, baby. So I hope you're ready. Round 1. Fight. All right, let's see what we got. Again, I'd keep an eye on the small caps. Again, Russell and everything we were talking. Again, Fed future odds already did come down, so we will see how that one plays out. The plays of what? What's our random play? It's a Uber December 58 call. Ay. Is it December 15th? So only 11 days? Wait, isn't that in the money? I didn't think about it. So then do we go for the dollar one? He wants the 58, but I don't think we could get the 58. Microsoft big down. I don't know. I'll wait for Chad to give me the the answer on that one. Uber is Microsoft's down a lot again, all of big tech, but this time too, though, the Russell might come down, but definitely you're doubling down on NASDAQ versus the Russell again. NASDAQ's down by 9.7, Russell only 0.4. Dow's doing the best. Again, gold and crypto. Don't forget about any of that. No, you said 58 call. You could debit spread. Will they let me debit spread? I don't know. I guess I would just go for the cheap one then. If anything, we'll get the one at 69 cents instead of $1. I feel like that one's more appropriate. I think we'll go for there and call it a day. Okay, we got the random play. 11 days on an Uber call. Again, I think maybe he thought it was going to open up lower. Again, we had it after hours. It was already at 60. Why is Outlook going? Oh, as Outlook going up? Then inshallah. I don't think it was. But EYPT. Yeah, Outlook might die. Again, I thought Outlook was going to die, but sometimes it may go up. But there was another AMD approval today. So go look at EYPT. This is why this one should be very painful if you played Outlook when I did, because literally it was a $6 stock, went up to almost 30 earlier here off of this type of approval. So we've talked all year how important this drug would be. So you finally got one out here. Outlook is related to that. So we'll see what happens. But I thought it would have gone down on it. Yeah, Hawaiian Airlines too. That's a huge buyout. If you guys don't notice, the buyout price is at $18 and it's trading at $13. So there's the risk that the Biden administration does not let this go through. Why would anybody say that? Because they have already rejected one of the airline mergers. I think JetBlue and one of the other ones earlier this year. Yeah, Bitcoin's killing it. I mean, I'm telling you, don't forget that Bitcoin has led the way. Every time on the NASDAQ, Bitcoin is up, again, NASDAQ's NQ, but anytime Bitcoin has ran this year within a couple of weeks or whatever, the NASDAQ has followed along. So remember, Bitcoin ran and then the market died for like a month and then it came back up. But if Bitcoin stays up, I am going to see that as a bullish sign here, especially leading into next year. PayPal, big pop. Again, I feel like PayPal, part of the cyclicals. They're up by 0.7. You've seen that thing move and then come down. But watch, dude, Coinbase is at 140. Do you guys not see this? Pfizer's flying, 2%. Like I was telling you, they either need to die or come out with something big here. But then also that Roche news and some of the GOP stuff could be helping. But they had some interesting news there last week with their GOP studies. Again, bonds, TLT is down by 0.5. Upwork on the high, Disney on the low. SPY is down by 0.7. NASDAQ's down by 1% right now. And then Russell's doing good. Again, you're almost up on the Russell play. That's why I don't know. Maybe Monday melt up only applies to the Russell. Carvana, again, a lot of people were shorting Carvana last week or 2 weeks ago because the Amazon shit, but they got an upgrade from JP Morgan here this morning. Yeah, Baba's on the low. Yang is killing it. Honestly, we're about to go positive on those. I feel like OpenFace going to put me on game with that. Shout out to long term. Amen. Long term is great. I think TMF did do a split not too long ago. Where's long duration? Long duration and MPW again, cyclicals. I think all REITs are doing good. Like SL Green? They had news today. SLG. Yeah, they're up 2.5. Boeing's on the high. We had out of the banks. XLF is only down a quarter. CLSK up 22. Was there news on that? I feel like I read something on that. Your random play with VS. I know. Keep putting it up. I'm sorry. I wish. That's the whole lot. The random play. We either get a good one or not. But that last Rivian hit last week, so that was kind of cool. Again, here's the random to that Uber. Uber went up $3, but the Rivian play went up 50% from last week. So, you never know what you'll get. Ulta on the high. Don't forget, last week they had really, really good news, again, with their earnings. Again, so some of those cosmetic names are up. SPY's even coming up. You're up 0.5% now, or you've gone up 0.25% from gapping down. Let's see where we are at the levels. You guys don't know what's happening this morning? I don't know if never mind. I won't say it. You guys will ruin it. I don't want to bring it up again. Never mind. Just forget I said anything. You know what I'm saying? Forget I said anything, bro. Forget I said anything. We'll close out the random plays every now and then, usually when they're in the money or expiration. Like I closed one the other day, and then I held one all year that was up, and then that came down. Nah, but this, I'll tell you. This is allowing you the opportunity to pump it up. You guys don't realize it hit pump it up after hours. So technically, especially after some things on Friday, if I wanted to be an asshole, I could say pump it up already hit. Oh, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how to break it to you, but if anything, I think it's giving you some room here. Maybe we'll make our upside move. Maybe not today with the data, but, you are getting your little 46. Think about it. You got your little, it pulled you back down. So we're right back here to where we started on Friday morning, which is crazy to think about. So you're literally back to pre-Powell. CRM on the low. Weren't they up earlier? No, they're down by 2.8 now. They're flush in there. Pfizer just gave up 1% from the high. Feel like a G's on those averages. I was just saying. I was like, Yang's ripping. I was like, that's word. Open face. Put us on game, baby. Yeah, that one's nice. Again, China is wild so far, but that one's going to be a fun one into next year and even this next month, man. They just got that lucky or that surprising Evergrande thing. So we'll see how that one plays out. Is ARK still ripping? Damn, ARK's at 48. Nice. We'll take it. I should have been on the watch list jamming after. Oh, that would have been cold, bro. That's cold, bro. I feel you. I was just joking about it, but damn, that's cold. We'll see. Kathy headline. What did Kathy say? Kathy, will ya? Unity, Roblo on the high. Again, SPY has just gone up after gapping down quite a bit here. Again, we weren't like that early in the morning, but by the time we open, and then that Russell play is up now. So the Russell is up by 0.3 on the futures. It says 0.14 here, but that's what I'm saying. You have something melting up here today, which is ironic. Why do we drop so? We were holding up good again. The Russell was up, but we started dropping again. I think everybody just kind of calming down on the bullishness, double checking Powell, rates calming down. But in my opinion, I just think it is because the Fed futures are extremely bullish. In 3 days, in 2 days, literally, I made that Fed futures play when it was at 20%. And then in 2 days, 48 hours, it went up to 60%. And I just think that's very extreme. So, and it's leading the people to say, okay, the market's pricing in rate cuts too aggressively. So I think we could rally, and I think the market could go up, but I also don't think the market wants to rally on too good of rate cut expectations, because then at that case, the market is just being extremely aggressive on the cut, not about the hold up and wait and, hold it for longer, but more so along the lines of just they're aggressively pricing in a cut. If you did what you did in 2 days last week, and this could still happen this week, unfortunately, that's why we need a little bit of a wiggle room, because dude, the data this week, if it comes in all favorable for the market or what they want to see, we're going to be pricing in rate cuts into January. I said that on the watch list yesterday. That's why it's getting, it's pretty wild to think about. But that's why I think we're calming down. I think people are letting their foot off the gas in terms of pricing in more rate cuts, and that way we're going to have to move around and calm down a little bit. But at the same time, there's a lot of bullish impetus out there and people talking about the Valentine's Day, the election. There will be some tax selling. Again, that's where we're going to start doing it here in the next couple of weeks. So depending on when you want to limit yourself to trade for next year, think that 30-day window, people are going to start going about that here. Again, even I think Mark Zuckerberg said he's selling out some Facebook stock today too. Uber on the high. Uber, $60, man. That one's going. I'm glad we got a random play on that one, but they are starting to run. Was Baba, I think, just on the low? Oh, no, they're coming up. They're on the high. Market wants to be pleasantly surprised. Yes, they do. And, it's just this idea of pricing and rate cuts. We could talk about it now if you guys want. If you want, it's being delusional. And what I mean by that is it's just totally, and you should notice this. You know what I'm saying? You should notice this. You're smarter than that. And what I mean by that is just simply don't forget what just happened. Literally the 10-year bond was just at 5% and people were freaking out. So you got to realize if people weren't talking about rate cuts, we would be terrified of where the bonds still are to a degree. If they were, again, just even a week ago at 4 or 5 and higher. Hopefully that makes sense. Last month, you were shitting yourself about what the rates were doing. And now all of a sudden we went from 5 might lead to 7 to people saying, well, yeah, maybe, 2 sets of data, we're going to price in rate cuts. So in my opinion, I do believe that this idea of rate cuts is combating the extreme bearishness of the bonds. Otherwise, if we were just saying things are calming down and weren't pricing in rate cuts, I think we would still be freaking out of that bond momentum a month ago, more or less. JPM, yeah, they pumped Carvana. And then JPM's actually in the green. Again, XLF is about to go green as well, too. SPY's still down by 0.6. Dow is doing good. And Russell's up, man. Russell's killing it. I should have double dipped on that. But those Russell's the only one in the green for now. Bought some Walmarts. They had some moves last week, huh? They're going up there. Let's see. Target's in the green. Google, again, no more earnings, but I think there's, just a couple of retail there? Wonder if value makes a comeback. It probably will, but also just depends what it's tied to. So I think cyclical values will go up. So the value plays that will benefit off of, the cycle, and if that is confirmed, yes. But then again, too, if these rate cuts and everything else in between backtrack, bond yields come up, data's not good, before you know it, we're back into the gulag. Yeah, Ulta, Elf on the high. I think even Cody's going up there too. So all cosmetic plays are running up there. That's good news for now. Again, they had good news. Even ARK is starting to run there. Where's Coin? I can't believe Coin is at almost 150. Are you guys do you see this? Or am I tripping out? You bought the Russell Futures. If I don't trade options, which ETF? What is it? Isn't it IYT? No, what is it? I haven't played it. What's the Russell ETF? I haven't played it in a minute. It's like EW something or IWM. Yeah, I haven't looked at that in a minute. IWM. That would be the equivalent. It's like the SPY, like ES goes to SPY. IWM is to the RTY M2K. Yeah, IWM. Can't believe I blame. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. Yeah, so what's it? The one to Russell. What was his name? Russell Brand? No, Russell Westbrook. The one to IW. IDC, EDC 2000. That's the one, EDC. It's not EDC, IWM, my bad. Apple, Microsoft on the low here. They're kind of flushing. Again, SPY near the high, but meanwhile, again, I think Russell is still the best performer. NASDAQ, SPY, Dow. Dow's doing good, though, too, there. It's not really reacting as much. Only been about 15 minutes, a little bit left. Or a little bit less. Yeah, Apple, Microsoft. Coinbase is tripping me out, bro. It's almost at 150. IBM is running up here, too. 3M is on the high. I feel like a lot of values are in the green today. Again, even Walgreens is up for now, so we'll see how long this one lasts for. Welcome back. Why are we down? We just had a discussion about it, so give me an hour, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more in depth, and maybe when things move around, it'll make more sense. But what I would put the theme of the day, aggressive rate cut expectations, and we need to work our way between all of that, I think. That's where I would put it at. Yeah, bro. Coinbase, that's insane. Abivi's on the high. Did Burry double down on chip short? I have no idea. I don't think you would know until another 3 months unless he said anything otherwise. NVIDIA's on the low. SPY's still going up. So, again, Russell is literally up by 0.4. So, I don't know, man. It's very, very weird. Are you down for EM? I am. Again, cyclicals. So I went over that thing on the watch list. top 10 trades for next year by Bank of America, every single one of them is based off of rates. So from Japanese yen to emerging markets to whatever else you could think of, even gold, but really emerging market, Japan, other countries, even buying deep value cyclicals. Those will be good plays if we could confirm really in the next year that we don't have a problem. I mean, that's it. It's really either going to be a super cycle or a recession. I mean, that's kind of, soft landing, no landing. That's how everybody is. Oh, Brenda, good morning. Oh, man, I haven't seen you in the morning. I've been seeing you on the nighttime, baby, at the Twitch. Oh, good morning. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, kill it at work too, baby. Hey, man. He responded LOL to news of him exiting his shorts. Uber's killing it. Again, even in the long term, it looked good. Even the random play, I'm kind of glad we did that. I don't know. The random play, I think it went up there. Random play already got you 60%. So it was good. We went for the cheap one. That one worked out, dude. The Uber is working. Microsoft Big Red. Uber's up 6% right now. So this one very, very killer. I'm not in Hawaiian Airlines. No. I put in like a stupid bid trying to snake it from when the after hours move, but they gapped that thing up too much. So you just got to be careful though, because it's still trading, for 50% premium below the purchase price, just because there's a high chance of getting clapped by the what's it called? Bro, Russell's killing it by the Department of Justice or the regulators who won't let it go through. Bro, Russell's killing it now. So literally you almost have 1% on the Russell futures here to start off the morning. So nothing else is green. NASDAQ's dumping, but I really hope what we talked about from Friday is coming true here, because you're watching it. That's your Monday melt up. It's on the Russell. I was going over your credit card bills in the morning. You noticed your wife bought something for $500. Kind of looking like a PS5 Christmas, y'all. Welcome to the dark side. Oh, man. Is Charlie going to start balling with us? This will be amazing. Be careful, bro. Be careful. Be careful. That's it. Make sure your wife knows what she's getting into. Make sure she knows. That's it. You got to give her the full disclaimer. Was that an ad? Oh, yeah. Or it's probably makeup. Yeah. Plot twist. Plot twist. NVIDIA's on the low. Damn, NVIDIA's down by 3 right now. Uber keeps running, man. Almost 61. That'll be crazy. I believe 62 is like the ultimate breakout level for Uber. No, right, yeah, 61, 62. You get above here. Literally, Uber has only been above $62 once. So if we could get above like 61, high 61s, it's done that a couple of times, maybe like once or twice. But anything above there now, blue sky breakout for Uber. Uber is getting added to the S&P 500. So not only that, but like why are they getting added is because of their last 2 quarters. They finally reported operating profit 2 quarters in a row. So again, they've literally their business has done good, for a company that we used to joke about burning money. They're now making money, but then now they're getting into the thing. Did you get back into the M2K long? I never left, baby. So remember, I did the M2K. I did the small ones on Friday, and then I held those all day, and I'm still holding them. I flipped out of the RTY. So I got 3 small ones, and then I would flip a big one back and forth, but I'm still in it. We have like 2.67%. It's like $700. Even $200 today just from it. Like I'm saying, that the melt up is happening right now on the Russell, but we'll see where everybody else comes in today. Ionic, I've played it a couple times, but isn't it still have a mad premium? I don't know about long term for Ionic, but I know a lot of people I played it at like $10, I think, and it still went crazy. Yeah, so it just has a fat premium. I think this is a name you really got to know about, but I don't think it's a long term candidate. And if it was, I would just keep it small and not go overboard with it. And then speaking of which, MPW is coming up. Abivai is on the high. Oh, what was the other one? Pfizer. Uber 1 month. Uber looks great, bro. I'm telling you. Again, even for your long term, you are probably loving that because I think Uber is now, a little bit more. $300. It'll become the third largest position just off of the gain from it, which is amazing. And then banks are still moving up. Nvidia is down 3, TSM's down 2. Bond's trying to catch a bid here. Yeah, all airlines are popping off of the Hawaiian Airlines stuff. Again, I think even Save is up by like 5%. If HA goes crazy, I mean, there it is. You still got $4 to squeeze out. The only issue is if the deal doesn't go through. That's it. I'm still holding MPW. So am I. I'm holding all of them. Honestly, I mean, it was a painful couple of months. I'm feeling a little bit better about it. The only issue is management. That's it. But if we do get this cyclical rotation, if everybody's like hard landing or soft landing, no, we're gonna be fucking fine. Unless management has anything else to say about that. MO on the high. Oh, finally. Let MO get a ripper. Damn, MO's actually been ripping up pretty nice here too. Nvidia, Wells Fargo, Bank of America. Yeah, some banks, JP Morgan's in the green. Some of the banks still red. And again, smaller banks are doing a lot better. I think, didn't we already have durable goods in the morning? We have one set of data today, but I don't think it's going to do much. I know you got factory orders at 10 o'clock. So in 8 minutes, we'll get factory orders. But I don't think it's going to be too crazy. I have not rolled the covered calls on Uber yet. No. My E-Trade, because they're on the E-Trade, and the E-Trade is being weird with the covered calls yet. They haven't approved my options on the new account yet for some odd reason. Let's see. Oh, yeah, now they're in the money, though. I don't think it'll let me roll, though. And then I have trauma from calling them. I'm telling you, that one's a nightmare. But no, either way, we'll roll it. I've already looked at the prices. We go to 2026, we're going to be golden. You took the 300 loss and took them back before it gets crazy. You could always roll them over. I mean, at this case, it's up to you. But I think in this, we've gone through it. Come on. Why not wait for time decay? That's usually what I do. I just hold them out. And then I just roll them over and over and over again. Again, like, usually because we're selling them so far out of the money with time, it allows us to, like, it's worked out pretty good. And then otherwise, even when it's in the money, we kind of just ride out with it. But then again, though, like, I've also, in the same respect, I understand where my guy is coming from, because all it takes is one bad covered call. You don't sell it with good premium. There's the wrong price, and then if it does rip, it does do a Nvidia. You will regret that one. On why JP Morgan did the thing with cars. They just upgraded it, but I couldn't tell you why. No. Crackheads? I don't know. Best answer? Q. Let's see. Oh, that's loud. Do you guys hear the plane? I forgot. I turned the plane on earlier, but I don't know if you heard it. So we are long M2K. I am. Why? What? Why you mean? Why are you bringing me? Why are you saying we in this? Then are you in it or what? But no, I mean, honestly, you could get the play. We had good plays on Friday. If you were there, the play is already up. But, like, I strongly encourage you to understand why. We were talking rate cut. We were talking Fed futures and Russell before Bill Ackman in the media, and you heard about it. Even coming into today, like, it looks like everyone's panicking we're making even more on those plays. I need you to understand why. That cyclical rotation and this front run towards this idea of what everyone's talking about. There's a reason why the Russell has its own thing. So that's a big part, but I'll tell you, I already told you that, but if you are not paying attention with it, I mean, at that point, just play with the plays or not, but you might, you may get burnt just when it's all said and done. So be careful. Even if you are fully prepared, you'll still get burnt, but try to understand it a little bit more, and you'll be good to go. I'm going through it. Any thoughts for me about heartbreak? Get busy. You know what I'm saying? You got to focus on something. I don't know what you believe into, finger to the sky, but at the very least, if you want to leave all that stuff out of it, get busy. You're here right now. You should be working. So you could have heartbreak at 1 p.m., my friend. Heartbreak at 1 p.m. Till then, we got some stuff to do, baby. Where is it? Where is it? Just go to the gym and cry it out. That works. The gym good. Gym very, very good. Bro, why? I hate E-Trade. Telling you. I have a tainted account when we did the transfer. I can't even message them. I have to call in every time, and then I have to listen to their originals. I hate it. They're like, listen to the originals made by our employees. I'm like, no. Right. Why the market dumped today? We'll talk about it a little bit more, but I think a balancing of over-aggressive rate cuts and everybody, again, pricing in aggressive rate cuts, it's kind of left us in a very vulnerable state, more or less. People are flipping out because the rates are coming down. No, everybody is just priced in ahead. Like last week was crackhead central. Everybody priced in multiple rate cuts, and it just got too aggressive to where I think everybody took their foot off the pedal because whatever we get into this week, it's going to dramatically change that or support what already happened. Schwab is the same. Dude, they're all bad, bro. I don't know why. I don't know who in the what billionaire thought it was a good idea to get rid of TD Ameritrade, but God bless their souls, man. God bless their souls. They hate us. They hate us. Coming down, yeah. Even the Russell came down. We're still up on that, but not as much as we were earlier. So Russell gave up maybe like 0.5% right there. And then, no tools. Where are we at? 45.63. You didn't even get up to 45.75. So remember, it wasn't too long ago. You were just about to pump it up, literally on Friday. U.S. factory orders just came in 3.6 negative. Estimate was 3.0. So data was a little bit worse than expected. Durable goods, 5.4. Estimate was 5. Wait, is that negative? Am I tripping? I think durable goods, did that come in -5 versus +5? Or were they both -5 expectation? So factory orders, durable goods just came out, but where is this? Yeah, month over month, durable goods down 3.6. Estimate was like 2.8 to 2.3. But that durable goods orders, I don't know if I'm tripping on that. That was negative 5.6. But they both seem to be bad. I don't know if it's going to be, if that durable goods one is negative 5 versus positive, that'll be really bad. But the first set with factory orders, that should be borderline positive for them. Again, watch. Let me see the Zaza. See if the Fed futures move off of that. Yeah, they came down a little bit today, but they're still up. Bad for dollar, good for stocks. You know, I haven't even looked at the dollar. UUP. Dollar's up, but coming down on the day. Maybe gold. Gold trying to make a comeback. It's down after hitting that high. I don't know where crypto is at, but coin was killing it. Coin's still near the high, too. Believe it or not. Even Airbnb at 135. Uber, 60.90. Dude, it's getting to that 61 fast. So, again, anything above $62 on Uber is insane. So, bonds catching a bid here from the bad data. That would make sense. So, watch if that continues. But equities aren't playing along. Not even the Russell for this last couple of minutes. HD. Redfin hitting 8. Oh, what's it? VIX is up. Snapchat, 2-3 candles here. I don't know. Is it halted or is it just tripping out? It wasn't showing up. Even GME. That's what I'm saying. It's like this. There's a lot of things moving right now, as weird as it may sound. And like your Apple, Microsoft are doing awful. NVIDIA is down 3. But like there's just all these random ass names that are still up. I think that's why the Russell is still in the green when it's all said and done. Tesla trying to go green. Oh, the Tesla, the Cyber, the Cyber truck. Wow. Oil is there. Oil. I wouldn't trip on it too hard. Again, people were, in a weird way, if oil comes back up, it's kind of like people are afraid of it. How does Uber make money besides delivering food and people? I mean, I don't know, man. That's their business. How does Pizza Hut make money without selling pizzas? Beyond selling pizzas, though, what do they? It's like, dude, that's their business. So the thing is that they do it in mass. They do have other stuff, but the whole point is their core business and delivery. It's making money now. They used to be selling. They used to be spending way more money than anything. But now, again, their qualification for the S&P 500 has been two quarters of operating profit, and that's at a mass scale. So they're not just delivering people and food as simple as it sounds. They're doing it billions of people at a time. I think active users on that platform. I think they're serving over 1 billion people a year. When it's all said and done, with like 1 billion rides, 1 billion deliveries combined, I think that number is there. Their freight is actually not doing good, believe it or not. That's why they're thinking of spinning off freight. We, a couple years ago, we thought it'd be really good, but they're looking to spin it off. How do I make money on stocks and options without buying and selling stocks? And you hold, I guess. I don't know. Sell premium, but no, I don't know. This is hard. I remember in 2019, everyone saying Uber would be dead in 2 years because of Tesla. That used to be a hot topic here when we bought Uber for the long term. I used to have debates with people. They're like, nah, man, it's going to be automated. It's like, I don't know, man. But even then, I was like, maybe they could work together. You guys were like, nah, they can't, Josh. They're going to fail. That's the only option. But they're killing it, bro. I'm telling you, out of any of the companies, like, this was the name that you knew about. This was the obvious long-term one. You knew about it, but it had a high valuation, it IPO'd. But, like, now for them to be showing up on the numbers, hitting all-time highs, it's a good one. It's a good one. Spotify's up 10. People hate their business model. They kind of do, but they don't. I mean, that's like the whole point, is like they've been performing really well. So whatever like seems to be hatred is turning up in the form of profits. So I don't know. But let's see. Yeah, Meta, Redfin, Net. What was it? Because we have Spotify in this one. Yeah, Spotify. That's crazy. Spotify is up 10% off of their third jobs cut. That's the third time this year. So like literally almost like once a quarter they have cut jobs or staff at that company. But remember though, it was like the market was reacting weird to news like that. So for it to react good, it's kind of positive. Do they even have employees left? I hope. See, all right, 10:06. It's only been 36 minutes, man. Holding the gap down on the SPY. And the NASDAQ is just under 1%. You're near the lows of the day. Russell's still in the green, but I don't know. Russell might be able to come down too. If everything really gets worse from here and then the small caps don't want to play along, I mean, we could start going down. Otherwise, it might be one of these weird push and pull days. Beyond squeezing. Cyclicals. Yeah, 22. We were just seeing this the other day. My God, and then where's Beyond? That one's up even 5%. So Overstock's up. HD, a firm 52-week high. So a couple of runners. Again, bonds are up from the data. Now the market is up from the data there. Data came in a lot softer. Snapchat back into the green. That is nice. Spotify is 9,000. Oh, they have a lot. That's a lot still. Are you serious? Is that after the layoffs? That's still a ton. So maybe that's why. Maybe they probably just went OD on the hiring at first. Kind of like Facebook. They had room to cut. Roku. And then NVIDIA, SoFi holding above 8. Mara calls. Dude, crypto is insane. And that's the thing I said this morning. I went like, whatever you feel today, whatever you feel in the next month, just keep in mind there is a correlation between the NASDAQ and Bitcoin. And anytime Bitcoin has ran this, it happened in October. I told you the same exact thing. Then the market got clobbered. And then sure enough, you caught right back up to it. But this is, I think it's huge, honestly. I can't ignore this. So again, last time, anytime that Bitcoin was going crazy, the market has ended up catching up with it. I think if we put it on like a 1 year, you might see it a little bit better here. But every single time Bitcoin starts running, market hasn't, it'll start making its move. So keep this one in mind here because it was like, I think it was October. So, like, we started dropping. Bitcoin ran here at the end of October. You guys remember that? And then market was dying. You didn't really see it, but then sure enough, the NASDAQ rocketed right with it. So, it's done that at other times, but, like, I'm telling you, this year, it is very noticeable. The Bitcoin rips, NASDAQ is catching up with it eventually. So, even after the October shit show, you still got to watch that trend play out. And then Coinbase, 146 now. That's crazy. I don't think it's a perfect correlation either, but, and again, if Bitcoin ends up dropping, then there you go. I thought I shorted Bitcoin and lost on it. I mean, I'm not I'm not denying what I said at the beginning of the year, a year ago, when it looked completely different. Yeah, I lost about, I think, $10,000 or $12,000 on that short. When it was all said and, or no, I think 9,000. It was down. I was down like 25 at one point, and then it came back down. I got lucky. I closed it out, but I never touched it again. I said, that's it. I'm over it. But yeah, I did. I thought Bitcoin was going to die earlier in the year, and I still think it should die. But at this point, I wouldn't bet against it, and I would adapt to the trend if it's right in front of your face. As I'm saying here, I still have the Bank of America flip shares and all of that. IWM. Russell might come back up. Do you think Amazon selling cars will affect CarMax and Carvana? So you saw that TikTok. I don't think that TikTok is going to pay out, man. Again, there's a viral video going around of people saying buy puts on Carvana. It's the next GameStop, but they're telling you to buy puts instead of short squeeze it because of the Amazon news. I'm gonna have to give it 2 thumbs down, sir. 2 thumbs down. Again, I wouldn't get caught up in the middle. Like, it's up to you, but I don't know if it's going to be as big as some people want it to be. Amazon's been investing in the housing market. Don't they own part of Open Door? And then Jeff Bezos got some house company, but they've been in it for a while. Carvana lockup ends December 12th. That's why people are buying puts and shorting. You're saying it's a race to the bottom? No, I'm not. I'm just saying there's hype. People are making there's like a news pump around the Carvana news, and then you literally just got it pumped by JP Morgan on the opposite side this morning. So I think Carvana is just a game of musical chairs, hype stocks. Again, that was a play too that should have been bankrupt last year, but it's up there. Again, we had long shares and I sold out and I didn't make that much money on it. I think I ended up losing money and then it ripped. I said I'm never touching that one. So, but I don't know if I think Carvana, I wouldn't fall too in love with it, and I wouldn't get too bearish on it because it's still a stock that's heavily shorted and hasn't died even after literally borderline almost going bankrupt and already restructuring, which is crazy to think about. Affirm just hit a 52-week high. I saw that. And then SPY chilling out, still right back at the level. And then your bonds are a little bit higher from the data, but not higher on the day. Can we talk about Affirm? Yeah, what do you want to talk about with it? It's killing it. It just hit a 52-week high. Remember, if you don't know why Affirm is going up as of lately, it's simply because the Black Friday was insane. I'm telling you, holiday shop. Even then, I mean, and you got to ask yourself, I mean, with what happened on Black Friday, what's the next assumption? Can anybody tell me? So if you're not familiar, Black Friday news was that Affirm payments went up 47% year over year. That means 47% of people, or an increase in sales, 47% on people using buy now, pay later with Affirm. That's crazy. But what does that mean coming up? Let's not credit. It's not negative. It's for the company. So some of you quit. You're like, delinquencies, they gonna die. Credit card debt. Everyone's broke. No. Okay, great. But why would the stock be going up right now? What is the next assumption? There's another assumption if that's what you just saw. It's not the users. It is hard to beat for next year, but there's something else. Come on, it's very simple. Come on. There you go. Thank you, Clinton. Yeah, bro. It's Christmas. Chrism. So that's where I don't like Affirm. I think Affirm is one of the companies that has a very awful interest payments, and it's cutting into their profits. But you just broke through, bro, and now you're thinking about literally about Christmas. So if 50% of Black Friday sales increased, I mean, a lot of people are pumping it up. And now think about it too, lower interest rates, it's still a cyclical. So if everybody feels that way, I mean, they would be the perfect cyclical because they directly benefit off of a lower rates and a better cycle. I don't know. Affirm is the whole thing. I was talking about it with my girlfriend. I was like, I don't think she's ever used it. And I said, good. I gave her points for that. But I was like, I've never used Affirm or any of that. I mean, back in my day, we put shit on layaway, but like they never gave you the item. You know what I mean? So I've never, and then by the time Affirm came out, I was like, why would I ever do that? But I've never used Affirm or like a buy now, pay. And I feel like a lot of people, there's some, I think the younger generation has, the older generation, we just put shit on layaway. And that's it. But other than that, it still has an interesting spot in our culture. Yeah, you use a firm. I'm 23. I feel. Yeah, pay now, get later. That's what layaway was. EYPT, wet AMD drug approval. Very, very big. That data could also benefit Shopify. Yes, not as much, but yes. Because, again, I mean, you could affirm without using Shopify. But then, again, a lot of Shopify and Affirm, I believe they are partnered. I've been using buy now, pay later. They're offering 0% and putting the money in my accelerated savings until it ends, then pay off the balance. A little churn, baby. Take advantage of it. That's always a good idea. I just don't want to get caught up in making accounts. That's all. Like I've done it once. I made like one account for something. I forgot about it. I got it removed. I was like, man, this is bull. That's it. Just don't forget. That's it. That, and then also for all the young guys out there, I'll tell you, like, one of the biggest ways that most people fuck up their credit, they make an account somewhere and then they just forget to pay the first payment. So, fun fact. So, if you signed up for that Nordstrom's card, if you signed up for that, I don't know, DraftKings card, I don't know what cards they offer now, but just keep that in mind. Make sure you get that account settled. I have to ask you, have you ever signed away your info for a beer mug at an art festival? No. I hate, dude, I'm too paranoid. I hate those things where, like, I have to put my info on stuff. Nah. It's funny because, like, my girlfriend thought I was, like, really weird at first, and now she's just gotten used to it. But, nah, I don't do that shit. And I even tell her, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, anything. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Come on. Microsoft bleeding. That SPY and QQQ broke. I mean, but look at the Russell. Look at the small caps, and then at the same time, we got to give it. We got maybe today could be a bird one, but just there's a lot riding on the table now. This is the week number 1 of those 2 weeks we've been talking about. So, you know, maybe it gives us a little cushion. NASDAQ is down 1.2 right now, but then again, people were just saying, you know, Friday was extremely euphoric, to say the least. You know, that's like, I'm kind of glad because, again, Powell, he was bullish, but he wasn't. It was the same thing, but everybody took him really bullish. But even coming into this morning, though, you know, some people were willing to temper that more or less and walk that back. Oh. Riz has been named Oxford's Word of the Year, beating out contenders like situationships, prompt, de-influencing, and swifty. Wasn't the word gaslight? Or was that 2021? But either way, Riz. That's kind of cool. That is random. But I remember the last time. I remember last year's word. Or I feel like we've gotten these updates yearly, though, in the chat. As random as it may sound, I think it's right on time. That sounds right about right. I don't know. I've never heard de-influencing, prompt, situationship. I thought situationship is from like 2018 or 2016. And then swifty. Oh, like an AI prompt? That makes sense. SPY to 430. Bonds selling off here a little bit now. So, again, they just hit the high. Now bonds are back to the data set. SPY is at a new low of the day. You hate Gen Z? Okay, calm down, boomer. Calm down. They're kind of growing on me. You know, I'm kind of liking everybody. I think at this point we've had too much it's a melting pot of the generations. So, like, you don't even know, bro. You got, like, Gen Zers acting like boomers. You got boomers acting like Gen Z. It's weird, dude. That's all, like, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at this point, it's kind of I think it's kind of it's a situation type beat. You know, I think it's a case-by-case basis. That's what I've boiled it down to. I've literally, that's it. I've boiled it down case-by-case basis. But, you know, I got faith. I got faith in the young guys. The young guys, they doing good, bro. Yeah, coin is wicked. It's about to be 150 on that. That is nuts. The fact you said you like Gen Z or you like Space Jam 2, you're not allowed to be Gen Z. Nah, respectfully, I'm allowed to do whatever I want. I figured that one out not too long ago. So y'all just keep doing your thing, but, you know, amen, I'm going to keep doing my thing. I can do whatever I want. I can like whatever I want. That's it. Some people may not like it, but nope. No. That's why it's called personality. It's my person. I make my decisions. Oh. Yeah, Chad. I didn't watch Dumb Money this weekend. I think I told some of you I would. I'm sorry, Be Fire. I love you. But I watched that Jesus movie, The Shift. Oh, it hit, bro. It hit. See, as I was saying, like, you may like it. Some of you may like it. Some of you may not. It's a weird sci-fi take on the story of Job, which blew my mind. But it was good. I loved it. See, you said it's dog shit, not worth the watch. I loved it. I thought it was great. It wasn't the best movie in the sense, but it was like, you know, it had levels it could have reached, but I was solidly, like, that was a good one. It was a good one to watch. It's called The Shift. Yeah, we only checked the trailer. You wanted to watch it and your girlfriend shit on it. Oh, hey, man, good luck. Good luck, sir. 10 years later. NVIDIA coming down. Affirm again. Inspired you to get that social media money. You finally made your first few dollars from TikTok. Let's go, baby. I told you that selling on TikTok is getting very dystopian, but there is the opportunity there. Palantir, wow, that one's interesting. Out of all of the names in small caps that are running up, it's weird that Palantir's coming down. Actually, even ARK just flip red now. So hold on, maybe some of those small caps are going to start giving up around here. Airbnb's coming down. Again, Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA, they're getting clobbered. Again, down anywhere from 1% to 4%. And then Russell, I want to see. I'll be down a double dip Russell, but we had such better pickups on Friday. It's just crazy to think about. ARM. Again, SPY's still at the low here. You might start watching everything come down here. Again, there's a couple of names holding up on the high. Estee Lauder, damn. So I think some of those cosmetic plays from earlier, a couple of the real estate plays are holding up. And banks kinda, but they flipped. Intel and ARM on the low. But we'll see. The cargo ships in the Red Sea. Yeah, people were worried about that over the weekend. I mean, again, they just got rid of the ceasefire stuff, and then we have these issues. But it is going to be, if it escalates, then yeah. But for now, I mean, just remember, it was just about 2 months ago. You had another war started. We reacted for 2 weeks, and then everything went. And then oil dropped $20. Which is crazy. Market needs data and news. SPY is down. Yeah, SPY's down by 0.9 now. NASDAQ's down by 1.4. Dow Jones down by 0.3. And then Russell, it's up. I forgot about EW. That one, actually, damn, we're only down $2 a share on that now. I'll take it. Weed stocks. Yeah, weed stocks are going crazy. You guys just called that one out. Is there news on that? But maybe it's... Yeah, they're already at 7. That's the first breakout in a minute. Dollar cost on the Oxy. There was a... What was it called? There was a report over the weekend about the Occidental jet showing up in Omaha like 3 different times or something. No more earnings. I don't think so. I don't think like you're gonna get a couple of earnings. Oil's on the high right now, but it's not gonna be like what was it? It's not gonna be like your big companies. So I'd probably be more patient into like a couple of weeks. You know, maybe like beginning of January, the big dogs will start coming back out. Again, earnings is right around the corner once again. It's funny. It's just like right when we end earnings, you like have that weird hangover. But then before you know it, I mean, earnings is starting up again. So oil's moving up. Oil's about to go break even on the day, maybe green. Former U.S. President Trump to appeal reinstated gag order in New York civil case. Damn E-Trade. Any news on the Munger will? No. I think they already have it situated. I think Munger, his assets have been directed to a trust where they're going to sell out, like, you know, in increments over the next 10 years. MSOS popping again. Again, more volume on the weed stocks for some reason. I don't know what is going on with those. I think Burt goes and buys the rest. Yeah, I mean, yes, but I don't know if, like, would they be allowed to? I think there's, I feel like there's more to the story, but in short, yes, I do think they can. And speaking of which, what's it called? HA. The bonds just came down. HA back to 1330. Again, the buyout price is 18, but we don't know how much it will be there. Warren Buffett's time is limited. Fear is soon. I mean, dude, I don't know how old Warren Buffett is now, but after seeing Munger, I'm sure, and they, you know, death comes in threes sometimes. So it's very, very sad. Again, I'm sure even Warren Buffett he'd probably thinking about it a little bit more. I hope not, though. I hope not. That'd be crazy. Warren's 93. Yeah, Kissinger was number 2. I forgot about that. Tesla, Nvidia's on the low still. Again, weed stock still at the high. Baidu flushing. Alt on the high. So a couple of names still moving, but for the most part, you are back down to lower than where we started, and it's looking like a pretty ugly day on the NASDAQ. Again, to start off here in the morning, you are getting clobbered. So where does this put us now? You're getting towards, remember, 45.40. Oh, shit. You guys remember that. Like, 45.40 is, like, low. As weird as that may sound, remember, this was, like, that breaking point when we dropped for, like, 2 days. I guess we ended up going up that one day. But, yeah, I'd watch out there. So you're about 10 points away from one of these levels. Man, you guys are so close to pump it up. It's like you jinxed it. Less than a point away from it. It's wild. It's wild. They got so close to pumping it out. You guys just had to do something, man. You know, you just had to. You just had to. You guys just had to. Y'all had to just party before we hit it. Y'all really were about that life. It's good, man. It's cool. Weed is in some technicals. and some conferences wrapped up. My 4600 hypeness cost you money, bro. Do you not realize, like, I have a show, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you a show. I gave what the people wanted, but I warned all of you every time. I have even at one point, I tried to eliminate Pump It Up. I told you guys, and then I said, which one do you guys want? And then I gave it to a vote, and the chat voted, man. So, and then again, even on the way, I did you don't remember me shorting when I told you guys, I said, don't celebrate too early. And I shorted an ES. I was trying to, like, I was messing around, but I was trying to show you, like, maybe watch what happens. But nah, man, y'all, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Kramer mentioned stocks need to climb before the Magnificent Seven keep moving up. Is that what's happening? No, I think it's cyclical rotation. That's it. It's right now you have front runners and people trying to front run a cyclical rotation, and there's people who know it's not confirmed and people who don't care and they think it will be confirmed. So that's all I see right now. That's like, again, look around. The Russell is still up. The Russell is doing great today. You're watching all these other names move, and why? It's again, the thing even on the way down, calming down. I think it has to do with rate hikes and expectations and what happens and moving into the next stage and cycle in the next year. If the market is going to have a favorable economic cycle here, people are going to like that, and that's what I see moving. But at the same time, if everybody is wrong, we're fucked. Let me say that one more time. If hard landing or soft landing is wrong, there is no cyclical rotation, the rates, the data do not support, we are screwed so bad coming into next year. But as of now, it's going to be one or the other. Either everybody and their mother gets a benefit off of a cyclical rotation, or again, those who are part of the cycle, or it's going to start, we go back to the nightmare and volatility of last year or even this year with the rates and everything else. Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. When we're saying cyclical rotation, shifting from large caps to the Russell, that's what it is. But the thing about cyclical rotation, it's not just like about an index. You know what I'm saying? Like Nike is a cyclical stock to a degree. Starbucks is a cyclical stock. Intel, in its own way, chip makers are kind of cyclical. Why? Because, again, if the economic cycle is supportive, people are going to behave in a certain way, and it allows people to do certain things. So a lot of consumer stocks are often cyclical. But it's just like people are moving into these names, and again, a lot of them have been beaten down. But if it's about to be soft landing, easy money policy, lower rates, people want that dog shit now. And then again, like we said on the watch list yesterday, this is a huge point. I hate it, but it's kind of true. What is happening in 2024, Jadadonia? You're gonna love it. You're gonna hate it and love it at the same time. Some of you. I'll tell you the prophecy. Whoever I hand the like button to, by this time next year, you're gonna hate me. I know for a fact you will hate me completely. Some of you already it's because of the election. So literally, it's gonna be an election year. It's gonna be a lot of hype, paranoia. But the way people are looking at it for the stock market is that the election is going to lead to stimulus. That's what people on Wall Street are saying. They're literally saying that we're going to get more stimulus leading into the election as people want to advocate their side. Again, even Donald Trump did it, if you don't remember. You don't remember Donald Trump's last-ditch stimulus check? DraftKings down 3.5. Yeah, they're flushing Shopify, Apple, Take-Two, bonds, and stocks at the lows. It's not gonna be what you think though. So it's not gonna be like stimulus. Like they're not gonna send you a check, bro. But more so, they're gonna announce things by the end of the year to pump certain industries. They're going to announce certain deals. You know what I'm saying? They're probably going to hire a bunch of government people, maybe student loans. Yeah, stuff like that. that will spur the economy, but creating economic activity more or less. Infrastructure spending, exactly. But it's not going to be a check like last time. You said, yeah, that's stupid. And then you're like, student loan, I'm down for. Damn, you switched up quick, dog. That's it, bro. You were all about the principles until you're like, what? Fuck that. I got student loan too, though. So hold up. Just makes that all of that stupid. But I student loan is not too bad of an idea. So government spending to inflate GDP, yeah, pretty much. So that's where people are coming into this next year. And then not to mention you're going to get more, I'm sure you're going to hear more about abortion, police brutality, and every issue you thought you haven't heard of is all going to get smacked into next year, mixed in with some stimulus, and then everybody on Wall Street telling you they're cutting rates 18 times. You're like, how does that even make sense? See, and that's the part of today where some of you guys are like, well, what's going on? And we're talking about aggressive rate cuts being priced in at this point. If Wall Street keeps doing this, Wall Street's going to be pricing in 20 rate cuts, and there's not even 20 rate cuts to be had. That's the irony. Do you see what we mean by overly aggressive? Once Wall Street gets ahead of itself, it starts getting crazy. It's pricing in invisible things, and now it's like, fuck it, we're going to cut by tomorrow just off of everybody getting that certain amount of momentum. Are we bearish now? No, we're painfully neutral with just holding your long term and collecting your yield, and I just approaching with caution. Again, it's like, dude, I mean, it's you guys have saw it. Just it's just how quickly even everybody could turn bearish. I mean, you saw what happened last 2 months ago. October and the rates was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really was, because it got so scary with the rates, and then now look at what happened. Nobody cares. So it's just, that's why it's like, it's either we're going to get a hard landing or a soft landing. I don't believe in soft landing, but then again, I mean, I hold a long term, and I'm going to, and maybe they're able to still push it out for another year, which will be phenomenal. But at the end of the day, it's I still think that's why I think painfully neutral. We're approaching a fork in the road, more or less, but we're still on a we're still in the slow lane. If what you're saying is true, the market could keep going up, then collapse after the elections, possibly. I mean, if it's a Republican win, I wouldn't be surprised about the recession, but at the same time, a Democratic win, I don't think, again, but I think Democratic win means more inflation. I think Republican win means recession. So if you want to play that type of beat towards it, and again, that's the same political theory I've shared with you. I'll get you guys the book for next year. I'll have many political lessons for you. Don't worry, we'll go straight from a book. Don't worry, it'll be good for you. Russian Putin tells foreign ambassadors Russia and Germany cooperation was disrupted by Nord Stream blast. Bro, bonds hitting another low. Maybe we should have held it. Remember, there's no. I cut out. This is where I cut out the bond play on Friday. Interesting. Euro getting smacked. I don't know whether even Lagarde said some stuff, but honestly, they're not bad. Like Euro, Germany, everywhere else, not too bad. Then the key went down by 0.5. Again, China, the currencies are getting killed. The pound is destroyed. That's at my 0.7. You said that. I've heard that presidents have little influence on the economy. It's not just about the president. It's about the the constituency and like who's winning, the winning party. It's beyond just one person. But we'll have that talk a little later. You don't have sound. You can't hear me. No. Just keep buying, market rigged. I mean, long term, no matter what. That's it. That's why it's like I said it, bro. Just the long term is anti FOMO. And I even think after some of you now, this is like your third time doing this. This is your third time of the long term getting smacked and then rocketing right back up. And then you're getting to see the world change. You're adding to it. So no matter what, like, again, I don't think, if you are a long-term investor, I really don't think you have any worries. Just like you've seen it so much now, and now your cash pays you to wait as well. You see it, you're either if there's no landing and the Goldilocks comes true, you're gonna love it. You know what I'm saying? And if it doesn't, you're probably gonna find all of the names you want to buy, and you're gonna get them at a good price until the next Goldilocks opportunity comes back up. But that's pretty much it. So it's just depending on where your priority and focus is and how reactive you are. I mean, the level of worry is very different depending on who you ask. So I think long term is going to be chill. But that's why I'm saying it's like whichever way we go from here. I told you guys, I've been saying it a lot lately. It may be getting annoying, but we're going to find out all the answers in the next 2 weeks. After this week and next week, we'll have a good idea coming into next year. And then at that point, we'll see where the data takes us. Bonds hitting low, reach that high, which is good. Feels like a good entry. Are you talking on the day or the long term? You can find your entries every single day. For the long, I'm waiting for a Russell to come down. I mean, SPY and NASDAQ possibly, but I think Russell is going to outperform, I think, in December. No matter what, just unless there's like really bad signs of the what's it called? Like really bad signs through the data. I think the Russell should outperform. Like it was the, what's it called? Like the Dow did a year or two ago. Oh, Marcus Hanlon. Apple put profits, baby. God bless you, my friend. Oh, no. Let's go. Amen. You buy any properties in where was it? Montana? No. I got a lot of Indiana, Ohio, and Texas this year. And then I did a couple of flips in Cali. But other than that, definitely Indiana was my number one purchases of units. I love Indiana. But Ohio, not bad too. Ohio comes in close. Papa Edgar, you saw him on Friday, baby. His name Marcus Hanlon, baby. He said the member gifted me. Now I gift memberships. That's how I started my journey. Do I do promotions? Like what do you mean? Like house promotions? Like in Indiana, my daughter goes to college there. It's a good spot. I mean, obviously, don't go to Gary, Indiana, but maybe you could. But it has not been bad. You think I should buy my first investment property in Indiana? Yes and no. I like I said, I think I've been saying it for a while now. I've been telling you guys about this area. I told you the talks I've had with my friend about it. I wanted my friend to go get his first property there, but it depends where you live. So it's going to be a little bit of work. That's the only issue. So if it is going to be if it's going to be like really far from you, you might have to go out there, your first property, you're going to want to see it, So it's going to have a little bit of work involved, but I do think it's manageable. Michigan, too. Honestly, we need to get one in Michigan. There's been some good, cheaper ones there. But Indiana has my heart. It's a good place. And just affordable, and my tenants there have never given me problems. Just fortunately. Look at Missoula, Boot, and Helena. Cheap properties. Yeah, we have cool real estate out there. Michael's out in Montana, and I've only heard good things about Montana. It's actually closer to me. New subscriber moved to Ohio from Cali, baby. Was it take on cybersecurity in the AI world? Oh, well, it's important now, even beyond AI. I don't know if you've seen it. And then, the big news this year, especially coming into next year, is that companies will be required to disclose like hacks. So AI, I mean, I don't know. Does anybody know if they're making an AI like security guard? But other than that, I think the two are just very important. And I don't know if you can you have AI without good cybersecurity? I mean, just think about that. Michael needs inspections. Hit him up. Talking coal real estate. Remember, like I told you, get out there. But that's the best way. I could type him up an email, but I think I did. I forwarded him the email last time. You should get on the Wednesday call, introduce yourself. Say, hey, I got y'all in Montana. I'm an inspector. What's up, man? In every week, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Low-key want to squat at Josh's Texas rental and hear him speak his misadventures on stream. It's a slow Monday. You'd have to deal with the tenants. Unless, did you guys see that? Apparently now, like, streamers are doing live events. So, like, apparently, like, there's streamers who are renting out arenas and then setting up their computer on the stage with like a green screen behind them, and then they stream live in front of an audience. Yeah. It's happening, Chad. It's the new wave, bro. It's the new way. I think iShowSpeed did it. And like literally like it's like live event streaming. And they're like, well, it's not weird. They're like, it's you go watch performers, so it's like music. It's like a basketball game. No, man, that's where it starts. Yeah, it was. No, Speed's the one who did it. And then I think there's a couple more. No, they still stream live, but then they stream live with a live audience. So that would be like if I invited you all and you watched me, like I'm still streaming online, but then you would just see me in front of my computer. There's a new Forex leverage SPY ETN that's about to launch. Ooh. The last time I remember the ETN though, that like exploded back in the day. EYPT drop in. That's the wet AMD drug. Where's Outlook? And then bonds still about to go lower here. SPY chilled out here towards the bottom. I'm surprised Outlook didn't die. That's crazy. It's already dead, but like, then again, when the wet AMD approved. Tesla. So Snap was in the green. Snap is still in the green. Where's Uber? Uber 60. Where is it? Bro, I need to call damn E-Trade, bro. I don't want to be on the line with them. They're awful. Where did you pick up your financial knowledge, especially when it comes to Fed and messaging? I mean, I studied. I don't have a degree in anything financial, believe it or not. But I was always looking into it, and quite frankly, experience. I mean, it's just I've watched 1,000 hours of Powell minimum, probably. Let alone, like even then when Janet Yellen was the Fed speaker, I would watch her too. So that's why above all else, we have a lot of fun here and we do a lot of different things, but it's just like every day, every hour, I've been exposed to the market, and you see it, sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. I've learned from success. I've learned even more from the failure of it, but I'm telling you, the hours that you put in, again, like I've encountered a lot of people. So, some of y'all first came into the Chad, you were just like a little puppy Chad, you know what I'm saying? And then after enough time, I mean, you understand it. Again, reading, someone said reading. Yes, reading is a very, very important tool. Amen. Amen. Wow, shout out to my daughter, Leanna. Freshman and future business leader and long term. Wow. She's a freshman now? Dude, that's crazy, man. Congratulations. Let's go, Liana. Hard. That's it. That's crazy. I started in, it was like right before around freshman year. I started investing. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. And the long term looking good. Long term looking good. Reading what though? Reading about the economy. Reading about, like I've told you, I've studied political economics. That's where it gave me a lot of things. But I'll tell you, go your local university. So if you're in San Diego, SDSU. If you're in LA, you could probably even find UCLA, or you go like CSU, Long Beach, or somewhere. I don't know. You don't even have to go there. But what you really have to do is go take an Econ 101 course. Go find the Econ 101 book and start there. And if you read Econ 101 and you could go through the material, that will explain so much to you. And then go find you a book on political economics. And then from there, I'm sure you're going to be exposed to everything that it should lead you down a rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? So when I first learned economics, I'm like, who is Friedman? Again, even in philosophy, I got to learn about Adam Smith and people like that, but it should lead you down a rabbit hole and hey, what does that mean? What is this? What's this topic? Oh, wow. Wait, what's supply and demand? How is this what's Keynesian economics? Who are these people? And then, before you know it, you'll be able to educate yourself nicely, and not to mention all of this stuff that is available on the internet now. You have access. Investopedia is a great source. I mean, I could help you with a lot of stuff too, but there's so many other websites out there. The percentage of successful traders is quite low, I believe, but I mean, I don't know where the stats come from. I know there's only one real stat. It's realized losses and unrealized losses. I think Bank of America takes a survey, and that's how you could probably determine it. But I mean, so far, I feel like it's kind of been the urban legend that 9 out of 10 traders fail. I don't know, maybe you've heard that, but long term always wins. Sean, baby, let's go. 36 months. Oh my goodness. Oh, Arda. Oh my goodness. God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, you should read Richest Man of Babylon and read Intelligent Investor too. That's a good one to learn the mentality, but it's very dense. That's what, honestly, it's so sad, bro. I've been recommending the book Intelligent Investor for almost 10 years. And in the last 2 years, more and more the people I've recommended it to, they hate it because they're like, I can't understand it. But it wasn't like that a couple years ago. But it's a dense book. It's about the mindset, and it's really, I'm telling you, I've learned I've learned a tremendous amount from that book. And I'm telling you, Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham, it's so good. There's so much to get out of that book, but it's a very dense, hard read, but it has a lot of things in there. There's no accurate statistics. I think it's again, it's Bank of America or Morgan Stanley. They have just unrealized losses and then realized losses or gains, and that's how they view it. But I think it's very, Again, we've heard the rumors over the years, but it's very hard to find a real stat beyond that, besides realized and unrealized losses, that tells you how many traders make it and don't. You thought Intelligent Investor was for day traders? No. It shits on day trading, actually. It talks about speculation. But then again, the thing is, though, it will expose you to concepts. That's like exactly what I'm trying to say here. It starts with one good book, one set of good information, start with a good foundation, and usually it should expose you to a lot of different things. So that's, again, Intelligent Investor will expose you to several different topics of investing. As educational, we told teachers you must show it 7 times for them to understand and remember. Yeah, man, 7 times to read Intelligent Investor. It's a big book, but I love it. I'm telling you. I think some of you, if you've never cracked it open, give it a shot. Any sales or psychology book recommendations? I think Leader with No Title by Robin Sharma is a good place to start. My best play of 2023 so far? I don't know. I think a random bond future on one of the upsides, but then again, like biggest percentage, we hit like a 2,000 or 3,000 percenter. And then I like the ARC one. I think that one was just cool. And then just several doubles and base hits off of like China plays and stuff like that. And then Bill. Yeah, Bill, actually. Bill has been a fucking, I thank God for it, but shit. And then worst play was Rite Aid and then NQ futures. Honestly, without those 2 plays, it wouldn't have been that bad. But then again, I went crazy on those 2. So we're going to even finalize all that here in a couple of days. Do you have a book recommendation for young teens or kids? I mean, I was like 18 years old when I read Richest Man in Babylon. I don't know if that counts. Other than that, I don't know, actually. I really don't know for like young like stock books. I read the Jim Cramer book when I was 14, but that's just because like we were poor and I wanted to get rich. So you know what I'm saying? Like I was trying to grow up real fast. That explains so much joking. I don't even know why it would be offensive, but I'm going to put you on the BBB list just because of Proverbs last week when we read that whole thing. That's usually a sign of just fuckery. So it's dangerous. That's what didn't they say that's more dangerous than not? I don't know. You tell me. Wondering for your 9 and 4. I don't know. Give the 14-year-old the Jim Cramer book. Get him a Jim Cramer book. They're just like, that's the one I read, but then like maybe Richest Man in Babylon. It depends though. Like you gotta like tell him you're poor. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta tell little man, be like, hey man, we need you to start chipping in here. So you gotta start learning this stuff. That's the only thing I could think about. That's why you got to be careful here. You don't have to be careful. You just have to be respectful. Big difference. Big difference. You know, and even then on Friday, you guys are like, Josh, I thought you quit YouTube. Like, you got to think about it. Why would I did that to the Twitch before, you know, but like it was just not productive on Friday. And like, honestly, I did it for a lot of you guys. I didn't want you guys to look like that. Like, honest, like, you know, for real, like a lot of y'all, I was very shocked And like I was just spending so much time banning people. A lot of members got banned, like all across the board. So I was just like, yeah, bro, y'all really turned into a mob. I don't know what you thought was happening, and I was very disappointed, bro. I was very, very disappointed. And again, though, you are all adults, but like I don't want to be around that, so I turned it off. I went to the Twitch. I did that same thing with them too. Yeah, bro, and like I did it for you guys though, for real. Like I don't want you guys looking like that. Yeah, like it was foolish, unproductive. We went 4 for 4 on the plays there that day. We had open. There were so many good things, and just to lose sight of all of it and just totally miss the mark. And then like the worst was like the people, and I really caution you guys. And I'm not gonna do anything to you. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying this as like, for real, like if you want respect in this world, and you want success, and you want certain things, like the one thing I saw that made me just face palm so hard was like the very ingenuine people who are like, no, honestly, I have a question. And like, you know what I mean? They try to play a game where it was like, I was like, come on, like, I hope you realize people see right through that. Like it wasn't like, and it's so, it just, yeah, it wasn't looking good. And I just, I was like, all right, man, and then again, the Twitch was on the whole entire time, and their conversation it was very productive. So yeah, but just all in all, that's what I was saying. Like you're saying it's this, it's that, but you guys got to be respectful. But I hope all of you who are adults, like just I don't know what you expect back, but you have your responsibility to hold it down. And at the same time, don't cry about it though. If you put something out into the world and don't get back good, you shouldn't be shocked. You will reap what you sow, 1,000%. So amen. That's because we're awesome. Twitch did very good, man. I'm telling you, I was shocked that Twitch had nothing to do with it. My views on Tesla. I think it's gonna. I think the Cybertruck. I don't know if we're gonna get more info, but I think that was kind of its own little event. But until we get some Cybertruck numbers, I don't think it's gonna do anything too crazy. And why Twitch is still a stepchild. You want me to tell you why? Because you guys are going to do the exact opposite in like 5 to 7 days. Almost guaranteed. Anytime I like give props to the Twitch, y'all degrade so fast. The next like week it gets insane. So we'll see, man. We'll see what happens. But otherwise, that would be the reason. What should you do with Netflix 450 1215 put? Wasn't there Netflix news? That was like the AT&T thing. I mean, you're right there. Are you up on it? I feel like you would be. Dow Jones is annoying. Russell's coming down. I think Russell is the only one. But even then, Russell's barely. Futures are negative on the Russell. The index is in the green. And then Uber back down to 59. That was fun while it lasted. Still up 3%, but again, it was up 6. Apple down 1.7. All your big tech is really, really down. Major banks shutting down safety deposit boxes. Where did you hear that? I have not heard about that. December's seasonality is bullish, but we are going to get to experience some tax selling here. We'll see what people do, and then obviously just the data. And then the bonds, which makes it weird. Pfizer Canada, Litfulo, Ritilectinib is approved for adults and adolescents over 12 for the treatment of severe alopecia. Pfizer. I got mad. No, I got mad at I didn't want everybody to talk about anything. I wanted you guys to focus on the stock market, and that's it. Everybody chose to just bring up all these. You got everybody who's, honestly, I said it to the Twitch. Sadly, the Twitch is less immune to political talking points. Everybody just turned into a puppet. It was fucking crazy. I'm telling you. So again, and that's why I said, like, it's just, I was banning people. Then one person says something and people start fighting, and then they bring something was not even relevant, and then somebody brings up something, and then another person supports them, and then another person goes on the end, like, and that's why I said everybody, it wasn't productive, and everybody was making a fool of themselves. So I turned it off. I didn't want to be there. I didn't really vibe with it at all. I was doing my thing. So I just went to the Twitch. And I think it'll always be like that. I hope all of you have that maturity and focus on what needs to be focused on. Otherwise, you guys go find a political chat. Go find somewhere if you want to attack people back and forth, or listen to something and just be rude and bring up other things. And it turned into, it was just one domino after the next, no matter what was happening. And it was just, I was spending more time banning people than doing what I wanted to do. So why would I do that? So again, I apologize to all of you, and I hope everybody feels good about what happened. But also, if you didn't like it, I do apologize. But at the same time, it's like, I personally am not gonna put up with it. If I'll do it, I will do it again. I've done it to the Twitch. I'll do it. If I don't want to be there, and if it's not with my vibe, my energy, I was banning members, bro. I felt bad. That's what I'm saying. I did it for you. I felt I was gonna ban everybody. That's also like, I'll just ban myself and turn it off. Call it a day. And then again, there's no excuse, because there was a whole damn chat with another 1,000 people that was not saying a single word any of you were saying. You know what that's it. Like, call it whatever you want. You could justify, you say, Josh, you did this, you were unfair, but it's like, okay, great. But all I know is there was another large sample size that did not participate at all and keenly avoided everything. And that's all it is. And that right there was what we should be on every day, especially coming into a year like next year. So that's it. I think some people, it was very toxic. And that's why I said, I don't want to be there. I rebuked it, bro. I left. And I encourage you to do the same thing. Again, I've always told you, you don't like something, leave. And that's exactly how I felt that day. And then again, I'm thankful there was a place that didn't have that. And, and it was amazing. It was amazing. So, yeah. For what it's worth, anecdotally, my work switched to UNH for healthcare. It's cheaper. UNH is really good. I've had good experiences with United Health. Did I get the scarf email? No, I haven't checked my email all weekend. I chilled. I haven't even this morning. I've been vibing. I'm vibing. Just sell me your channel if you're done with YouTube. I don't think you'd do anything with it, honestly. Sorry. Y'all, that's what I'm saying. One day of y'all just you're like, are you quitting? Are you done with it? No. The peach will arrive. The peach will arrive. I just typed in HYFR like it was a stock. Yeah, I was like, wait, isn't there one like HY? There's HYFI, AB high yield. Gold, I don't know. Gold's a trip. I think it's all of the rate stuff. So maybe we could have the talk again. We're going to keep talking about it. But it's literally like, I think it was aggressive rate cut odds. And then we topped out, and then we were up a little bit in the morning, believe it or not. And then all of a sudden, everything just, whoop, it just flew the other way. By the dip, we're ripping after the non-farm, maybe after CPI. So that's the thing. You got to realize this week is non-farms. It's going to move us around. We'll see how everybody is. But then the next level is going to be the next level will be CPI. And then after that, it's Jerome Powell. So, but then literally, I think day after CPI is Powell. CPI is next week. That's it. Next week is Powell and CPI. I think CPI is on the 13th or the 11th or the 12th. And then Powell's on the 15th. I'll double check. I'm just eyeballing it. So, why am I hitting up your wife on Instagram, asking her about her portfolio and sending rocket emojis? Sus. Yeah, man. I don't know how to tell you this. It's sad that you think I would do that, but and again, I don't know if it was your wife, maybe back in the past, if she didn't clearly outline it, but that can happen. And I apologize, but at the same time, that's probably fake, Josh. Yeah, so you should report it. I don't really ask people for anything, let alone talk to people on like Instagram. I don't think he's messing with me. It's probably a fake. It's probably the fake Josh. So, yeah, you have 1 week. December 13th is the Fed, so that means CPI is going to be earlier than that. So I think CPI will be on so Powell's going to be on Wednesday, and I think CPI might be on Tuesday. Yeah, there it is. It's a real Josh IG. Maybe you got hacked. No. Go look at the pictures where they all just posted. That's how you'll know. No, there was a new guy in the stream almost fell for it the other day. So I guess we got a couple of new people popping in and out, but they follow me on Instagram, and then sure enough, that's what happens. Well, you don't have to look at the spelling. Look at the pictures. So, like, if you you'll see that they were all just posted. Yeah, dot plot. That's the thing about the Fed, is that it's one thing about what Powell says, but it's another that the dot plot comes out. That is the main event of all of it. So it's not like literally, I don't even care what Powell says, but the dot plot is the key. I miss Fake Josh. Fake Josh will hype you up, yeah. He'll make you feel like you're getting in on something, you know. But other than that, just don't fall for it. NVIDIA long term, is it still like, what price is it at? I mean, I don't know about long term, but I'd like to flip it. I mean, 450. You're right in the middle. I mean, NVIDIA's price hasn't changed in 3 months now, 4 months. My prediction for the dot plot, I don't know. I have no idea now. Because remember, last time the dot plot was crazy. Last time the dot plot was saying they could either cut or raise to 4.8, but if they lower it, that'll be very, very bullish. Yeah, the fake jobs. It's weird. Dude, even Facebook, I told you, they came out with a new feature. It was like, these accounts are similar to yours. Would you like, and it looks like they may be copying you. Would you like to report them? And I report them. And then the next day it says, we found nothing wrong with this account. I'm like, what the fuck? This is stupid. So good luck out there. But yeah, be safe. Be safe, Chad. Be safe. Facebook's crazy. But speaking of Facebook, you guys heard the news, right? You know, Mark Zuckerberg sold shares today, or he's going to. So, like, and this is, I think this is like, it's outside of his schedule. I think this is the first time Zuckerberg has sold shares in 2 years, I believe. Where is it? Yeah, Zuckerberg registers 28,000 of Meta platforms. Yeah, it's not even a planned. It's not even like a planned filing. So like he's adding them. So it's not like this is beyond just your schedule or 40. What is it? 41B5. That's his Christmas bonus for getting. I think he's just. It's from his piggy bank. I don't think it's like added shares. It's just shares he had. They weren't there, but he is. I think he's registering to sell them beyond his normal trading plan. I don't know if you. Well, that's what people were saying. They don't know if you're concerned on it or not. Is he just taking money out? Is he doing it because he sees something? Does he think it's time to ring the register? There's a lot of things, but that's why they are down a little bit harder than not today. Fund his lizard peel. They're expensive. Cass waiting for CPI. Well, you'll wait till Tuesday again, and right after CPI, you get Powell. So, but that's it. Like this whole week, it's going to be the Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we got enjoy today while it lasts, Chad. It is Monday, so we'll see how it goes on. But at the end of the day, man, this before you know it, we're gonna get this week, and then Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's like the left, right hook, and then uppercut. So we'll find out what happens. I'm thinking he's taking money out, or he's going to try to buy something or build something. I don't know. But it's definitely, it caught people's attention. It was like when just a couple of weeks ago, you don't remember Jamie Dimon doing the same thing? He registered shares that he said we're going to sell them next year or whatever. That's pretty much what Zuckerberg did here just a couple days ago. I think the filing was for December 1st. What's up with tinfoil? There's no tinfoil. There's that thing in China, but they said it's not mystery. But I don't know if you believe them. Other than that, I don't know what the tin is. I think the tin is you're gonna get stimulus pump for next year's election. I don't know. It's the best I got for you right now. GME in the movie Dumb Money. I have, again, a lot of people have talked about it. I've heard about that a lot, but I've yet to watch the movie. And then it's part of the cyclicals, though, too. These small caps are holding up. Russell's coming back up. We're still up on Russell for the day, which is mind-blowing. So that means even the Russell is, at least this thing is continuing. It closed up high and you're going higher. This is the only one for now, but that would explain your GameStops and everything else going up like that. I don't know. I think NASDAQ and SPY are going to be in their own little world, but I'm bullish on the Russell for December. But until, I guess, I could change my mind in the next 2 weeks, though. And why? Because if that data comes in awful, everything will get crushed. Then I don't know if it'll stop this cyclical rotation in its tracks. But for now, that seems to be the winner. Oh, man. 9 minutes till Euro close. No data today. There's like 3-month, 6-month bond auctions. No one's going to care about them. But no, data's over for now. That's it. You might, again, I'd watch out for like war headlines. People were talking about the Red Sea. People talking deflation. Bitcoin's probably going to move a little bit more. Maybe some oil moves. But no data for today. Tomorrow, ISM services and then JOLTS jobs opening. So that's going to be that'll have more action than this. And then Wednesday, I think jobless claims and then private payrolls. No, that's it. All bond auctions seem to be important. They are if they have a longer tenure. So 3-month, 6-month bond auctions are not that important because it is short-term capital, and there's a lot of demand for that. So it's not like, again, both from the Fed down to reverse repos and investors. So the 3-month, 6-month auctions usually, again, the rate is fixed for the most part. It's not going to move too much. So they don't draw the same attention. And again, not to mention, it's not like bond auctions used to get our attention. So that being said, I'd focus on like 2-year auctions maybe, but then like 5, 7, 10, 15, 20, all the longer duration ones. Those are the ones that really have been catching people. Fuel prices can predict CPI, or they could impact it, not predict it. But as of lately, there's been a very, very fine gap. Did I understand correctly from the watch list that you're relatively bullish? No. Maybe I should reiterate that. But I was sharing with you guys what Wall Street was saying over the note. So there was a Bank of America note over the weekend, and it was discussing, again, how some people are feeling bullish till Valentine's Day. And I was showing you the reasons why in the Fed futures, but I said it earlier today. Maybe I'll make it clear on the watch list. I'm painfully neutral. I think we're approaching a fork in the road. I think long-term, I'm not against that, but it's looking like we're going to get a soft landing, but I just don't believe it naturally. And if we do get it, all of these bullish things are going to come true, if that makes any sense. The Roaring 20s. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. We got push-ups here in a little bit. We'll do that when we get back. And then SPY's moving. SPY's moving. All right, I will BRB.
Has been on the uptick.
Lee, if we were to see a ship being significantly damaged, though, if we were to see an oil tanker spilling crude, for instance, as a result of a drone attack, how would that change the narrative? At the moment, the attacks have caused relatively little damage, and we are seeing drones being shot down by US and other naval vessels. If we were to see a ship being significantly damaged, would that change the narrative relatively quickly? We've seen in the past shipping routes have to kind of turn on a dime, and I'm wondering whether you think there's any kind of risk of that in this situation.
Well, I think that like the players that are involved, the pirates, if you will, I mean, their number one goal is to make money, and you can't make money with damaged ships. So they want to attack a ship, control a ship, and then ransom the ship. And because not only is the ship worth a lot of money, but whatever the ship is carrying, whether it's crude oil or T-shirts, are worth a considerable amount of money. So that's the number one goal. It's not to necessarily damage or sink a ship. So So I think that's something to consider when we're thinking about this. It's not like, these ships are going to be sunk or hit a mine. Let's hope that doesn't happen. So I think there's a financial interest that these pirates have. Again, we've heard that some of them are the Houthi rebels, which are backed by Iran, and they're just trying to create more chaos in the region. Kind of on the heels of the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
Lee, thanks for the update. Really appreciate it. Lee Klaskow joining us from Bloomberg Intelligence. European equity markets are about to close. I want to talk about some of the stocks that are on the move. Seem to keep coming back to this one. Rolls-Royce hitting another 52-week high, powering to that fresh high on the back, basically, of JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, adding their voices to what has been a chorus of bullish calls on this stock. The stock is now up circa 200% this year. So basically what you've had here is JP Morgan upgrading the stock of the jet engine maker. It's taken it to overweight. That comes from neutral. Goldman Sachs has started the stock today as a buy.
As a buy. They're talking about the European shares. Again, the U.S. shares don't trade the same for Rolls-Royce. The bullish calls. JP Morgan with the pumps today, man. They said Carvana. They said, we think it's good. Cake for the long term. Didn't you ask me this one last time? If you really believe in Cheesecake Factory, if it's a big part of your life, I think you could throw in a couple shares, but I would rather take like a Wingstop, maybe even like a Starbucks or a McDonald's. Those are like the food plays that I like, but even then I don't even have any of them because usually Starbucks was the only one we missed out on. We could have scooped Starbies at like $60 or whatever. What was it at? Starbucks, yeah, 70. That was a steal. The dividend was super low, though, still. But, yeah, Chipotle, like, you want this stuff with high margin and very, very growth, like big growth. I don't know, dude. Cheesecake factories. Like, it's as old as Joe's Crab Shack. But, like, are they growing the same way? But then again, I feel like Cheesecake factories pop up at every mall. But I would, I prefer the other ones. Well, it's up to you. Not a recommendation for sure. Ready to talk discount names? Always, man. I got money in the long term ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Like this time, it's like it's in Bill right now. We got it chilling in Bill, but the question is, do we buy something or not? I mean, we could get Disney. We're actually up on that. I think PayPal's right at our break even, a little lower. I like Pfizer. I have been watching Pfizer a lot, but I do think Pfizer needs to figure some shit out. So, but yeah, I still like 3M. And then I still like cash. That's the issue. Walgreens too. CRM's 2 up. I mean, again, I wouldn't be. You saw it like in your long term. Those like bargain bin high flying tech. I mean, we profited heavy off of those, but like I don't know about buying them. Like CRM already recovered. So I don't know if I'd want to add that one. Baba, I like Baba. I really do. I think it comes with a lot of risk, but then again, I mean, it is Alibaba. But the weird part is there's like bigger names now in China, which is I never thought I'd see a company in China bigger than Alibaba. I've thought about looking at Eli Lilly since 2019, man, a lot, even with Ozempic and all that, but it's just it's a high flyer. So that's the one. If we really want to chase the trade, you know, I've always said, I was like, you know, it's a high price, but as long as you're going to buy it like 5 more times, then you could go for the chase if you want. It's a good company. It's just at a very high premium. That's all. But then again, sometimes that premium will never come down. And that's kind of been my story with them. China is scary to invest in. Yeah, and just the fact, like I'm saying, it's just, you know, they were the trailblazer. They took all of the arrows in the back for all of these China names. But like I never thought there would be another company in China with a bigger market cap than Alibaba. I never thought, because Alibaba is massive, and they always have been. And like it just, so I'm like, wow, to think that Alibaba is not your highest market cap company, and that now there's other companies with like sales that are catching up. It's the weirdest thing ever. Paramount, oh, we have some, I think, right? We got it at like AT&T. But I got to check the price. I mean, I think they're decent. Again, like Paramount and some of these studios and providers are good. It's a lot of competition. I mean, you see what's going on with Disney. OPEC cuts can absolutely go beyond 1/4, Saudi energy minister says. Hitting in red. You see signs oil demand is improving. Minister says can trust Russia and UAE complying with pledges. Nobody else. Oil's catching a candle off. It's still red. Again, it was barely red here today. But then again, it's been a tough move for oil the last couple of days. Cake. Oh, wait. Cake has more than just Cheesecake Factory? Really? Novo gets court okay to acquire Ophir collection for $60 million. And then watch oil. Keep your eye on that one. Novo. Yeah, but like Novo is still at 100. Again, that's like I feel like that's the cheaper Eli if you want to chase it. But either way, I like the long term. I don't know. I'm liking how it is, but I do have some capital to put there. What did you have in mind, bro? Pixelated. What did you have, man? What's your value plays you looking for? CMG, I don't know its value, but that's a good restaurant. Somebody was asking me about cake. Cake. You were trying to buy cheap Ozempic in Mexico to flip? Jeez, dude. Don't tell me that. You realize you're like, yo, I'm trying to buy drugs that are legal in Mexico and then sell them in America where they are illegal without a prescription. Like, bro, you can't be flipping Ozempic like that. Like, did you say you weren't a fan of CRISPR or Corsair? Corsair. I like Corsair, but I don't know how much upside they have. CRISPR, I like just the price. And then the back and forth. That technology is good, though. Recently, it just ran. You saw Ozempic on Facebook Marketplace? Yeah, that's not. I think you do need a prescription for it, or I don't like it. It's an injectable. So, like, even then, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, don't be selling those street injectables. Like, what? Hold up. It's getting out of hand. Sounds like my man's an entrepreneur. Once you quit, have you added any foods to your morning routine? I have. I'm a weirdo now. I eat cereal. So that's why because then I take a lot of B12, because like B12 and food give you a lot of energy. But I've been eating like cereal in the mornings if I don't feel too poopy or gassy. But yeah, so no caffeine in the morning. But yeah, in the morning I eat cereal. I had Honey Bunches of Oats this morning. They hit. I haven't had Honey Bunches of Oats in a while. I didn't like. I had this other like chocolate. It's so bad though, bro, because I don't like eating in the morning still to this day. But like, dude, like, it's. I explained this to my mom. Like, I'll eat like some chocolatey ass cereal. Like, there was one cereal I had, and it was just filled with. It was like a chocolate brownie filled with like chocolate sauce. Yeah, cereal low key do make. I've been like my weight. I haven't gained weight, but like I'm definitely not losing weight, even though I don't eat because I'm eating one extra thing. But it's a lot of sugar. But like I like the like if it's sweet, it tastes good. because like I don't like to eat in the morning. So if it doesn't taste like candy, I can't eat it. But Honey Bunches of Oats goes hard. Speaking of which, I'm gonna down me another B12. There are side effects of taking too much B12. Really? I didn't know. I take a lot of B12 because don't they say like orally, you don't really get as much. Headache, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, fatigue or weakness, tingling sensations. No, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Renee Lord, oh, what I am. Weird sound stuff like cereals could be contributing to your hair loss. I think it's because I wore a hat. I wore a hat a lot this year. And then again, like, I had a bunch of people die. It was a very stressful year for me. I didn't even deal with a couple of psychos. But it's, I think that's why my hair got messed up even more. But, you know, we're still fighting. We're still fighting. I talked to my mom, still trying to, if my mom's down with it, though, I might get a new head of hair. I might have to do it. Only if my mom's down. Everyone is a doctor in this chat, yes. Hey, I like it sometimes, but then sometimes it's hella concerning. Because you'll say something, and then they'll like, that's it, chat will scare the shit out of you. They're like, Josh, I think you're already dead. They'll let you know, man. I gotta get it checked out. Pulmonary edema, congestive heart failure. I think it's good, man. It's good. God bless you, Nestor. Amen, man. Shout out to Chaz. The ones who've been through it, too. For real. Tell the psycho story? What's the psycho story? Oh, the ones I had to deal with? Nah, I'm just glad it's over. Amongst all other things. Josh, judging by your symptoms, I think you might be pregnant. Well, honestly, I have not looked into that. Maybe I'll double check. Because I do wake up in the morning. I don't feel like that. I get nausea in the morning sometimes. Maybe I didn't think about that. Thank you for looking out for me. Your mom is getting you to do it. So if you have a full head of hair when your girlfriend proposes to you. Oh, hell no. No, I don't think my girlfriend would ever propose to me. And then I told her, I will, if you propose to me, just, that's it. Nah, man. Can't do me like that. Was that this year I had my circuit breaker stolen? Wow. That didn't even make it to my top 3. You have Crohn's. Sounds like you're experiencing. I think so. People have told me that. But then also, like, I just eat poorly sometimes. But then I get it. But I'm chill. I haven't been feeling. I just stopped taking caffeine. Like, that's it. So someone was asking me if I changed my diet. And, like, I added cereal in the mornings. Because then, like, I take vitamins. And, like, I can't eat them on an empty stomach. So I just been no caffeine. But I haven't had caffeine in, like, what? How many months has it been? You know, I could only, I think it's been like 4 or 5 months now. You know, I've had caffeine here and there, but that's it. Months, yeah, bro. I had Starbucks on Thanksgiving, yeah. I had a matcha, and then I went to my sushi spot, and I had a green tea. The only thing I've had was tea. Tea with caffeine is the only caffeine I've had. Yeah, I did some green tea. Straight up. It was good. Good green tea. I did it recreationally. But, yeah. I tried Rogaine. I've done the minoxidil. I gave up on it. It's just so I don't like putting that shit on my head all the damn time. I don't got time for it. I just said I'm going to look like a beautiful Arab mullet and call it a day. Caffeine's fire. It's getting me through engineering school. It will. Bro, don't listen. Like, just because I'm not taking caffeine, it's not like I have a problem with it. Like, I lived off of caffeine my whole entire life. You have no idea. Like, college, there was more than caffeine in college. But, no, like, dude, I've been macro dosing caffeine every day for a very long time. Send you the before and after of finasteride. Yeah, I'm sure if you stay with it, it looks good. If you use like the minoxidil and all of that stuff, it'll look really good. But then once you stop, it's over. That's it. Right when you stop, it stops. I think American consumption of sugar is worse than caffeine, low key. What happened if you stopped? I did. Nothing really happened. My like back got sore like for a little bit for like the first like week or two, but then after that, it was chill. It's not. I don't know. It's not something I haven't noticed anything. That's the weird part. Like caffeine, that's just it, man. I think I'm just old enough and hyped enough where like it just don't even hit me. Like whether I have it or not, it's like I really don't feel anything. Maybe I'm psycho. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Shave your head and pierce your ear. Okay. All right. I didn't think about it. Maybe it works. Am I sleeping better? Yeah. I would say so. I sleep a lot easier. But then like I'll get tired though too though. Like like you know, I'm not caffeinated, so like yeah, uh-huh. I've not taken sugar out. I need to. Do you think it's better to trade the S&P or Dow? The Russell. I think the Russell is your best bet. Again, that's the only thing that's up right now. So we're still in that Russell trade from Friday. I mean, it's up $100 now, but that's the thing that, you know, like maybe SPY and NASDAQ catch up and bounce and you could get big moves, but I do think, you know, the other ones are good. Like I think you're better off just playing with the Russell and having more of the outsized rotation cyclicals in your favor than not. And then, how did we forget it, bro? It was just right there. We need push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been live here for 2.5 hours. 2 hours, actually. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 bling. Bling, 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 blink. Relax those eyeballs, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Okay, man? Save the dolphin. Save your legs. Save your spine. Legs in front of you, man. Chest to the sun. Just like that, baby. Now, relax the jaw a little. Go. And then breathe in really deep. Go. Then breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath and go. Woo! Just like that, man. Now get the body move. I need to stand back here. I got to do the what's it called? I got to do what's it called? I call it the sprinklers. I got to stand by the wall and do the back openers. I don't know if you've ever done those. They're really good, but like I need them today. My neck is a little tight. You guys hear it? I'm hitting my wall. Okay, one more set. I'll get closer to the mic. Okay. That was tough. December. Bumba clap. Bumba clap. Bumba clap. Wait, is this medium? Oh, damn. I went from extra light to medium. Or this one's crazy. Why is medium so, like, tough? Hold up. I gotta get to light before medium, bro. I'm up in the resistances, man. No, but, like, the medium one was, like, I was kind of intense. Stand on one foot. You guys want to do the balancing? I have really bad balance still. I'll try it. I'm standing on one foot now while I'm trying to get this resistance bag open. Do you think the AI hype is dying out? I think the hype, but not necessarily the technology, if that makes sense. Oh, these aren't even the... Stupid. I thought this was the circular one. They played me, bro. Google dying hard. Gig said in talks to invest in Apollo's structured finance. Microsoft came up. They were clapped earlier. Nah, Google's is still down from earlier. SPGC. Is that SL Green? Am I tripping? Oh. Man, oh man. Okay, last resistance set. We'll be good, chat. Hopefully you moved around a little bit. Dude, it's like freezing but hot in here. I don't know how to explain this, chat. It was like cold. It was really cold in the morning. I was really cold, and then I turned on the heater, and now I'm like hot. This is, I get, it makes more sense when I say it out loud, but either way. Push-ups, resistances are done. My gold move 3. I think it was just all of the bullish impetus coming from rate cuts, and then we kind of topped out there and rates chilled out. We came down. Russell's hitting a high, though. So, again, you see the SPY running up here now. It's your first little rally of the day. What time is it? We're about, 20 minutes off a Euro close? I think we bounced right at Euro close, no? A little bit ahead, and now we're going higher, but Russell keeps going up. Bonds are still low on the day. I have not checked the dollar. UUP, dollar's up 0.5%. Rally, I don't know. It's gonna be weird the next couple of days, because again, the Russell is kind of rallying right now. Certain things are rallying, but then you go look at your favorite tech stocks, SPY, even the Dow, you don't really see it. Again, VIX is up, Russell is up. Those are the only things in the green. Rotation. They used to say that this a rotation. Bought so much NASDAQ they were hating. It's a rotation. Oh. Sorry. Sentinel and Viva. Sounds familiar. MP Dub. MP Dub, we need that cyclical rotation there, but assuming all that goes well, like I said, unless management wants to F it up. Lily went green. Cigna's on the low. So is Humana. I'm still in those. Those are getting clapped. SJM jumped. Apple, Microsoft, again, your big tech, they're all just clobbered here. Wells Fargo on the high. So watch if the banks come back up. XLF's only down a quarter. Snickers bought Hostess. Oh, really? I didn't do anything to LT last month. So last 2 months, we have 2 deposits now. So in month of November, we added deposit, didn't buy anything. I have the December deposited already as well. But I do not have anything to buy with them. So we got like, what, $5,000 in cash, a little bit more, $6,000 on the big one, and then like $600 on the small one. The ARC play is doing good. It's actually up here a little bit more today. So you pretty much, you have $2,200 net profit after the ghetto spread. And then if it closes up here, more decay, we can make more money on that one. But right now, you could walk away with $2,200 if you wanted to just get out. Is there a possibility that Powell increases rates in December? I don't know about increasing. No, I don't think so. I think your best case is that he sounds really bearish, but I don't think you're going to get a rate hike in 2 weeks. No way, actually. But if the data comes in bad, then yeah, we're gonna get something a little different. So the odds might change a little bit of when they cut, and then it'll calm down versus I don't think Powell is gonna come back to rate hiking, especially in a 1 week of data. There's no way. Groupon on the high. That's one of those small caps. What was the other one? Affirm. Let's see all the other runners. Even Snapchat. Snap's in the red. Oh, where's damn Coinbase? That's still, bro. That thing was knocking at the door of 150 today. Oh, my goodness. Then SPY's above VWAP, so this little baby rally is going. But this all, whatever you want to call it, I mean, NASDAQ's still down 1 1/4. SPY down 0.7. Dow down 0.3. Russell's up 0.5%. Let me get you some checkup here. Cyclicals are more rate sensitive usually, but again, it depends on the cycle. Right now, we're talking cyclicals, but no cycle has started. This is all just the front run into a potentially, unleashing all of those. So it does depend, but they are more rate sensitive. That would make a lot of sense. So right now, S&P 500, you have 251 names in the red, 250 in the green, so literally 50-50. And then Dow Jones down 20 names red, 10 names in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, 74 red, 27 in the green. So we'll see. Talking practice. Meta trying to close the gap. Again, Meta had news. I don't know if Amazon and the other ones did, and then the chips. But I think just big tech's going to be in its own little world. TGTX popping is a biotech. It was up by 2, breaking out here at the high. It's actually in between a very awkward gap fill, too. TGTX. GTA 6 trailer tomorrow morning. Watch. Are you sure? It will move off of that. But you remember, aren't they like hella weird on when it actually comes out? KKR is on the high. They're running up as well, too. It's tomorrow at 9. Are you sure? Like 100%? They posted it. Again, the stock's already up if you want to gamble on it a little bit, but I do think you are going to get a reaction. But then again, we just saw the Cybertruck announcement, and then nothing happened. So we'll see. It's tomorrow. The live stream's up already. That's crazy. Grand Theft Auto 6. Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like. You called it this morning? Oh, I didn't see that. I just remember last time, though, there was supposed to be the trailer, and then nothing happened, though. And then it got really awkward. It's 90 seconds long. It's good, though. It's good. Your boy is the voice for Lamar. He won't give me no info, but I respect it. No way. Really? That's no way. Your boy does the voice for one of the characters? That's wild if that's true, bro. That Vice City was one of the greatest games ever. Just to cruise around. It was a good game. But, like, that game, I got in trouble for playing Vice City. Yep, Slink Johnson. No way, bro. That's crazy. You bought Oppenheimer at 10 p.m. We made it like, bro, we were, me and my girl were going to do that too. We were going to watch it. And I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, what did I end up watching? We watched something else. We watched the Jesus movie, The Shift, in theaters. That one was good. The Job movie. Maybe I should say Job movie, not Jesus. But no, I was like, I'm not going to fucking watch a 3-hour bomb movie. I know what happens. I know what happens. Used to pretend to be sick and stay home 13 years ago to play Vice City. I feel you, bro. Grand Theft Auto came out before Saints Row. I played Saints Row, though. I like Saints Row a lot. But, like, it was a knockoff Grand Theft Auto. Dude, Grand Theft Auto, GTA 3, bro. Like, GTA 3 was, like, the first, on PlayStation 2. You guys remember that? That was, like, the first one. That's where it was like, whoa. I remember GTA 3 was the first time I was exposed to Grand Theft Auto. And it was like, what? It was such a crazy game, dude. It was like, and it was so like, it was, I don't know how to describe it, bro. Like, nothing will, like, I'm grateful that I had that time to grow up and play it. Because, like, dude, it was so different, bro. I was young. That's how I got in trouble, though. My parents, that was the first, dude, that game was intense. But it was such a great game, though. That was, like, your first time in a big world and, like, doing all that stuff. It was a good time. Yeah, Liberty City, bro, goated. Spy's coming up. Little green shoot here. Again, it kind of started baby rally from Euro close. You're above VWAP. GM Cruise Unit could face fines linked to October accident. That's 5 minutes old. Getting your pops to stream GTA would be peak content. Nah, man. He would walk away. After, like, too much of it, he'd leave. Bro, like, even then, like, my dad is getting, like, old. It's so weird. I wanted to watch, like, an action movie with him, and he was like, no, my blood pressure. I'm like, what? I was like, you're lying to me right now. I'm like, you can't, like, you get that much into the movie? Your blood pressure? I'm like, we can't be watching that. Are you serious? But, like, honestly, it's a trip now. So, like, I think GTA would stress him out, dog. Like, I don't think he could sit through it. He would just give me, like, nah, bro. Nah. But, yeah, I think I wanted to put something nice, peaceful. I wanted to watch, like, an action movie. And then, nah, he wasn't. He was just too much. I was like, that's crazy. You threw your back out bending over? Hey, I feel you. I, like, slightly tore my knee once by jumping on the couch because I was excited to watch a movie. It was the most humbling experience I've ever had in my life. I've never jumped on a couch since that day. I don't know if my dad... I've never watched a Marvel movie. I watched Spider-Man with him. But I don't think he's, like, watched any of the other ones. I don't think it was a fake pump or the pump fake. Oh, I was like, yeah. I think it just topped out. I mean, it hit a new high, and then everybody came in, and then all of the gold regulators in London were like, no, quickly, get back there. Bring it back below spot. Hurry, it can't be high. Hurry, now, get to the yards. Quickly. Aggressive rate cuts being priced in. I don't understand it. Get to the yards. Everybody's at the yards already. Hurry, now. So I don't know, maybe. I have seen GME. Small caps, bro. Have you seen the Russell lately? That's my thing. I'll keep bringing. I'm like, the Russell, bro. It clearly identifies all of them. LT been killing the YouTube shorts. I know, right? I've been liking them. I haven't seen all of them, but like I've been seeing them, and they're actually hilarious, bro. It's good. I think we're getting LT moving around a little bit, you know. But then I'm like, but then again, he's had a lot of good mortgage business too. So I'm like, what the? He making videos and like he somehow I thought he was gonna be driving Ubers, bro. But he's doing good. He's doing good, man. Get to the red cards quickly. No. Get to the kappa. It's in Josh's power box. Just take it or rip it out. That's all you have to do. And bring it back. I'll give you $20. Rawr. Sorry, I mixed it with like an elite grunt. I don't know. X on the high. Didn't they have something on Friday? Or even just all last week we saw it pop a couple of times? How does one ghetto spread? You watched the videos from last week or the one from like 2 years ago? So how is the Shift movie? Do you have a rating 1 to 10? I would give it like a 7.5 to an 8.5, depending on the view. So like I liked it. I thought it was like it blew my mind because it was just like I thought it was really cool to see like a different take, like a modern take on the story Job, but it starts off a little confusing, and then it's like kind of mixed with like a love story, and then like it's, you know, and it's definitely like you only know like 1 or 2 actors in it, but I liked it. So I do think some people like, I think for as a spiritual movie I'd give it a 10 out of 10 or like a 9 out of 10, but like as like just straight merits of like creativity and just like as a film, I'd say like 7.5 to maybe 8.5 if you're real generous. But it wasn't bad, and it wasn't the best movie I've seen, but I definitely I liked it. Yeah, story of Job has to be the most depressing. It was a good take on it. That's why it was definitely it made you think a little bit, and that's what I'm saying. It kind of pushed the envelope in that sense, but it's not like it had anything like too crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there was a couple of plot twists, but like it wasn't like whoa. Like I think Shaq was even like, that's a good spiritual movie, and even without the spiritual stuff, it was good, you know. But like I liked it. Like I don't like, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm giving it a fair rating, but like as like if you want a faith-based film, it's a good one to watch. Definitely good use of your time if you want entertainment and something that's not gonna be like, especially if you're very mindful of what you watch. You know, I watch all types of dog shit, so that's why I don't know. Maybe Lord help me with that, but yeah, it was good. I liked it. Was it worth the $30 movie tickets? The tickets were around that price for 2 people, but then we snuck in our own candy, and I brought in my own water bottle because like we already ate before, so we weren't really like feeling it. Like usually we ball out on the popcorn, but like nah, I snuck in my own candy. I don't know if the Lord would approve, but and then I took in my own water bottle, and then that was it. Russia plans to travel to UAE, Saudi Arabia, and rare trip abroad. The 360 LeBron lamb? Nah, I did not. I saw a cut, bro. LeBron. I just keep seeing random LeBron highlights, and it blows my mind. He's 38 years old. That's it. Like LeBron Jinping is doing great, but like I hate that he had his little political stunt because like, dude, he is so good. LeBron is like that's how you just know people be haters in this world. Like, literally, this is why we can't have good things sometimes. But like LeBron is insane, dude. For 38 years old, that's so impressive. I have like honestly, like I honestly love him. I love LeBron. That's it. Like, take the fucking politics aside, bro. He's again, I don't know. I have a different affinity for like Kobe and Allen Iverson, but like he's up there, dude. And like he is just, even with Michael, like, bro, like LeBron is just, he's ill. Like, there's not anything like LeBron. I'm sorry. And everybody else just a hater. Like, it's just, dude, at 38, LeBum, no, man, nah. So LeBron can't talk about politics. He can, but like his takes are just, again, like, I mean, do you not remember him caving to China? Again, all the people supporting, if you support Palestine, I do. And again, I'm not trying to call anybody out and put a wedge issue, but, when he started talking about the China and the Muslims and forced labor camps in China, where was LeBron? He said one thing, and then they pulled the NBA from Hong Kong and China, and then he stopped talking about it and all these other things. So, but again, I don't hold it against him. I think he's one of the best basketball players. I'm over it. I don't even care. So he can talk about Paulo. That's what I'm saying. It's unfortunate. There's some things that made him look a certain way, but who cares? I mean, he's still one of the greatest. In the NBA for over half his life. Yeah, dude, he's ill. He's ill. Jeffrey set up investment banking in Canada to boost international expansion. Yeah, like a Canada drug approval. Japan ruling party lawmakers drag their feet on defense tax hike. Why raise the tax? Get the inflation up, Habibi. Yalla. Steph Curry will always be better than LeBron. All right, bro. I don't think we have the same conversation. Steph Curry's not a bad player. Probably the best to shoot the ball, maybe. But nah, I don't think we having the same conversation. At shooting threes, yeah, but nah. That was YouTube who said that. Yeah, that was YouTube who said that. That's okay. You passed the real estate. Really? They have them on Sundays, or do you just get the results? But let's go, baby. Another one. I love it. Hey, man. You don't know who LeBron is? I doubt it. I think you do. I think you do. You go online? Really? I didn't. What? I was like, you can? That's crazy, man. Congratulations, though. That's hyped. Steph Curry did not pass it. No. Bugala did. Bugala. Not Steph Curry. Steph Curry would be a great real estate agent, though. Again, that's he has the connects. He'd kill it. LBJ for the win. I told you that, though. I'm not going to lie. Olivier, when LeBron was setting the scoring record, Olivier texted me and he said LBJ, and I was like, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. If I'm not in the right mindset, I asked my boy. He was like, bro, LBJ, and I was like, Lyndon B. Johnson. I was so confused, and then I realized it was LeBron James. Yeah. So, yeah. So, Nat, you're getting added to the BBB list for one, acting like you don't know who LeBron is, and then following it up with a aggressive sexual comment. So I hope you understand. We love you. But you're on watch. Next one. It's a red card, bro. It's a red card. And just I want you to know for future reference, what you said wasn't funny at all. People laughed at me roasting you about it. So, just you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm you know, like, so it was a team effort if you thought that was humor, but it wasn't. It wound you up on the BBB list. So, you know what I'm saying? There were some funny jokes in here earlier. Like I was saying, some people were without me, that it was just funny naturally, bro. So you gotta, you know, just keep that in mind. Yeah, build back better. You'll be fine with the BBB. Oh, wow. Build back better. BBB. Oh, my baby back. Whoa, wow. The LeBron get called a little boy by the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets coach is weird. What's his name? Amenke or whatever, bro? That guy is like, he is weird. Like, okay, like, I don't know. Something about him, like, he's just not, like, I don't know. I think he's a weirdo. I think it makes sense why he's Houston, like, low-key, but, like, at the same, I'm just kidding. Don't shoot me, Houston. I love you. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. He was just, I don't know. I don't fuck with him, though. Yeah, he's Boston's coach. Why we sell off? I mean, a lot of people just taking in of how extreme the rate cuts are priced in, kind of giving us a breather and deciding if this is what we want to do for the rest of the week. Mixed with Red Sea fear a little bit, but I just think we were at a very, like, with the Fed futures at pricing in March cuts, it was getting too aggressive. So, like, I just think everybody had to, like, get a little blow off top with gold and a couple of other things, and then we just kind of added some of the, oh wait, hold on, and then we're gonna do our thing, and then that'll give us cushion. But I do think it's just a necessary calming down of the rate hike futures or rate cuts, just because it's about to get out of hand. TLT is just back to where we covered our short the other day. So this is, again, it's been kind of in this range, but, like, been working. It's kind of like the market, just slowly hitting a high, but then, like, coming down. It's borderline at the same spot. So it's not bad, and then I hope you guys watch the watch list. This shit, I don't know if you believe it or not, but it's kind of a good way to look at it. I could kind of get behind it. I think it's a little intense, and I think it should be a little higher, but does anybody know what I'm talking about? From the watch list, if I pull up this chart, let's see. Y'all got notes now. What am I going to say right now? It's from the watch list. It's from the watch list. What am I going to tell you right now? It's something to keep in mind for the next 30 days, maybe for the rest of the year, next year. We'll see how it plays out, but the 1984 chart, that's part of it, but something else. The first part that I said is education. Yeah, I want you to, this is some new shit right here. And it's honestly, it's easy to read, and it's good to see. There you go, baby. Look at, that's why you guys aren't going to be behind Wall Street. I got you, baby. Yeah, so you know my idea. I have my idea. I told you 425, 45. That's an appropriate range. But if you're not familiar, the word on the street right now, people are saying if we hold 4%, that's a soft landing. If rates go down to 3 on the 10-year, that's a hard landing. So if you ever want to try gauging, so let's say all this economic data comes out and then it moves, and then next year all the data, it's just like keep this as a rule of thumb for a little bit, because it holds some weight. I'm saying, I'm a little higher on the range, but I see the logic with it, and I don't think it's too far off. So, but again, it's just like if rates go down a little bit, we like it. If they go down too much, it turns into something there. So it's just like all these TLT plays and everything. I mean, it's going to tell you a lot. I don't think it's broken, but, you know, we do need these rates to figure out what they're going to be doing here. Yeah, 3%, exactly. 3% things are breaking, 4% things are stable. Literally. That's what Wall Street, that's the early words of this narrative. But then again, I've been telling you 425, 45. I've been telling you something like this for a while, but now you just got easy numbers to follow, 3 and 4, and you know you're seeing people's ideas. And there's the bonds. So SPY still going up, and the bonds, and Russell I believe is hitting a new high now. Hold up, no, a little bit. You're like 4 points off of the high of the morning from the Russell, which is still wild if you think about it. With Nasdaq down 1%, SPY down 0.6, and Russell's up by 0.6. Hey, watch. I got the notes back too, bro. I'm glad you guys liked it. I didn't know you guys missed it that much. Oh, I got to make I'm going to have it before the end of the year. I got to make the icons for the new badges. We're going to vote on the Scroll, the Jets, Uncle, and then one more. The Lexus, I think. L'Oreal buys research firm Lactobio, no terms. Uniqlo sister brand GU to set up shop in New York and overseas push. A lot of penny stocks. Yeah, that's word to the cyclicals. So again, that's why, like, even the Russell, and we've been talking about it a lot the last couple days, even today. I do think it's going to be good for December. Obviously, we got to get through this week and next, and then that's it. KRE's up 1. I mean, I know MPW and then like SLG, a couple of them had not. SLG had good news. MPW is just trading up, but regionals up. Where's VNQ? That's what I was thinking. But regionals are doing up. VNQ's up. Real estate 0.3. If it doesn't go down, there's been fuckery afoot. I mean, granted, this has happened every day, no? Or every week. Have we not opened up with some level of like, we're just like, we go down a little, everyone's but it's just like we're calming down. But it's like we're doing this every single time. That's why like we're hitting a high level, then before you know it, bouncing off 44.40 or 45.40. So we'll see. But thankfully by tomorrow, we still got a lot of hours on the day here today, but by Friday, I mean, we're going to, you know, even tomorrow, you're going to have some action on the jolts. Twilio calls, or take 2 calls, yeah. It went up ever since we had that GTA talk. I mean, it started to run up there. We had a lot. Tesla blasting a little bit. 2 green candles. Are they announcing the release date for GTA or no? Just the trailer? I'll get it when it comes out, but when's it going to come out? Just because they have a trailer, I don't think it is. U.S. Department of Justice, Swiss bank, private bank Pictet admits to conspiring with taxpayers to hide assets and income in offshore accounts. Pictet entered into a deferred prosecution agreement and agreed to pay approximately $122 million to Treasury. Yeah, they're huge. It's foreign. I don't think they have a ADR. But they're a big Swiss bank. They're good, very big for high net worth clients as well over there. sometimes in March. Oh, wow, really? Woo! Yeah, I would get it for sure. I think that'll be the only game that could get me off of 2K. But even then, 2K sucks, bro. I fouled out, bro. I did not have every game I played at 2K, I lost. I think I won one game in 2K. I gave up this weekend. I didn't even play. I was like, man, this is bullshit. 2K just hoed me, man. That's it. So maybe we gonna go to GTA. No way it comes out in March. I saw it on Twitter coming out in 2028. What? Treasury creates strike force to combat fentanyl trafficking. I think it is the Black Friday people. And they nerfed it or something, bro. My center I've been getting out rebounded. That's never happened at all. But then I've only been matched up with awful teammates. It's been awful, bro. It's been awful. So I don't know, man. I gotta give it a rest. Yeah, take twos up. We were talking about plays on the GTA stuff. They're gonna have the trailer, but I don't think they're going to have. I don't know when the release date is. That's where the real money's gonna come out. MSS selling. Oh, whoa, Mason Solutions down 15. And then Cigna, ISRG, and Humana on the low, too. I play on PlayStation 5. Yeah, bro, I'm ill. But not this season. Not this season. I'll get you some wins. Hey, man, add me. It's okay, bro. But I don't know, man. It was a rough weekend. I played the least amount of 2K. I just gave up. It was awful. It was good, though. It was good. I got to do some other things. That's it. I'm getting my girlfriend's Christmas gift. I can't tell you guys. I'll tell you guys in a little bit. Give me a week, and I got to make sure she's not listening. But, so I said I got some Christmas gifts for some people. I usually don't do that. I said, that's it. I'll do something nice for people since my 2K career is over. The last book I read, I think it was an Arthur Pink book, not the Satan one. There was another one, ancient theology stuff. It's probably not as interesting to you. But Arthur Pink, if you're familiar. Everyone's done. No, but everyone's bad, bro. It's just, I can't do it anymore. It's awful. If I don't run with a full squad, it's the most frustrating game I've ever played. Hello, Tigrin. Hello, how are you? Like every team game? I guess so. I never thought about it. SMCI on the high. Snow. Oh, what was the other one? CRM. They went down. So that's good that Snow's holding up. Even the SPY's holding up too. And then Russell is about to hit a new high of the day here. No OpenAI Microsoft. That thing that they kind of blew over. They got it there, and then that's it. Brockman also back? No way. But yeah, ever since they got that, they haven't. I feel like we haven't heard anything else on it. refutes buying. I mean, the Russell I like unless I wanted to double dip on it. Somebody was even at this is what I was saying. If you wanted to catch like the NASDAQ or SPY, you would catch like a little bit of it catching up to the Russell, but it's still going to probably underperform. About the Viva C. Take two, I think, still going up. I have some of those contracts up. I don't know if I'll play it. If they get cheap again, or you can do a debit spread. But I don't know. Snowers, Uber. This is the high of the Thanksgiving box. Yeah. I mean, again, we were right at pump it up on Friday. So, again, we just got we're right in the middle, but we are still in this little boxing range. It's good, though, because, again, ever since we've got above 45, we haven't really gone below it. You went once below it, but you've held up 4,500 quite excellently, even though you're getting teased every time it goes up, and then it comes back down real quick. Excuses, gotta practice. Are you talking about my 2K? The fuck, man? I'm over it. Sub to YouTube. I'm here to lurk and learn. Well, welcome, my friend. Well, we love the lurkers. You'll be safe. Again, it's going to be a very exciting week that starts with a little bit of action tomorrow. And then by Friday and then by next week, you're going to want to be here. But at the same time, too, as we culminate this year, man, these next couple of weeks, I hope you're ready to get off for a good start to 2024. And on that note, everybody get a long term? Huh? Anybody? No? Long term, baby? Anybody? Okay. Nah, but for real, would you guys, we could have an altar call. I don't know if today's the time. Maybe we'll do it at the end of the year, but, for real, if you have yet to make a long term, is now the good time to? Yes and no, because it's at all-time highs. That's why it's not good, or we're getting near there. But at the same time, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So, I mean, again, it's one big thing. We've talked about it. Even what I've been saying with what could happen and all of this stuff, the long term will prevent FOMO. So if you are just getting into the stock market, you're new, you want to learn, just remember one of the best things you could do is one, you want to learn how to trade and do all that good stuff, but owning stocks from the moment you learn about the stock market will leave you so much better off. So you're going to have to learn to separate trading and long term, but the moment you're like, I want to learn about stocks, go buy the SPY and just sit on it. Go, buy names about. It's going to go a long, long time. So, like I'm saying, long term, especially with a year of election, there's going to be hype. There's going to be volatility and drama. You're long term and owning some stuff and riding out. It's going to be good. And then the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. And then you're going to go back and be like, oh, it makes sense. And then you'll stress about it less and less as you watch what happens over the years. You have a long term made up of trades that didn't go my way. It's a win-win. That's kind of what I do with my, with my trading account when I do shares, but it's never a real long term. You know what I'm saying? So just, if anything, separate. Just get one with a real long term, though, that you add money to, and that's it. Call it a day. Call it a day. Would you recommend your channel for newer traders trying to learn, or is your target audience more advanced? I think both. like in a weird way. It depends on the personality. That's what I've learned. I've done this for years. I mean, we offer high-level stuff. I could get you news and info and tell you about macro stuff all the way down to, why ARK is a ghetto rate cut. We have different things, but I think it really kind of depends on what you like. I mean, quite simply, what I mean is, like, if you are the type who wants something right now and, patience isn't there, I would say you're not going to vibe with us on anything. But you could get a little bit of both, more or less. So it's up to you. It's up to you. New traders addicted to options. This is the perfect channel. Not at all. Because we used to trade way more options, like way more. And there was like, you would be watching me do a lot more. But I think at this point, I mean, if you could go a lot of other places and you don't have a guy telling you to get a long term. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. You get a long term, baby. We were hitting 1,000%ers. That was like just every week. We got our licks this year though. Again, even the last ARK play, thankfully it was like we waited a while for some options there, but we still got to hit a little bit. But definitely, I mean, I've been telling you all, get shares, and like we've been saying, the long term, like I'm saying, that is the best thing, and I know it too, bro. I'm telling you, just I see it. And, like, I don't know if you guys think, like, I get mad easily or not, but, like, or if I feel underappreciated, because I don't. Because, like, again, the people with the long terms, man, you guys are always reaching out to me. You are always telling me how grateful you are, and, you're showing me the fruit. And I'm very honored by it. But, like, that's what I'm saying. It's just I made a lot of good friends because of the long term. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, like we've just the way it's changed people's lives, the way it's got them like excited about it, and just how they've acted and took action, and now they're seeing it over the years. It's been beautiful. It's been beautiful. So that's why I say it, man. Like, just make sure you get the long term, and right when you start trading, regardless of what it is. I mean, whenever you start your skill level, that has been the answer. And that, everything else is supplemental and adds to it. You're dumb when it comes to options. Options are quite simple. I mean, if you don't, that's the thing, because you're like, where to get info. Like, again, I've seen people learn other ways of stuff, and like they just get kind of focused on like numbers and buy low, sell high. But it's just like, if you understand it commonsensically, and you add some real life analogies, options are the most easiest thing in the world but only if you treat them like what they are. Like, you have to really comprehend them. Otherwise, it is a bunch of gibberish, because people are like, well, focus on the bid, the ask, and the theta, and then the IV, the vega with the delta, and then, but versus like just, it's a contract. That's all you have to really know. It's a contract. Understand how contracts are used, consideration, the rights, the obligations, and what that is, what you're doing. Yeah, it's a coupon. It's great. It's great. IWM's killing it. I know. We're in those futures now. We're getting another bag. We're hitting a new high off it. I'm mad I'm not double dipping on it, but I'll ride it slow. But we've been spitting out Russell all day today. Every position long-term slowly flip green. There you go, baby. I mean, and that's the beauty. Again, think about the dividends too. You've got the gain if you have those. And then just with enough time, man, it's just you're seeing it. And then we don't, no matter what this market does, if it is the craziest rally or not, you are not going to miss out on anything. Maybe we get more pain and then more buys, or maybe it rips and then you don't have anything to worry about. You have 1,500 UVXY shares at 17, down 10K. what can I do to on the chain to help sell covered calls, but I think that'd be the only way, or make average down like kind of right when we see volatility picking up, like maybe wait till the bond volatility skyrockets again. You know, one nice average down could go a long way. Otherwise, you could sell covered calls, but you're going to hold it for a while, and then it's going to make the decaying actually hold you. If you're trying to be a trader, this might be the worst channel you could ever watch. There's zero TA. If you want to learn how things work in the market, how they correlate, Josh will teach you so much. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see, though, like, I think I will still outlast all of the technical traders. And why I say that humbly is because I already have. Again, there was another 5-10 years ahead where I've heard this already, but I don't think technicals makes or breaks you for a trader. Again, you're going to have your swings, you'll get lucky, you'll have your wins and losses, but I don't think technicals is the defining identity of becoming a trader, if that makes any sense. This is better than TA, and I trade TA. I think that's why I think we have I think if you identify as a trader in technical, then yeah, sure. Josh controls the narrative. I fucking wish, dude. If I control the narrative, it would be, I mean, we would crash already because of a lot of other things. But no, I don't control the narrative. I know when it shifts, though. I tell you when it does, and I give you the juggling of narratives. You know, I could definitely pick up on that. You know, but I wish, man. I wish. You need a mix of both. Yeah, I do. I agree with that. But that's not what you said, right? You said there's zero TA. You won't be an actual trader, but it's like I said. I mean, I say it humbly because I've gone through these people in my life. Again, I'm much older now, but when I was younger and I wanted to do things my way, and people saw things, they said you're never gonna do this, but then it's like, 5 years later, 10 years later, the way I look at the stock market. What I've learned is it's who stays alive. So get whatever tool you want, use whatever you want, but you better stay alive. That's all that matters when it is all said and done. So that's where I do think a mix of all of it, and I'm glad, you know, I've always welcomed you guys, you know, and I think we have technical traders in here. We have everybody. That's why it's like it's one thing about me. It's one thing about the people you're with and around, but it's just like at the same time, one of my core teachings is that nothing will ever limit you in the stock market. That is always the average. I'm a very average person. I started out with my Middle Eastern parents and all of that. Again, my education, I did go to college, but I had to learn all of this stuff on my own. I didn't have somebody to pass it down. And on my journey, I encountered the scammers, the frauds, the people who said, you'll never do this unless you do that. You got to do this. This is the only way. And at the times I missed out on big money is when I was closed-minded too. So, you know, you got to have an open mind. You got to be flexible. You got to be able to adapt. Risk management. These are other qualities of a trader that will keep you alive. But again, we shout out the long term. I don't identify too much as it. There it is, a channel. I think it's just we're not. I like BG Poker, but he kind of just took a turn there with the shill, so I'll give him a timeout. But yeah, we don't. That's what I'm saying. Most of the time, if that's not how these conversations always end up, then maybe you haven't seen it a lot. It's like, no, you don't do this technical. Well, go look at this technical. Go this. And I did this, but it's like it's an identity. And that's, I just don't identify as that. When it's all said and done. But it's the long term. And again, I think the trading, I've always added to the trading. I've just kept it there. It's a side thing, like I've always said, but long term. And that's the thing. You'll never be charged for it. No one, and like that's the thing in the trading world that gets overlooked. And then even when people started paying attention to it, they only put like EVs and dog shit with the hype. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it comes down to. Don't talk shit to people. You know, like I'm saying, like there's the channel show, you see it, but you don't gotta clown them. You know what I'm saying? I don't get down like that. Like I'm saying, I want everyone to have love, man. Do its thing. Like, you know, it's like one day I want everybody to take a fucking step back. Like even today, do it. Like even after what happened on Friday, bro. Like literally, I'm here for free. You know what I'm saying? Like we are all here to like be here and like we have access to info. You know what I'm saying? Like there's all these things out there, but and that's what I'm saying. I ask that you don't like why I like even with channel shilling, it's just like, dude, watch out. Don't lead your brother into a problem. Don't lead your brother into the same trap. You know, sending them to people that if especially if there's all asking them for money and other things, or if it's just like get them a long term. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, for real, like, take a step back. Like, dude, I offer this for free. If I could go make it whatever I want, put it behind a paywall, ask people to do this, make it a certain way. You see the way people support already. You know what I'm saying? Like, so but it's just like, dude, we're here for a reason. And it's like, it's free, and like, let's work with each other. Let's make it a good place to be. Let's make it productive. But you know, I don't want it to be a place where you get anxiety. I don't want it to be a place like 2K where it's toxic, you know? Like straight up. Like I don't want it to be like 2K where you're just fighting with people and arguing and just then turning, before you know it, you're drifting and turning into a fucking political stock market shill. And I'm not even talking about that situation that like with a channel shill. No. I'm saying like, bro, like we can't even listen to shit without somebody just bringing up a totally unrelated concept, and the only person who would do that would be Nancy Pelosi or DeSantis. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't a political debate all the time, and like hopefully people have the discipline to, you know, hold back and focus on the moment. Like I said, just I don't want it to be a toxic place, and I don't want it to be a negative place for people, and that's why it's like, hey, you know, we could all share everything. Again, like I've had people, you've seen my stance. I've used to never have certain things on the chart. You know, I will adapt. I will always adapt. That's been the reason I've stayed alive. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I hope we all work together and find that way, and you work to find it. And above all else, though, I hope none of you ever ignore the truth. And that's also, like I'm saying, the long term, the truth of it. And, you know, you don't have to buy the plays I buy. That's not what I'm telling you to do. But I am telling you, the moment you encounter the stock market, trading, whatever, I hope you build your long term and you won't regret it. Ask anybody who's encountered me and did it, and it's truth. It's virtuous. It's had good effects. It's had positive results. It's above all else, and it's like that. That's where I'm saying just, and I hope you help that. And I hope you don't lead your brother down the wrong path. I hope you don't attack them, and I hope you don't lead them into trouble if you haven't figured it out. But like I'm saying, you know, it's been a while. You've even seen me on live, not to mention just in the market, but it's a big thing. And I could talk forever. I can, God willing, until I lose my voice. But you've seen that happen too. So, but above all else, man, love, show love, stay in the game. That's all. I want you alive and in the game, the long term. Otherwise, that's what I'm saying. Everything short term, it just doesn't matter, because you could say a lot of things and you may think it's the truth, but if it does not withstand and there's no long term longevity, what does it matter? It was a fad. It was an experience. It was here today, gone tomorrow. So I don't want any of you to be like that. I don't want this to be a little moment in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I did that for a little bit. You know, I tell you about all my phases I've gone through when I share with you personal stories, but it's like long term. Like, don't make this be a phase, and at the end of the day, walk away with it. LT has your back. Amen. What time? 9:44. You are long-term fire. I'm telling you, principles of the long term, beautiful. All of them will be. And you know, there's still even the future glory. We ain't seen shit yet. That's the thing I always keep learning. Right when you think you've seen it all, bro, 10 years in, 15 years, you keep. So I hope y'all always remain lifelong learners, and just you're gonna watch. Like there's a lot of stuff we can't even imagine. That's the crazy part. Do dollar cost the price, everything, or I just go for value. And sometimes we pay for it, like it sucks for a little bit, but usually, again, things will long term does its thing and they'll be able to come back up. But usually I just try to buy things that are down. If I'm down on them, I'll buy them. If they're cheaper, I don't chase. Again, we bought Netflix, Meta, Redfin, what else? Even Uber. Shit, now even Uber's a killer gain now. But it's just like buy them when they're cheap. There will be a moment, trust me, and then when things are expensive, look for the other stuff. And at the same time, you are living through a golden age right now where you could get paid interest on your cash, which again, at one point I love 5%. 3 to 7 was the magic number, so you could get 5% risk free right now. I mean, that's a true blessing for those who want to start a long term right now, because you have a money generating activity while you wait. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Walgreens coming back eventually. I mean, again, and at that point, if it doesn't, hopefully all the other stuff returns 10 times more for us. That's through Bill, yes. Bill has lost tremendously compared to owning equities, unless equities somehow sell off. It depends which one you want to look at. If you compare it to equal weight, that's it. So unless you bought any of those 7 stocks, and then we already bought them in October, so it worked out very well for us, but I don't think that Bill was that bad of an underperformer. Again, you still made 5.5%. S&P's like what? Now it's up like 18 or 15. So there's like a 10% gap, not to mention 3-4 weeks ago, cash was performing exactly the same as the market. You know what I'm saying? Like, even then, gold went up 18%, and there's a lot of things. So, but I don't think Bill was that bad, especially even if you compare it to bonds too, though that's the crazy part, like the longer end. But it just all depends. There's like, you got to see the moments. Like, that's what I'm saying. It literally went from, you could have got Meta at $90, Nvidia at 80, and then there was the opportunity for Bill, or you didn't buy Nvidia, you sold. You see, like, you got to think about emotions in this last year, because unfortunately, not everybody had this story. Again, I had to talk some people into keeping their long term at the end of last year, and some of them said, "Josh, I can't do it." And then literally, instead of buying at the October, then the market comes up by January, March when we're going into Bill. Then some people are like, "Okay, well, what do I do now?" And then they want to get back in. So it went both ways, but I really don't think Bill was bad. At all. To look at that as like a underperformer, yeah, because it's less than the SPY and other things, but to think that it did poorly in this, I don't know if you saw the same year that I did, but I think Bill was a great tool to have, and it performed exactly as it should have. It's 5.2 per year, yeah, but like, you guys are, yeah, thank you. Someone in the Twitch said it. There's one thing that has not been said about Bill that you gotta bring it up. It's risk free, technically. Again, I don't want to make it sound too crazy, but again, we're talking risk free. This isn't like it's a different category. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking about making a third of the gain, which, like I said a couple weeks ago, SPY was almost matched up. It was sub 10% just after that little pullback in a month. And that could go away in a month, but it was risk free. So you did not take any risk by being diligent, if that is what your plan was. So, or again, if you didn't like it. No disrespect, bro. I didn't ban. Just don't, like we said, just don't shill other channels. Like, that's always been the OG rule. I think most people are aware. And like I said, I had your back if someone, I don't think you deserved any negative comments as a result, you know? So I love you, bro. I appreciate you. Like I said, you know, we work good with everybody, man. And that's what it's all about. So, amen. Thank you for not getting butthurt about it. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I saw that. What movie was that? I was watching a Netflix movie, and they said, can't you get canceled for saying that? But I don't know, so God bless you. All you have to do is stay. Yeah, that's for the S&P, but, you know, again, when the S&P goes up, everyone loves it. And then when it goes down, we forget that about the risk. You know what I'm saying? And that's just where it's like Bill is risk-free. So you didn't make as much, but you didn't lose nothing at all. You walked away very good. And then depending on what happens on the long scale, eventually Bill won't be as optimal. But was it the most optimal of the year? No. Optimal, if you were looking for gains, should have bought Bitcoin. So, like, at the end of the day, we're talking about this. That's the funniest part about this year. You guys know that, right? Do you guys know Bitcoin is the best performer? Oh, I don't know if you feel me. I don't know if you feel me. So it's like, you know, we're comparing risk-free to the S&P 500, but if you're only looking at the numbers, then you're a schmuck. If you didn't buy Bitcoin and you only bought the S&P. Like, that's the craziest part to think. Bitcoin is up 90% on the year, which is that's the most mind-blowing out of all of it. So, like, that was the asset, you know, which unfortunately it doesn't get the same discussion, I feel like, which is awkward. It subtly did it, but Bitcoin is up 90% on the year, yeah. Bitcoin is the number one asset in the world this year. Despite fraud, whatever else, anything else, yeah. NVIDIA, but like it falls into the class of equities of like, if you want to go single stock names, yeah, Meta, NVIDIA, but it's just like equities, stocks, like even the NASDAQ went up 55 on like, or NASDAQ tech, or like even chips, but it's literally like if you broke it up by industries, bonds, stocks, crypto, like your real winner was crypto. Crypto, Bitcoin went up 90%. I'm on the side of caution. Black Friday data was hot, so I'm thinking CPI comes in hot. Well, we'll see. We got to be careful of the we got to be careful of how much data, like, you know, even if it's hot, will one set of hot data freak everybody out? But what I will tell you, think about everything we just said out loud right now. Like, so we're talking like inflation hot, like every asset went up this year. So like we're ending the year and you know, someone is bringing up a good point. They say zoom out, you're still lower than before, but it's still elevated now. But it's like, dude, we just went up. Everything is up. So if you're thinking in like gold is up 20%, silver is up 25%, Bitcoin is up 90, equities are up 20. So like everything went up. So it's like when we are like thinking of inflation, I mean, all assets, even real estate was up a little bit, or at least found a way to hold the highs after coming down a little bit, but it's all pretty wild. Inflation is hot. I mean, there's no question. Things cost more money even to this day, but remember, we have just fallen into the perception trap of only viewing the rate of change. So it's just not, inflation still exists and things are getting more expensive. It's just doing it at a much slower pace than what we dealt with a couple of years ago. Why don't we want deflation? Dude, I'm telling you, I saw, bro. I love the generation, but like I'm so worried for them sometimes, because like I saw this viral video talking about why deflation is going to be the best thing that ever happened, and then I went through the comments, and not one person said it. Like, deflation is bad because we all have debt. That's it. I'll simplify it for you. That's all. That's it. Like, don't, like, we could talk about, because everyone wants prices to go down. It's not good for poor people. It's not. That is a lie. Why would, if you are poor, what would you define being poor as? Wouldn't you say more poor people have more debt than not? Wouldn't you say that somebody who owes more money is poorer than somebody who does not have debt? It's insanity. Yeah, if you've never, I'm telling you, it's awful. This is how the poor people are going to be enslaved, is if we get into mass deflation. It's the scariest thing in the world. I've said this for years. And that's why I looked through the, dude, nobody has brought this up on like these viral videos, and you just see people getting so happy. They're like, yeah, prices will come down, but it's like, dude, your wages, whatever, if you think you got a good wage increase now and then prices go down, you'll love it for a little bit, but then all of your debt just got so much more expensive. So now that car payment, that house payment, that student loan payment, oh man, inflation. I don't think inflation is good either, but I would rather have inflation than not. You saw more people on massive inflation change their wealth levels for the better more so than not. This is why some people like inflationary policies. I don't think inflation is good, but deflation, real deflation. I'm down with prices coming down. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, let's stop inflating and let prices not going. Let's not let prices go higher. Let's let prices go lower, but you do not want deflation. You do not want a cratering of prices, and you do not want a massive increase in strength of your dollar. You know, that's where, again, your debt is going to hurt you. All of your debt will become that will be the biggest burden on your back now, because all the prices are cheap, but your fixed debt payments stay the same. So now that $200 a month you're paying, if $200 a month could feed you for the whole month because prices cratered, wow, you're spending a lot servicing debt now. So what are you going to do? Give up your house, give up your car, and like, again, depending on what it is, it may make more sense to, but either your credit suffers or you will suffer. But it's actually not good. Spoken by someone who owns assets. Poor people don't own assets. So again, I've been telling you for years I've lowered my debt load heavily, and I stopped leveraging years ago. I've told you, and I kept 2x amount, so I'm more worried about deflation. My assets will protect me in deflation, but like I'm telling you, if you have debt and deflation, it is not good for you. I don't care if there's deflation and I have my houses with no debt. Why? Because they'll match up with whatever the prices have matched up with. At least I don't have a fixed payment to pay someone. I hope you feel me, man. I'm not your enemy. I'm just telling you, watch out. Just like the way things were promoted and people fell for certain things, and before you know it, it's there. Poor people can just default on credit if assets have no value. Yes, they can. And then what are you going to, again, like I said, your credit. And then your wages will stay the same. So now what are you going to do from there? Are you going to buy a house? And you're going to wait 10 years to buy a house? Great. If all this sounds like to me is you will own nothing and be happy. So you're saying default, give away so give away your car, give away your house, and you're telling me, the guy who has assets, when I'm just telling you the problem is debt. It has nothing to do with the asset. It is debt. Debt in deflation is the worst thing you could have. If you don't understand it yet, then unfortunately the crash course will get there. Go to the kids' table? No, I don't think so. Again, last Friday showed the kids' table was more mature, so this is quite fitting. But it's not, I mean, hey, like I'm telling you, it's not, I don't know what I gain out of telling you that deflation and debt is bad for the last 5 years. Like, legitimately. I've been talking about this this isn't something new. So before you were politically brainwashed, before, you know what I'm saying? Before Israel, Palestine, I've been saying this for years, before Donald Trump was even president. Like, deflation, and I have the records to show, deflation and debt is a very negative outcome for society and people. And again, more lower people have debt. Again, your student loans, credit cards, it's gonna cave on people and then trap them in their living situations. That's just something I've known and said for years. That's why they had to repeg gold and there's a lot, dude, I'm telling you, the history of it isn't there. Poor people are at wit's end. They don't care. You're talking over them. No, I don't think so. I think maybe you yourself, but I've helped a lot of people go from lower income to living the life they want, again, without even selling them a life-changing course about it. But at the end of the day, I think those who are wise will listen, and those who will foolishly ignore a warning ahead of them, they will go ahead of it. That's it. It's simple there. I don't think so. I think if you own assets and personally, then I think you're trying to hurt people, or again, parrot a political talking point, which I would ask you why. Like, you know what I'm saying? Why? But then again, everything rooted with deflation and debt, it makes a lot of sense. Again, if your income stays the same, your dollar could buy you way more, but now you are not getting an increase in wages and you have to pay to service debt, you either have to lose your assets, lose whatever you have, or the debt, you still have that obligation no matter what. I know you just listen to the people, but like, what's your point? You're telling me just because I have assets, I can't tell you that deflation is bad. Why do you think deflation is good then? I mean, humor me on. I'm trying to figure this out then. So all I'm telling you is that deflation is really bad and it will hurt poor people just as much as it hurts everybody. It hurts rich people, poor people. Real deflation is not good. So what are you saying then? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, why is deflation good? People with no debt benefit? Yes. I don't know if poor people, if that definition of lower income would qualify as not having debt, but yeah, people with no debt would benefit off of deflation. I agree with that, but let me know, man. I'm trying to figure this out then. If you're making it all about, you're bringing up a lot of political words and poor people and you don't talk to people and this and that, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, what about what I'm saying? Why is deflation good? It's good for one. Okay, who's it good for then? Tell me. It's good for one group of people, like inflation is good for one set. So who is deflation good for? My conclusion is deflation is bad, and it is bad for poor people and lower income people. And you're telling me no, and I don't listen to these people. So please, let it go. I know it does sound exhausting, but I want to figure it out because I banned his other account, but I'm trying to get a answer here so we could, hopefully everybody gets to see everything because dude, people are getting lied to left and right, and I don't know how they do. It's sad, bro. Inflation is good. Deflation is good for people who don't yet own assets. You're not answering me, my friend. I said deflation is bad, and you are saying I'm not. So why is deflation good? You're saying so it's only good for people who do not yet own assets. So then you're saying then poor people who don't own assets are going to benefit off of it. And we're going to assume they all have no debt. Is that what it is? Yes, why is that hard? So because you're saying that poor people have no debt. That's why it's kind of hard to wrap my head around it. You're saying they don't have assets, so I'm confused then. So all these poor people that you say you talk to and you listen to them, none of them have a credit card? None of them have a car payment? None of them have a house payment? What about their rent? And what happens when they sign a rental contract for 12 months and then it's fixed? And then what happens the next year after that? Do you work with the Fed or Janet Yellen? Because it sounds like we're doing super core on lower income, and we're saying there. Rent gets cheaper, not if you just signed a lease. Come on, guys. I hate the Fed. No, I'm sorry for that insult. I apologize. But like I'm saying, you listen to these poor people, you say you're right in their face, you hear it all, they're not focusing, but come on. So you're telling me then it's good for people with no assets, they benefit off of deflation. Great. I could agree with you on that. But now, do you really, all the poor people you've talked to have no debt? And they will not be burdened by it, or their rental payments are not on contracts that are going to hurt them if again, they are now paying 10 times the amount because they agreed on the price 6 months ago. The debt caused by inflation. But they still have debt, yes? I can't type as fast as you talk. It's simple. So poor people don't have debt in your book. We'll simplify it there then. Or you let me know. Otherwise, again, I think the real answer is it's more complex, but at the end of the day, like if you have familiarity with the consumer and again, the lower income people you say so well, I wish I never, growing up, it's crazy because I didn't see us as rich. But, I always thought we were poor growing up, but it's like my parents had debt. I don't know about anybody else, but it's like I've never met somebody on a lower income scale that is saying that they have zero debt at all. Because, again, we all have debt to a degree. That's why usually if you have lower income, the smallest amount of debt weighs on you higher. We all have a car payment. Some of us don't. But the less you make, the poorer you are. There you go. To play devil's advocate, wouldn't the price of daily goods go down, like groceries, but then debt or payments would be harder to make due to duration? Well, yeah, that's the point. That's why I think a lot of people are getting lied to and believing this. They're like, oh, deflation is good. They think food and all that other stuff will go down, and it will. But now you're going to be spending so much more on the stuff that's not useful. And then, again, tied to the things, your car, your house, access to credit, your future, right? So, yeah, your food's that's why they had apples for 10 cents in the Great Depression. What was the Great Depression? Does anybody know what happened in the Great Depression? Why do they call it a depression? Depression. And that's assuming that if incomes drop, everyone's fucked. We're not stuck in it. You want prices to go down. I'm not against you in saying that prices need to go down. I'm not advocating for inflation. But I'm saying be careful of the word deflation. Deflation is not something you want. You want your prices to normalize. But deflation is, it's scary. And that's why I see young kids getting hyped about it, and I'm like, you guys have no idea what you're asking for. That's what deflation is, an extreme drop. Deflation is again, it's a depression. So literally the Great Depression, there was deflation. It wasn't that's what led to you got to think about it. The money supply was even lower. The value of the dollar, it started changing back then. But it's you will get into a depression if we get into deflation. Exactly. Extremes one way or the other. You want something in the middle, more or less. We want prices to come down. We do not want deflation. You don't want prices to inflate, but naturally you want your wages to go up, right? You want your stocks in your companies to make more money. You want to get paid more. So you want a balance of both of those. But the pendulum shift of we love inflation, we want deflation. It's like no. Both of those things are going to hurt you and leave the more vulnerable people of society hurt. And that is what I will stand by, that deflation will hurt the lower income and more vulnerable people, just like the higher inflation does. The people with access to capital always benefit in those situations, sadly, which I've been saying since 2020 for the inflation side of it. So just be careful what you wish for with deflation, but to think it's a good thing, I think prices going down is good, but deflation is horrible for all of us. And if anybody convinces you otherwise, I mean, we'll see if history will prove us correct or not. But unfortunately, at that point, it will come with a lot of costs. Yes, '08 was deflation, 100%. And it could have been worse. That's the crazy part. They got in the way of it. They MMT, massive inflation to go against it. But 100%. Deflation doesn't have to go to such extremes. It doesn't. But at that point, it's just disinflation. But then when the media and people talk you into loving deflation, they're conditioning you into believing something you don't know what you're believing. And it's the worst thing ever. Habibi, deflation and price down, two different things. Yallah. They don't teach you this in American college. Two different things. Yallah. Very, very big things. So again, prices came down in 07. 06, 07, prices came down in real estate. Then it deflated. Then you had deflation. That's like, so you could lose your inflation. Prices could come down, but don't get tricked into thinking deflation is your friend. But again, it only took one TikTok in 48 hours, and people are literally, we're having this discussion. You're like, nah, man, I talk to the poor people. You only say that because you're rich. It's like, no, I grew up poor. I've done more for poor people than more rich people and even more poor people. That's why I'm like, come on. You know what I'm about and what I stand for. That's why I know what's vulnerable to society. And it is that. And it's going to hurt more people, get them trapped in situations, or if there's a crash in recovery, make sure they never buy a house. If deflation in your debt, you give up your assets, what are you going to do for the next 10 years? The value of the dollar would go up first. That's why the problem. You do not want an extreme value increase in your dollar and have things fixed, like your labor, your jobs, like your labor wages, because if it's fixed and the dollar changes, everything just changed. So think about it. If the dollar got 10 times more valuable and your company's paying you $20 an hour, it's like they're paying you, what, $2,000 an hour, $200 an hour? How long is that going to last for? Then people get laid off. Come on, stop. This is what happened in '08. It happened at other times, and that deflation is the worst thing, and more people have gone to avoid it than not. Your dad was a victim of that playing out. Most of our families were. Again, my family was too. We lost everything. Like, it's not like it's literally, some people remember it, some don't, but it's like there was a lot of other things that, like, in history that have shown us the dangers of deflation. There's a reason why modern monetary theory opted for a policy that the risk was inflation rather than deflation. I'll just tell you that much. too much money circulating. That's why it's hard to see, but, hopefully we don't get deflation. Hopefully we don't. Right now there's a shit ton of money around, so you know what I'm saying? There's things there it would take a wild amount of things, but then again, I mean, when deflation is Frankenstein, so you never know. You never know. Wouldn't you want deflation if you have more cash than assets? Yeah, but it's the reality. Like, again, the way I've diversified on it, I would be a benefactor of it. But at the end of the day, it's not it's painful for everybody. I don't want to experience. I know what I'm wishing for, and I wouldn't wish for it. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it would be just like inflation was confusing. Imagine on the way down. But then there's more panic on the way down. What drives deflation the most now? High energy, high rates. I mean, rates and money supply. We don't have deflation right now. Again, inflation is coming down, but it's still increasing at a positive rate year over year, month over month. Your inflation is increasing 0.5% a month, 0.3 to 0.5. But so it's like, are we having deflation? No. You'll have deflation when you start getting negative inflation. Once we start getting negative 5% year over year, negative 6%. Again, who was it? I think there was one country this year. Oh, no, the CPI. Argentina went insane. But that's what deflation is. But like I'm saying, like I really wouldn't wish. I don't want to experience deflation. In our lifetime, I really hope we don't have to. I hope we can not have crazy inflation, but at the same time, I would hate to, because again, I mean, whatever I think I know, it's shitty for everybody. Again, any other time in history, there was real deflation. It wasn't a good time for anybody. Like there was nothing good that, like, again, some people, like businesses were started and people came out, dominating, which obviously will happen, but at the same time, it's like it's not really it's not a good thing to happen. Last time we had deflation would probably be 2008, I would say. That's probably your only time, more or less. All right, let's see. Was it Greece? I feel like someone had deflation earlier. Yeah, China is getting in it. That's why people are getting worried about China. Because if they're the first one, it's not good. And that's why, like, China is getting even weirder and weirder. Yeah, CPI has been flat and negative. So like 2008, I think, again, 14, this is your zero line. Yeah, so zero, look at 2000. Look at what happened. You don't, like, come on. That's what I'm saying. Don't get tricked this time. It's not what you, but this time they're going to have TikTok to let this young generation think fucking deflation is good for them. Look at what happened 05 to 08. Inflation, 2%, all the way up to 6%. Then it starts to come down, but then it came down too much. Instead of going back to stabilizing, it went to zero, then it cratered, and if they didn't inflate the shit out of the economy, we would have all gotten clapped. Like, you see what I'm, like, so again, any other time, you don't really witness it on a chart. We don't go below zero that often. Again, 1940 is, again, these were the other times. That's what I'm saying is, like, come on, bro. Like, this is a hard thing to go against if you're trying to advocate for it. Nothing in history says deflation is good for you at all. It is the worst possible thing that could happen economically. What did they do to stop it? They unleashed more money than ever before. They created modern monetary theory. They started buying assets, quantitative easing. They wanted to inflate the economy. They needed to bring inflation. It's similar, but like that's the thing though. You got to like I was saying, people don't trip out until like again, even 08, it's going to come down, but like we have to get down to 0 and then if it goes below it. So like I'm telling you, you guys are telling me deflation is CPI at 0.5% month over month? Come on. Year over year, even if it's 2% year over year, it's still increasing 2%. That is not deflation. When it starts going to 0 and negative, then you have it. And then if that happens, though, it's never been a good outcome. And go look at the chart, go look at the stock market, everything. It's not, history has been a very good guide, and thankfully, we haven't had to deal with it too much, and most people know the dangers of it, so they want to stay away from it. If you have cash and no debt, you'll be good. Yes. But that to say that most Americans have cash and no debt, that's a long shot. Because we all, again, car payments, rent, you'd be surprised, but we all have some exposure. Again, Japan is deflation, I guess. That's the better way. It's like when the 2 and 10s, that's part of it, yeah. But truly, it is crazy. Like, deflation is not good. Not to mention, like, what if we have deflation and Janet Yellen's still there, and then she keeps, and then imagine all of the money they issued. Ho, 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 ho. But then again, they would cut rates to negative probably at that point. See, that's the thing. Last time we were at 0. If we had deflation, you were going to start living in a negative interest rate world. I would assume that's their solution, if it did happen. Just like Japan. If you use margin, yeah. QE and MME can't fight deflation. Well, the risk is that it just turns into what's the Powell's word? Unanchored expectations, and then it just turns into hyperinflation. So that's the worry of MMT and quantitative easing. It could get rid of deflation, but the worry everyone's been worried about is massive inflation. Has it materialized? No, depending on what country you want to look at. But at least in America, we had inflation, but we did not enter hyperinflation. That was so from the day one they came up with this plan of modern monetary theory. That was the worry. So all of the guys who were like worried about stuff, they were screaming from the rooftops when they first said like, "Hey, the Fed is gonna buy assets. We're gonna print money and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that." Right? There was people from the rooftops saying, "No, you're gonna cause hyperinflation. If it fails, it's gonna be damaging and dangerous." And then it never happened. We stayed at 2% inflation, and everyone's like, "What the fuck are you saying?" So, and it never, even after COVID, even after all the money, I mean, realistically, that's it. Like, actually, I did forget one point. I forgot about one point. You did get deflation. It wasn't 08. You had another deflation. I forgot. It was a blip, though. It didn't last long because of what they did. COVID. Oil went negative. No, COVID. People lost their jobs. They had to halt mortgage payments. Because what would have happened? Everyone would have lost their house and their job. You had a brief set of deflation there by stopping the whole entire economy. That was a little bit of deflation right there. But then the money printer went up, and then boom, and then our worry was inflation, and then we dealt with inflation, and now we're coming back down. But yeah, That COVID was your little glimpse of deflation, but it didn't last long. And then by the end of it, you all got rich. So you were all like, wait a minute. But yeah. As I said, people don't remember history. That one was recent, but that was a blip. You had it for a little bit, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. You, again, CPI, the worst jobs numbers. Again, everything was awful. We didn't get negative interest rates, but we had positive interest rates, and we cut to zero in 2 days, in a couple of days. Emergency hike after the next, and then they came up with a plan to pump $1 trillion into the economy. And then they said you don't have to pay a mortgage payment, and then you don't have to pay this, even your utilities. They stopped it because you had deflation in overnight. That's it. Then prices went down. I mean, it was cheap to drive. It was cheap to buy. Then when the inflation came in, the supply chain got congested. And the inflation came about. Housing surged higher. That's not deflation. Come on, don't be a fool. You could have bought a house anytime in 2020 and made a shit ton of money. That's foolish to tell me houses didn't deflate in 2020. I got some of my best purchases by shopping in August of 2020 on properties. I got prices that will never come back there. Why? Because deflation. And then the inflation kicked in. Anybody who bought a house in 2020 loved it. Why? Because it went down in value. And then again, there was no payments. So imagine if you had to make a rental payment, or if you had to, it would have been dark back then. It would have got even worse. I think it's a worry. But at the same time, I mean, how they're going to combat it, you'll see. Prices will come back to 2015 levels. That's the thing, though. Some of those houses in people wanted to dump them. People were selling houses at very low prices. Just, again, they were worried. You guys don't remember that? It was 2-3 years ago. Like, legitimately. And then I started getting back out there, and they were still kind of cheap. But, like, bro, it was insane. So, moral of the story, hopefully we never have to deal with it again. You didn't see new builds drop? I did. I saw houses drop that's how I got all the new builds. I had builders offering to sell me houses cheaper than what they sold them for in 2020 and 2021, up until everyone got crazy, because all of the people who put in orders for their new home in 2020 and then COVID hit, what do you think half of those people did? They canceled. So I had house builders selling me these properties, and again, at that point I was ready to buy. I was worried at first. I'm not to say like I wasn't worried. I was terrified. In the beginning, I was really scared. I was like, oh shit. But that is what happened. Like, there was deals everywhere. For at least it was up until like November or like January 2021. That's when prices started going nuts. That's when everybody picked up on it. The stimulus, the zero rates. There was lines outside of Louis Vuitton, all of that. Gold. I think just breaking out, hitting the high, and then blow off or cool off top. I don't think it's going to come down, but mixed with everything else. Yeah, bet on inflation. Not really. Just pray for stability, and that's why I have diversification and balance out your debt and assets, and make sure you have a good mix. Because again, but deflation is the big worry. Said it for years. It's good. I'm glad we got to have that talk. I never realized why debt is so bad. Yeah, we've lived the last 10, 15 years of living. You haven't really dealt with anything where it was bad. Again, it was bad during COVID. Imagine you can't collect rent, jobs, things aren't operating, and then you had to pay a mortgage. It would have destroyed people. That's why they halted the payments, because you had mortgage debt. So 100% debt, but lately you haven't really had to worry about debt being bad. Most people think it's bad because you have to pay your credit cards and then the interest stacks up, and then it's like that's bad, but like the real danger is if there was a big change in your value of money. If you get a real deflation, that's why price stability is one of the mandates of the Fed. The Fed is now raising rates. They stopped for the last 60 days. So actually in 2 weeks, we'll be entering in our 90-day stretch. Holy shit. It'll be like 61 or 62 days or something like that. So we'll see. It'll be wild. 10:30 push-ups. I'm down, baby. Oh, it's already 10:30? Well, I got a couple of things for you. It's funny. I'm going to talk about debt. I need to go to the bathroom, but we need to get our push-ups in. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. But we've been here for, 4.5 hours now? Got about 2.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. So get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5. Can't do 5, do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, man. Woo. That's good. Now relax the chest to the sun. Relax the shoulders. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of y'all. Boom, baby. Oh, it's good, man. There you go. Relax a little bit. Relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go. And we needed that? All right, man. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll get some resistances, and then I'll see you in a little bit.
Is to take the opposite bet, look at options with the volatility index historically low, and price and really protect your positions going into 2024, because there's a good chance, maybe not a majority chance, but there's a very good chance that we don't nail that Goldilocks scenario where unemployment doesn't move higher, where the economy continues robust and inflation drops to the 2% rate.
And I guess as we monitor the data points after market participants have place their short-term bets, the mood of the bond market, what happens with yields there is, I guess, another determining factor, since what had happened to yields recently was one of the fuels for the stock market rally.
Yes, and what we're seeing now is there's a lot of bets, one-way bets on the Fed cutting rates about 125 basis points next year, which I think is unrealistic in the semblance of a Goldilocks scenario, in a soft landing scenario. Probably if the Fed cuts 125 basis points to 250, as some shops are calling for, that's because we're in a recession. So, be careful what you wish for, because as bond yields decline, if they're declining because of what we expect to occur, which is a rollover over in the U.S. consumer in a consumption-based economy, then that's not going to be positive for equities. So a drop lower in yields, if it's because of a slowdown in the economy, is not going to be bullish for earnings.
Yeah, that's the confusing part, which it feels like why Tony Dwyer is saying chillax felt kind of good, because it's like if you're cutting to normalize is different between easing, right? So cutting versus easing is, I feel like, the tension that we're all getting to. And then what happens in that moment? Like, go ahead and be bullish until you have to cut to ease, or the flip?
I think what makes sense is to act counterintuitively, which is right now markets are going up so fantastically. Let's play the opposite. You know, put options are cheap. Buying calls, that's pretty cheap. Let's not, pursue the high flyers that are probably going to drop next year if the Fed doesn't cut as much as the market is expecting. And if it does, it's because of something very negative. So what I'm recommending to our clients is take the opportunity that the market is presenting us now to position ourselves defensively. It makes sense to me, Alex. I think that treasuries could even go lower in terms of yield next year because we're in recession. I think a 10-year treasury that broke 5% at that point for me was a clear buy signal. I think even T-bills, where you can get 5.5% yield makes sense. Cash equivalent paper makes sense. It's not very enriching for the banks to say this, but when you look at the equity risk premium and you compare the S&P 500 versus the 2-year treasury bill, that out earns. The 2-year treasury bill is better in terms of yield than the S&P 500. And you compare that to the high yield market or investment grade market, to me it says that it's time to overweight fixed income, and I would say in the short end.
What about gold? I mentioned hit a record high. Then some say maybe it's a canary in the coal mine and we're kind of getting out of that. What do you do with gold right now?
I think if gold continues this move lower, then it's an opportunity to accumulate. I have liked gold for some time. It's been a winning call. Current levels after this boom that we saw on Friday, Alex, I don't think are opportune to enter. But if we continue to see a leg lower, I think gold makes sense. I think defensive sectors and equities make sense. Overweight fixed income makes sense. And protecting your positions, not wholesale selling of equities, but at a minimum protect those positions with options and with a readjustment towards more defensive sectors that outperform in both stagflation and recession, both of which I think are a higher probability than currently discounted in the market.
And then, Catherine, if corporate profits can hold up into next year, does that change the possible narrative if people think stocks have gone too far too fast, policy not quite there yet? What if companies have been preparing for more questions about that headed into next year? Is it possible that they could be ready to counter any views that they're going to be under pressure because a lot of people saying we're now kind of getting some momentum on the earnings side?
Yeah, and that's a very good point, John. And if one thinks that we are not entering an economic slowdown, but perhaps a reacceleration and recession is not on the horizon, and we're going from where we were in 2023 to something even a bigger boom in terms of economic activity, then I buy that argument. Corporate profitability continues to expand. But I suspect that corporate margins are going to come under pressure under the triple whammy of what we're still seeing, which is high labor costs, high real rates, right? High real rates with the Fed still on hold, and energy costs that, yes, have come down, but more likely than not are going to rise higher. So that's a triple whammy. I think probably what's going to happen here is that to maintain margins, John, corporations are going to stop the job hoarding and reverse the job hoarding, which means that they're going to start shedding jobs to prop up those margins. And if that's the case, then I think that's a nail in the coffin to the U.S. consumer, which itself faces some headwinds, high real rates, complete exhaustion of those nice checks during the pandemic. So liquidity is drying up, and they're experiencing ongoing inflation with high real rates. So I think it's going to be a complicated scenario, and I think that the headwinds for the economy next year are woefully underpriced into market sentiment right now.
Okay, for Catherine, bad news is bad news. Do you think that Friday's jobs number, bad news, good news, or good news, bad news?
Yeah, I think that if the jobs number disappoints, then it's going to probably be good news because
Probably be good news. If it disappoints, not too much though, not too much. Too much scared the people. Scare the people. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. it's Monday. I know. You thought you were going to get a philo, bro? I got you. Turkey cautions Israel intelligence against attempting to assassinate Hamas members on Turkish soil, responding to reports of alleged plans to target group leaders abroad. Or I hit up Cancun and Tulum on Thursday. I'll pay for it. Come through if you got some room. Hey man, maybe end of the year. I could do Cancun. I think is closer, right? Or no. I'm next to Cabo. Netflix has about 15 million ad tier subscribers at present. Is that good or bad? Whoop. Let's see, again, some news here, right at philo time. So, Chad. Oh, man. Chad. This philo. I love this philo. I think I've read you this before. Some of you may know, but can I just tell you a story? I just want to give you a story. I'm going to read you a story. It's like a little short story. Can I read it for you? Would you like to hear a little short story? It's not Proverbs. I hope y'all finish Proverbs, man. You know, you could start again in December if you'd like. Feel free. This isn't Proverbs. I'm going to just read you a story. Okay? You know, one day this guy goes up to somebody and he's like, hey, how often should I forgive people? Uh-huh. And the guy's like, he's like, should I forgive him like 7 times? And then the guy's like, nah, 77 times. Like I said, there's a story. One day there was a king who decided to bring his accounts up to date with servants who had borrowed money from him. In the process, one of his debtors was brought in who owed him millions of dollars. He couldn't pay, so the master ordered that he be sold along with his wife, his children, and everything he owned to pay the debt. But then the man fell down before him. He said, Master, he begged him. He said, please, be patient with me and I'll pay it all. Then his master was filled with pity for him, and he released him and forgave his debt. But then when the man left the king, he went to a fellow servant who owed him a few $1,000, grabbed him by the throat, and demanded instant payment. His fellow servant fell down before him and begged him for a little bit more time. Be patient with me, I'll pay it, he pleaded. But his creditor couldn't wait. He had the man arrested and put in prison until the debt could be paid in full. When some of the other servants saw this, they were very upset. They went to the king and told him everything that happened. Then the king called in the man he had forgiven and said, you evil servant, I forgave you that tremendous debt because you pleaded with me. Shouldn't you have mercy on your fellow servant just as I had mercy on you? And the angry king sent the man to prison and to be tortured until he had paid his entire debt. That's the story. What is that story about? You may have heard it before. Some of you may have not, and I'm glad you get to hear it, but do you get it? There's a guy, he owes millions of dollars. And then the loan is called due, the maturity, the corporate debt maturity. And then he pleads with him and he says, no, I can't. Please, don't, no, please. Like, come on, I'll pay you back, but please don't punish me for it. Don't, like, come on. And then the king's like, you know what? You seem genuine about it. I feel you. All right, I'll forgive your debt. No worries. And then the guy goes through, the next guy, right after he gets his debt forgiven, he goes to somebody who only owes him $1,000. And he says, pay me right now. And then the guy who he's telling him to pay does the same thing he just did. He says, please, don't throw me in prison. Don't do this. Like, come on, I'll pay you back. And instead, he's like, nah, I can't do that. What do you think that story's about? Chadadonia. You feel like I have a great way to sum this up in one sentence? I do, man. I do. The summary, man. I really want you to think about it, bro. For real, though. This is such a crazy story. It blows my mind every time because it's such an old story. How we behave as humans. The sad part is, like, come on. I know this is a very, very old story. But do you think this still happens today? Like, think about it. Yeah. All the time. That's what makes it really crazy. Jana urges Frontier Communications to start review process. Reuters. Bro, this happens so often. And we do it so much. It's so crazy. So, you want the simple summary, man? I hope y'all are ready to forgive a lot of people. And I hope you got that in your heart to show love and be forgiving no matter how hard it may be. You know why? Because it's for you. It's not for them, it's for you. Literally, I was explaining this the other day, even like recently. I've had to forgive some people. Very tough for me at certain instances, believe it or not. I know I could get over things quickly, but like that's the shitty part about me, cause like I'm like kind of psycho in that sense. Like, you know, I could get over shit quick. Like I could get over shit so fast that people get like suspicious. But that's my thing, because if I don't get over it quick, oh, it fucking... And again, I excuse my language given the context, but like, dude, I'm telling you from the heart how much of a torment it is to me. Because you don't get it. Some of you do. Some of you may feel me on that. Because I could brush off 99% of things so quickly. No effect on me. It don't matter, bro. Like, I've had the worst things happen, and I'll brush off. But the ones that stick with me, man, ugh. It messes with, and I hate it, because again, I don't like, bro, if you can't have that forgiveness in your heart, bro, it fucks with you. I'm sorry, again, because for real, bro, it really messes with you. It robs you of your peace, bro. It's hard to pray. It's hard to be nice. It's hard to not be selfish, like seriously, because you got this little thing just chewing away at you, and it's something that already happened. You know, it's a very awful thing. It really is. And I tell you that from experience. And that's why I'm telling you, bro, it's for you. And something about this story and the real wisdom of it, man, it really, really sticks out, bro. Because it's like, dude, you got to have this in you. I know the hard moments, and it's hard in life, and there's some awful things. But it's like, dude, if this is the standard... Like, at one point, bro, I realized I got to recently forgive some things, and, like, I realized it, too, and I just said, because you know what? I think at one point I'm going to need that forgiveness. I really did, and I thought about it, and I said, you know, and it's not saying, like, I plan on doing anything bad. You know, I'm not plotting on anything. But, nah, something that really opened up my eyes is that, really, bro, I need that. I'm going to need that mercy one day, and I'm not going to know when. And I know that if I'm not the one, if I hold it down in a way where that's how I judge people, and I do find, you know, I'm willing to let go of so many things, and I find the one small thing to not let go of, that's what I'm going to be held against. That's what that story, literally, it's the same thing, bro. Somebody just gave you forgiveness of something huge. Why wouldn't you show that to somebody else? For real. It's like one thing naturally, why wouldn't you do it? But like, yo. If somebody hear about that, it's going to come back very bad. You know, that's what happened in that story. This guy got forgiven off $1 million. And then went and that's the funny part I noticed about this story this time. Because, like, how did the guy who owed $1 million get called in? He got called in because the guy was just checking his accounts. It was that time of the year. you know, he was looking over the numbers, and he respectfully called the guy in and said, hey, man, what's up? You got the money or not? The guy said, no. Well, all right, I got to clap you. That's you owe your debt. And he's like, please, please, please don't do it. He's like, all right, I forgive you. Why not? Word. But then for $1,000, the way he summons his debtor is he grabs him by the throat. Man. I don't know. The viciousness that we have been treating each other with from the beginning of the times. I'm like, my goodness. But it's like, dude, like, think about it. Is that how you want to be treated, though? For real. This is the golden rule. It really has that element in it. But it's like, I don't know if you have to forgive anybody. I don't know if forgiveness is messing with you. I don't know what it is. I don't know why if you're getting angry at certain things, man. But I hope you could forgive it. And it's not because they deserved it. It's not because of this. It's just simple, man. Is that how you want it to come back to you? This is age-old karma for some of y'all. But I love this parable. I love this story so much because it really is a reminder, bro. You know, that you gotta humble yourself. And it really is humbling. Because like I told you, it's not like I'm planning to do something. But like, you know what? I never know when I'll need that type of mercy. I really don't. And it really settled on me where I was like, you know what? Maybe it's time that, you know, across the board. Because if I'm not showing mercy to anybody, then I don't want that to ever come back to me. And you know what? Maybe people will still treat me wrong, and maybe people will still treat you wrong if you forgive. That's fine, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's on them. But it's like, for real, it is for you. So, Chattadonia, I don't know if this is what you thought we were open up Monday with. But I'm telling you, I kept reading this over the weekend, and I read before and after, and honestly, it's like it's the thing. Nah, you guys are all forgiven. Honestly, it's weird. I have other things I'm dealing with beyond, you know, not just the YouTube, you know, and that's why it's like, you know, you guys are good, bro. Like, nah, don't even trip. But like, there was something that reminded me of it though, you know, because like if you read that's from Matthew 18. And I read something ahead of it, like it talks about the heart of a child, and it says like the heart of a child, bro, and it says for real, like better to be tied to a block of stone and be thrown in the ocean than to like mess with the children. You know what I'm saying? For real, like hopefully you always leave a good path, but then like I don't know, I read it a little different. A millstone, thank you. You know, I really did, bro, because I read it. It was saying, like, heart of a child. And I've always read it to, like, you know, you inherit the kingdom, heart of a child. That's how, like, you know, it's hard to believe stuff. You know, for real, like, it's hard to be forgiving if you have the heart of an adult. You know that, right? Oh, y'all don't feel me. You know that one time, bro, I hit my nephew, like, on accident, like, we were playing, and then, like, he got hurt. And he got so, like, he was crying. I was like, oh, like, dude, I was freaking out. And he was so sad. It's so funny how quickly, you know, he forgave me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, an adult, you be pulling up records. You be pulling up receipts. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, though, as an adult, you be pulling up. You be like, well, I would forgive you, but this. And, well, this and this. I don't know. And you go, and I know better. You're going to just do it again. You know, and that's always been one element how I've read that. You know, like the heart of a child, it is important, but like, nah, man, something I read it different and it hit different. And this is something I'll relate to Friday for some of y'all. And it's okay, like, bro, for real, I don't say this as to try to make you feel bad about it. Like, again, I hope you realize that. Like, it's not, believe me, there's more to life, my brother. You are forgiven, because I can't tell you I forgive, because if I forgive you for me, bro, you know what I'm saying? I don't want that. I don't want to live in that type of merciless world where people act like that. But the way I read it this time, bro, is like, dude, heart of a child. and like even acting like you have the heart of a child. Some of y'all, man, for real, you're better off being the asshole you are, and like I am sometimes, instead of pretending to be the heart of a child. I've read it differently on that after that, because it did speak to me on that sense. No. I'm not saying cleanse the soul. No. I'm just saying y'all should watch out for being a fake child. You know what I'm saying? Like acting all innocent, acting like you don't know something to start strife. Acting like, oh, I don't know any better. Oh, can you do this to get people to fight? To get people to argue? To bring emotions out of people? Feigning the heart of a child to do something evil is so bad. That's what I got out of that. And that's why I said I saw a little bit of it on Friday. And that's why I was like, that's why I was like, I don't think I'm going to let y'all keep doing this. You know, for real. Because it's clear it wasn't genuine. You know what I'm saying? And you're trying to twist the genuineness. And it's evil. And it's okay if I've done evil just because everybody could do evil. I've done so much evil you have no idea. There's a reason why I pray for the mercy. It's okay. I'm not saying like that does not identify you. Please do not identify with it. So I've always read it one way as like, yo, protect the young minds is how I used to always read it, you know, and I still do. And how important it is for your growth and development and belief. It's hard to believe things in a world if if you're always viewing it as an adult. But like I'm saying, after all of that, I did read it in a certain way. And I think you're better off tying yourself to a millstone than pretending to have the heart of a child and then causing others to stumble or create, you know what I'm saying? Creating all of the negative things you probably read about all in Proverbs. So, Chad, above all else, man, the answer is always forgiveness. And like I said, though, man, I don't want to live in a world with no mercy. And, it's something I got to realize, too, for everybody I've ever dealt with and anything that I go through and all of it, bro. It's like, for real, one day you will have to answer to how you treat people. All of us. I hope you know that. For real. So I at the very least, like, just don't forget about that. Like I told you the other day, like, have the sympathy. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. But it's just like, you are going to have to deal with that. And, like, I hope you think about that before the next thing you do to somebody. Or the next time you have an opportunity to, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, I get it. It don't hit the same. But it does. It hits better. But, like, you don't, not all the time, and you don't realize it. But, like, when you have the opportunity to forgive, it's going to take a lot more out of you. But it's like, dude, how do you want that to come back to you? Just think about it for the next time you treat somebody. It goes a long, long way. So, Chad, I hope you feel me on it, baby. I hope you feel me on it, but take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up. Second for the nightly watch is the main channel. First for the Screaming Lights Boot Camp real estate course. Amen. 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 Amen, man. I feel you, man. God bless. It's good. I love this. I love the parables, man. Yeah, man. And honestly, you should read the whole thing. I feel you. Adulthood does harden you, man. Everything. Get screwed over a couple times, get shit on multiple times, have to see the reality, see failure, even if you learn from them, that's what happens over time. That's why the heart of the child is important. But, there's multiple meanings, I guess, now. That's at least what I took from it. But amen, man. Amen. Amen. On that note, I was about to play you a Jay Critch song. I forgot. I don't know if I can.
Angel on the track.
Yeah, loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man? I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
Yeah, man. That's me, bro. That's me. Josh Answers, F350, bro. Out everywhere. I've been brainwashing you with it for the last 2 months, so I'm glad some of you are just learning about it. They do wait an hour to charge, bro. I've been there. I've waited longer than an hour. You know that? That's when like my Tesla aggression started breaking out. I'll never forget. It was like the first time I waited like 45 minutes at once. I was like, this is awful. And then one time I waited like you say you would never, but like imagine if that was your only option. Like I had no battery. I can't go anywhere. So all I could do was wait. Like I had to. Like legitimately I had to. And then one time I made the foolish mistake of driving. I took the Model X from San Diego to LA, right? And then I was like, I'll just charge. I went to Glendale, the Galleria, right? The one with the charger, is that not Bakersfield? Is it Glendale or the other one? The one right next to it, Burbank or whatever. The one with the mall with the Tesla charger. And I'm like, all right, I'll charge it while I'm like, I'll leave it there. I'll charge. I'll get some food, Man, it was awful. It was like a round trip to get to San Diego to LA and back. It was like 6 hours. It was awful, dude. I should have went to Vegas. It's crazy. It was awful. And then I just started just getting pissed off. I was like, I'm never doing this again. Ever. But it was fun though, I'll tell you. A Tesla on Mulholland. It's a great experience. So I'm glad I did it for that. But at the same time, bro, nah, that shit was wild. Palo Alto and IBM. IBM was hitting today. Oh, Uber, where are you going, Uber? Netflix CEO satisfied with password sharing crack. That's good, man. That's good. My Netflix keeps saying, like, hey, you want to share it again? And I'm like, I feel like they're about to crack down on me again. But that's good. I hope they calm down. That song is called F350 by Josh Answers. It's on YouTube, iTunes, Spotify, wherever, man. Would you drive F1 if they had, like, F1 pit stops? They have that. It's like the Neo. The Neo and some of those other China EVs, they do it like that. But, I mean, if it's as fast as filling up a gas car, I would totally rock with EVs. And then, granted, if they weren't as expensive, the cars. Yeah, that one's my song. Yeah, Uncle. I have a lot of Uncle tracks to release, but I got to get the artwork stuff. I was supposed to have them a while ago. We got a little busy here. Market's been lulling us to sleep, and we'll wake up one morning with a slap in the face. Give or take, but I would say it's going to correlate with the data. But, yeah. But then again, that's what people were saying. The lack of, like, euphoria. The fact that you're not ripping up every day and you're getting these weird, calm moves. Some people are using that to defend the bullishness. Who is Uncle? My uncle. The easiest question I got all day. Thank God. You're holding out for hydrogen packs. But isn't hydrogen like highly flammable? Like if you crash a hydrogen car, is that safe? With oxygen? But like, don't we live in oxygen, you know? I don't want to be that guy. Tesla Cybertruck Beast is 800 horsepower. The Hummer's 1,000. With the Hummer's 4,700 pounds. I thought they would weigh more. The Cybertruck only weighs 3,700. You sound better on mute, Randy. I gave you the timeouts on Friday, but is that you still not happy about it? But listen, man, that $4.99 for those 12 months proves otherwise. So thank you for your service. Oh, not you? Okay. That's good. That's good. Either way, I was like, bro, you've been a member for a year, so you love me. Because I love you, man. I can't. That's all I'm saying, man. $4.99, you got my back. I never asked for it, so amen. Nah, but that's what I do. I had to time out so many of y'all on Friday, bro. Y'all were just fucking going in. 3,700 kilograms. Oh, yeah. What the fuck, man? Yeah, Mikey, I'm like, no way a Cybertruck and a Hummer weigh less than a Civic. New members. No, I had to ban a couple of peaches. I banned a peach. I banned a pony. Like, I'm saying, I'm sorry. Like, but then again, like, some of the stuff that was being said, I was just like, dude. Y'all weren't catching. Y'all were watching like 10 people get clapped a minute, and y'all didn't pick up on it. That's wild. It is, but it's also like, again, you know, and like honestly, even right now, I wasn't looking for it, but it's good that some of you, like even during PHILO, like, you know, with what you were saying, because you're like, my bad, but like dude, there's no way you listen to PHILO. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you love the PHILO, you love being here for that many years, and you be saying stuff that like nobody would vibe with, like, you know what I'm saying? Just like certain things, it was just like, nah, man. That's why I was like, I don't want to ban any more people. I'm done banning people, and I was like, this is not constructive, and I'm like, it's just, I don't want y'all to look like that, because I do think way more highly of all of you than even some of you wanted to kind of show on Friday. I said, nah, that's not. So I just, the Chad Matt, honestly, kind of, we didn't have one. You know, I've been super chill. I have not really banned anybody this year, and that was just like, yo, that was wild, bro. That was just, it got out of hand, bro. They were up to no good. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. I got one little timeout, and then Josh got scared. He says, you're moving with your auntie and mama to Twitch. What? So I whistled for a subprime, and when it got here, the license plate said Bezos with the dice in the mirror. If anything, I could say this streaming site was weird, but I thought, man, forget it. Yo, home to the Twitch. Boom, 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 boom. I pulled up to the Twitch around power hour. Okay. And I looked at YouTube and I said, smell you later. Looked at the kingdom. I was finally there. Okay. I'm sorry. Roth IRA or brokerage? Both. So make a Roth IRA so you can set one up for retirement. It's going to have less liquidity. And then a brokerage account will give you a little bit more. Not a recommendation. I'm not part of the financial advisor mafia. So I'm not a financial professional. Don't recede maturity-wise. Leave that to the hairlines, myself included. Amen, bro. Amen. The Twitch channel or just Twitch TV/trading fraternity? That's the one without the. I usually post the link. It should be in the bio, but also too, we just keep it up there as a backup, and then Australia, just for the people. A lot of people got banned. They found their home there. Some people like it because you could like listen without the thing, and then it doesn't lag us out the same way. And the audio is amazing. Palestinian sources at the Nasser medical complex within the city of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza are claiming senior Hamas leader Nizar al-Wadala has arrived at the hospital and is receiving treatment following an Israeli airstrike. Why would they say that? I feel like if they put that info out, they're going to bomb the hospital. So why are you telling us this? Why is that public? What are your options, Josh AI, on your long term? What do you mean? I don't think Josh AI gets it. Sorry. I'm not quite understanding. We don't do options on the long term. Maybe a covered call, but that's about it. Otherwise, you're lying to yourself if you think long terms have an options account in them. You should separate them. That's what Josh would always say. Let me know if you have any more questions. Like the video. Sorry. I don't know what you mean by thanks for the roses. I can't smell shit. I'm an AI. Otherwise, if you have any other questions, I'm pre-programmed with over 50,000 responses on the stock market. Ask me anything. Say, hey, Josh, what's a yield curve? Hey, Josh, why is deflation bad? I'll probably get a little aggressive if you aren't listening, but either way, you're going to learn a lot today. Just let me know. But yeah, no options in the long term, my friend. Covered calls are great. Benjamin Graham would tell you no, because you can miss out on profit and you never know, or because not only missing out on profit, because in a way when you do a covered call you're predicting the price, but I believe that if you sell covered calls with a decent amount of time and make sure it's like 30% higher than the price that you paid, then you'll be good to go. Like make sure, like I say minimum 30, better off with 50%, and that's it. I'm already in Uber covered calls. I kept rolling them over, so I have a covered call at 60. So right below here right now, but I'm going to roll it over once E-Trade lets me, because they won't let me. They transferred my account, and they haven't given me my options approval on this account. I'm like, you guys are so dumb. You could just, but then my account is like, it's been abandoned by them. They don't like me on this account after all of the fiasco in the beginning. Covered calls, growth names, especially like if it doesn't pay a dividend and you got a decent amount, something where I could guarantee a high purchase price, like, guaranteed like what, 80% on Uber while giving me like, 5-10% of my value on it. Like, I think that's a good one. The 3-year leap, then roll out near the expiration. If you roll, it's rolling your way. And then one more roll and you made it this far. Yeah, it's good. I love as long as you do them higher, you'll be good. As long as it's a guaranteed higher price, it's always going to put you in a better spot. And then, you know, usually if the stock keeps running or hurting your position, you should be able to. I think 30% minimum. So if you bought the stock at $100, I wouldn't sell a covered call for less than 130, like on the strike. That's what I would make sure. And then the new rule of thumb, make sure that you make sure that you're getting at more than like 5% in premium. So again, the interest rate on a bond is 5%. So if you're going to sell your right to guarantee X amount of upside, but then it's not paying you, you know, a decent return on the money, I mean, you got to ask yourself if that's worth it. UPS, EL, Pepsi, Pfizer, Align, Illumina, HSY, SJM, Whirlpool. Let's take a look. The ones that are like, I don't know about, like Align, Illumina. Those are the only ones I don't like on that list. Every other one is like OG. But then again, Align and Illumina may have more upside at the same time as limiting. UPS still kind of expensive. Pepsi too. They're based off yearly. Those stand out. I kind of like Smucker's the most. Yeah, that's the only one that like is aligned with those names. Good history. I don't know the dividend, but every other one. Otherwise, I like Pepsi if you don't have Coca-Cola, but they're still kind of high. And then UPS, I think, is still a little bit up there, but you can't go wrong. Estee Lauder, I think we missed. Estee Lauder too, but they're also, again, I don't know, the other makeup companies. It could go both ways, but I do like Estee Lauder in that industry. You know, it won't hurt to get some cosmetics. So food, SJM or Estee Lauder, I would say. Out of those, in my opinion, not a recommendation. Do I buy shares with them? I used to, but sometimes I'll just keep it. It all depends. Couldn't you put the money from the covered call into bill? You can, but it's not going to make, like, again, if you make like $1,000 off of the premium, which is still a decent amount, you know, like, and you get back 5%, and you're going to make like what, $5, you know, or $50, not even. So you can, but what I'm saying is just make sure if you're going to commit to a covered call, hopefully the premium, you're getting paid fixed income. Hopefully it's paying you better than a risk-free asset because you're attaching capital and other things to this. Corinne Live. Can you guys handle it? I thought I trained you guys so well. I thought all of the Corinne meetings, but then that Powell one got y'all.
Establishing universal background checks,
go pee, though, so I'll be right back.
A national red flag law, banning assault weapons, investing in proven solutions, and much more. In the meantime, President Biden and this administration will continue to use every tool at our disposal to keep communities safe. This weekend, during COP28, the Biden-Harris administration announced the Environmental Protection Agency's final standards to sharply reduce methane emissions from oil and gas operations. This rule advances the president's historic climate agenda, will prevent 1.5 billion metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, and deliver billions of dollars in health and economic benefits. Under the president's leadership, the U.S. is turbocharging the speed and scale of climate action, both at home and abroad, including our collective efforts to tackle super pollutants like methane. Sharp cuts in methane emissions are among the most critical actions the United States can take in the short term to slow the rate of climate change. President Biden also led and delivered the most ambitious climate agenda ever and the president will continue to treat climate change as the existential threat that it is. Now, as you all know, as I just mentioned at the top, and you can see for yourself, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is here with us. Jake is here to discuss the latest on Israel and other foreign policy news of the day, including, as you all saw this morning, OMB Director Shalanda Young's letter to congressional leadership regarding the need for urgent action to support Ukraine's defense. And with that, Jake, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Corrine, and thanks, everybody. I'll just make a few opening comments, and then I'd be happy to take your questions. This past weekend, I held several rounds of intensive phone calls with partners in Israel, Egypt, Qatar, and other nations as we remain intensely engaged in a basically nonstop discussion of the developments in the region since Hamas's devastating terrorist attacks on October 7th. We're still talking about trying to find a way forward on hostages. We're talking about sustaining and expanding the humanitarian assistance, making it into Gaza. And we're talking about, of course, the status of Israel's military operation as it defends itself against a terrorist organization that has declared its intent to repeat the October 7th massacres again and again and again. And I briefed the president regularly throughout the weekend and regularly throughout the day today. On Thursday, here at the White House, and with some families joining virtually, I met with the families of Americans who are still being held hostage by Hamas. It was my second such meeting by myself. I also joined the president's meeting with the families, and I can tell you it has not gotten any easier. What these families are going through is gut-wrenching, it's heart-wrenching, and it's unimaginable, unthinkable for any of us. We continue to do everything in our power under the president's leadership and guidance with his direct involvement and participation to try to bring all of these Americans home, as well as all of the hostages, and we will not rest until we have succeeded in doing so. The president and I, along with Secretary Blinken and Director Burns, will stay in touch with our Israeli and Qatari counterparts, as well as our Egyptian counterparts, to press Hamas on this issue. Right now, Hamas is refusing to release civilian women who should have been part of the agreement. And it is that refusal by Hamas that has caused the end of the hostage agreement and therefore the end of the pause in hostilities. Since October 7th, we have also worked very hard on the humanitarian assistance front. We've announced $100 million for the Palestinian people, including through UNRWA and other UN agencies, as well as other humanitarian actors. And we call on the international community again today to fulfill the UN's flash appeal. We're working really on trying to overcome remaining obstacles to increasing and sustaining the flow of humanitarian assistance to innocent Palestinians in Gaza. Secretary Blinken made this a major focus of his trip to the region this week, and we will continue to do everything we can directly from the United States to flow assistance into the region. Last week, we had a successful airlift, U.S. airlift, of over 54,000 pounds of medical items and food aid for delivery to the civilians in Gaza. And that's the first for a number of planned deliveries that will take place over the course of the coming days. Beyond what's happening immediately in Israel and Gaza, of course, there are developments in the region more broadly. This past weekend saw 4 attacks against 3 separate commercial vessels operating in international waters in the southern Red Sea. 3 vessels that are connected to 14 different nations, which goes to show you the extent to which this is truly a source of global concern and a threat to international peace and stability. As DoD has relayed, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer USS Carney responded to the distress calls from these ships and provided assistance. In doing so, it detected 3 UAVs at 3 different times heading in its direction, and it took action against all 3 of those UAVs. As CENTCOM reported this weekend, we cannot assess at this time whether the Carney was a target, but the Carney took prudent action in taking down those 3 UAVs. And we will continue as we go forward to consult very closely with allies and partners to determine and take all appropriate responses. We have every reason to believe that these attacks, while they were launched by the Houthis in Yemen, were fully enabled by Iran. On Ukraine, as you've all seen, earlier today, OMB Director Shalanda Young sent a letter to congressional leaders, which Corrine was just referencing, explaining that without congressional action, the administration will run out of resources by the end of the year to procure more weapons and equipment for Ukraine and to provide equipment from U.S. military stocks without impacting our own military readiness.
I'm on hold with
The resources Congress has provided for Ukraine and other
3M got an
national security
upgrade
needs
this morning.
have
That's why it's
halted
going
Russia's
crazy.
advances in Ukraine, helped Ukraine achieve significant military victories, including taking back more than 50% of the territory that Russia had previously occupied, and by revitalizing our own defense industrial base, jumpstarting and expanding production lines, and supporting good-paying jobs across the country. Now it's up to Congress. Congress has to decide whether to continue to support the fight for freedom in Ukraine as part of the 50-nation coalition that President Biden has built, or whether Congress will ignore the lessons we've learned from history and let Putin prevail. It is that simple, it is that stark a choice, and we hope that Congress, on a bipartisan basis, will make the right choice. There is no magical pot of funding available to meet this moment. As Director Young said, we're running out of money, and we are nearly out of time. Congress has to act now to take up the President's supplemental request, which advances our own national security and helps a democratic partner in Ukraine fight against Russian aggression. Finally, as Karine was just describing and talking through the achievements we've made on methane, Vice President Harris traveled this weekend to Dubai for COP28, and she delivered the United States' national statement and participated in a leaders session on renewable energy. Throughout her engagements, the Vice President made clear that the Biden-Harris administration is delivering and will keep delivering on the most ambitious climate agenda in history, both at home and abroad, and advancing our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, support adaptation, and boost climate resilience. As a result of President Biden's leadership since he took office, the United States is once again leading the world in responding in an urgent and sustained basis to the climate crisis. And with apologies for trying your patience with those opening remarks, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Jake. I want to ask you about the attacks on commercial vessels over the weekend. The Houthis have threatened to attack any commercial ship in that region that has ties to Israel. You mentioned the fact that these ships had ties to 14 different countries. Did all of these ships have ties to Israel?
I can't answer that definitively, but we don't think so. We do not believe that all three of the ships had ties to Israel, and it goes to show you the level of recklessness that the Houthis are operating on. Any ship they shoot at, whether it's Israeli-owned or has some connection in the past to Israel, that doesn't make it any more of a justifiable target under international law than if the ship didn't have ties to Israel. But some of these ships, we believe, may not have, although I don't want to give you a definitive answer on that because we have to continue to run that to ground. In addition to that, the position of the United States, consistent with the position of the UN Security Council and consistent with the position of maritime nations across the world, is that attacks on commercial shipping in international waters are totally unacceptable and have to stop. And what we are doing now is engaging in intensive consultations with partners and allies to determine the appropriate next steps. The last point I should make is just to underscore something I said in my opening statement. We are talking about the Houthis here. They're the ones with their finger on the trigger. But that gun, the weapons here, are being supplied by Iran. And Iran, we believe, is the ultimate party responsible for this.
And when you talk about next steps with partners, is one possibility setting up some kind of escort service? You talked about the USS Carney that responded. Is there a possibility that the U.S. would partner with other militaries in the region to escort these ships as they go through this sensitive region?
We have maritime task forces elsewhere to deal with threats to shipping. It's true in the Gulf. It's true off the coast of Somalia with respect to piracy. And we are in talks with other countries about maritime task force of sorts involving the ships from partner nations alongside the United States in ensuring safe passage of ships in the Red Sea. Those talks are ongoing as we speak. I don't have anything formal to announce, but that would be a natural part of the comprehensive response to what we are seeing here. Yeah.
Thank you. Continuing on that, you said these attacks were fully enabled by Iran. Can you talk about what are the consequences or what the consequences will be for Iran?
As I said, we have seen this unfold over the course of the day yesterday. We are taking this time to consult with allies and partners because we believe this is not just an issue for the United States. These ships were not U.S. commercial ships. They were from a variety of nations. This is an issue for the entire world, for every country that relies upon maritime commerce to sustain their economy, and by the way, that is every country, and that's why you saw the statement come out of the UN Security Council at the end of last week. So we will take the time to do the appropriate consultation, build a response that involves as much buy-in from as many countries as possible, and then we'll have more to report once we've done those consultations. Yeah.
But so far, retaliatory efforts from the U.S. to these kinds of strikes clearly have not been working. I mean, how concerning is that? We've heard the administration over and over again warn those who want to take advantage of this situation, don't. Those messages aren't landing clearly.
Well, I'd say a couple things. First, we have taken a number of steps, including movement of carriers, air wings, and others, to keep this war that is being waged now between Israel and Hamas in Gaza from spilling out into a broader conflict, a full-on regional conflagration, which many people in this room were warning about or concerned about when things happened, when this all kicked off on October 7th. Now, that doesn't mean that we are not seeing very alarming behavior, and there are two forms of it in particular that we're focused on. One is attacks by Iranian-enabled and aligned Shia militia groups in Iraq and Syria attacking our forces. We are taking steps to protect our people and to strike back against them. In fact, just yesterday, CENTCOM announced a strike that took out 5 militants that were attempting to attack us with UAVs. And second, we have made clear that the entire world needs to step up together, not the U.S. alone, but all of us working together to deal with this emerging challenge that the Houthis present, backed by Iran. We are going to take appropriate action in consultation with others, and we will do so at a time and place of our choosing. Yeah.
Are you go ahead. Just one other question on this next phase of fighting in Gaza. The administration, you have said that you feel that the Israelis have been receptive to your message to do more to try and limit civilian casualties. You know, they are urging people to move to supposedly safer areas. We're seeing these maps and leaflets that they are sending out, but you know, it's not clear that those warnings are actually reaching people, given the level of destruction, given communication issues. You know, are you satisfied that this is enough? Are the Israelis doing enough to make sure that people get these messages to limit civilian casualties? And can you really be more targeted in a situation where you have so many people now trying to squeeze into such a small area?
Well, first, the pause ended on Friday. It's Monday. And over the course of the weekend, we've seen basically 48 to 72 hours of activity. So it's too soon for me to sit here and tell you that I'm going to pass some comprehensive judgment. What I'm going to do instead is what I did earlier today. I'm going to talk to my Israeli counterparts about what they are doing to target Hamas and what they are doing to try to protect civilians. Now, as you noted, they have actually taken the quite unusual step for a modern military and identified precisely the area that they intend to have ground maneuver. And they have asked the people in that area to move out. Now, combined with that, we are working very hard to ensure a sustained flow of humanitarian assistance in through the Rafah border crossing so that as people leave these areas, there is food, water, medicine, shelter for them to be able to avail themselves of. But it's a dynamic situation, and we will keep watching and keep measuring day by day and stay in persistent contact with the Israelis as we reinforce the basic point. They have every right to go after the Hamas terrorists who committed this brutal massacre on October 7th and who continue to fire rockets just in the last hours at civilian areas in Israel. But they also have a responsibility to try to protect civilians. These are the kinds of steps that we have asked them to undertake. These are the conversations we're having day in, day out. And I'll keep coming back to this podium to report on those developments as we go. But I'm not going to sit here on Monday and pass some kind of comprehensive judgment. Yeah.
Do you, I want to ask a question about Ukraine. Are you saying that any member of Congress who votes against aid to Ukraine is voting for Putin?
I believe that any member of Congress who does not support funding for Ukraine is voting for an outcome that will make it easier for Putin to prevail. That is, a vote against supporting Ukraine is a vote to improve Putin's strategic position. That's just an inescapable reality. That's not speaking to someone's motive, why they chose to vote against it. That's just speaking to the outcome of their vote. A vote against supplemental funding for Ukraine will hurt Ukraine and help Russia. It will hurt democracy and help dictators. And we think that that is not the right lesson of history and that every member, Democrat and Republican, should vote to support this.
Quick follow-up. Do you feel the same way about the money for Taiwan? It's a vote to help Xi, the Chinese Communist Party. Vote against the package is a vote to help Hamas instead of Israel.
Again, I don't want to characterize this in quite the way that your question presupposes. Our view is that every dollar that is in this package is meant to enhance the national security of the United States and the peace and stability in vital parts of the world. That's why we want people to vote for it. Not voting for it, in our view, for the package in its totality, we believe is a vote against what is necessary to secure America's national security objectives going forward.
Thanks, Jake. You mentioned earlier that Israel has told Palestinians where they could go and where they are going to be bombing or attacking. But some of the areas that they have gone where they were told they would be safe are also coming under fire. What are Palestinians to do? And do you think this is in line with the law of war?
So just to take a step back, what Israel has done is it said, this is the area where we are going to conduct ground maneuver. Please, everybody move out of this area so that you're not going to be caught in the crossfire. They have also indicated that there are areas where there will be no strike zones. And in those zones, we do expect Israel to follow through on not striking. There are other areas in the south that Hamas continues to occupy with military infrastructure, where targeted, precise strikes are part of Israel's ongoing military operations. So the real question is, how do you, on the one hand, allow a sovereign nation like Israel to go after terrorist targets, while on the other hand, have them do so in a way that minimizes the harm to civilians? And that's really where the rubber hits the road in all of this. But fundamentally, we have laid out our expectation that in the areas that Israel has asked people to go, that it ensure the safety and security of civilians, and that it do so in the conduct of its military operations, and that it do so in the facilitation of humanitarian assistance getting to them.
You were talking this weekend, the Vice President was talking this weekend about the end game and what happens to Gaza afterwards. Do you have a sense, or have you given Israel a sense of your own expectations about when that end game should come? I.e., how much longer will this last? Weeks, months, any idea?
We have had conversations about the duration. I think, particularly given the sensitivity of this military operation, it wouldn't be wise for me to lay that out in public for all of you, but it is a topic of conversation that we're having with Israel. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Just first on the hostages, given that the formal talks in Doha have stalled, is there any possibility right now that the White House is contemplating that would try to secure the release of the dual American citizens separately from the talks that have been going on?
There are still intensive discussions among us, Israel, Qatar, and Egypt about how to best get traction on a strategy that will get all the hostages out. But of course, for the United States, the paramount priority is getting the American hostages out. And we are talking to the president about all of his options in terms of securing the release of American hostages. Beyond that, I'm not going to comment because we need to be able to have those sensitive diplomatic discussions behind closed doors.
And just following up quickly on Mary's question, I know you said that you can't offer a comprehensive assessment about Israel's military operations since fighting resumed, but can you offer any kind of initial assessment, just based on what you've seen since Friday, of whether Israel appears to be taking a more surgical, more precise, more deliberate steps in its military operations since Friday?
Here's what I will say, because characterizing, like offering qualitative judgments like more this, less that, is just something I'm going to be very hesitant about doing. What I would prefer to do is just state facts as I see them. And the facts that I see over the course of the past few days are that Israel has identified a very specific area, has asked people to leave that area. Israel has actually coordinated the commencement of its military operations on the ground in the south with that kind of notification. Now, what I can't judge is how many of the people in that area as of right now have received that communication, because I'm not on the ground, so I don't know that. And what we have indicated to the Israelis is they need to use every means and tool that they have available to be sure that when they actually move in force into an area in the south, that they do so with some confidence that people have actually gotten safe passage out of that area. That's an ongoing conversation we have with them, but all I can tell you is that from our perspective, one of the key lessons from the North was to ensure that as you commence a ground operation, you have got to give civilians the time and capacity and real opportunity to leave. That is our position. That's what we intend to continue to reinforce privately and are happy to share publicly, because we think that that's basic, that's the right thing to do. It's also the most effective way to actually see this whole operation through.
You're saying you won't make qualitative judgments, but other senior officials have done that in recent days, right? Talking about the operations that were focused in northern Gaza, talking about Israel heeding advice based on U.S.'s previous operations, experience with urban warfare. So there does seem to be, we have heard that kind of judgment from other officials in the past, right?
Well, what you've heard, and you've heard it from me too, is the basic proposition that one innocent civilian killed is too many, and too many innocent civilians have died in this conflict. The Vice President has said that, Secretary Blinken has said that, I have said that. So that's a truth that does not require a kind of judgment that parses a particular act in a particular location. And so we will speak out on principle that the protection of civilians and operations consistent with the laws of war are fundamental and should be respected. And I have said that repeatedly from this podium. But when asked to characterize a precise comparison between northern Gaza and southern Gaza, particularly after we're talking the course of a couple of days, I'm not in a position to stand up here and do that. But I will reinforce what all of my colleagues have said about the basic principles that undergird the U.S. approach to this issue. Yeah.
Thanks, Jay. You've said that the Vice President, Secretary Blinken, you yourself have said that too many Palestinian civilians have died. We haven't heard the President himself say that. Is there daylight on that issue? Why won't he say that himself?
There's no daylight on that.
Yeah, Jake, what we heard from John Kirby at one point last week, he said that we need to have a pause to continue to get hostages out, and we need to continue to get hostages out in order to have the pause. Given that both of those factors are no longer the case right now, what are the points of leverage, the points of pressure that you believe are available to try to get back to that situation? And then secondly, if I can, you mentioned the Vice President, her travel to the region. Was she able to read out any of the conversations she had in terms of whether she secured any new commitments from Arab leaders for the future of Gaza potentially?
Actually, the Vice President just had the opportunity to sit with the President today to give a detailed readout of her meetings there, including discussions about the future. But I'm not in a position to characterize those conversations because, of course, they were private diplomatic discussions. And she went through them in detail with the President. And, of course, he'll be following up with many of those leaders in the days ahead. Look, the basic bottom line when it comes to where we are in the hostage negotiations is that the first phase of the hostage negotiation was about the release of women and children. Hamas continues to hold women, civilian women, and will not release them. And Israel is not prepared to close the book on those women or to give them up. So Israel is insisting that Hamas follow through on the release of those women. And then Israel has said if Hamas is prepared to follow through on that, Israel is absolutely prepared to discuss additional categories of hostages, civilian men, the wounded, and ultimately all of the hostages, the IDF soldiers being held there. We, the United States, of course, look at that negotiation and think, okay, how do we get back to it? The easiest, most straightforward way to get back to it would be for Hamas to be held accountable for not following through on its end of the bargain. But then we also have to think about how we get all of our American hostages out, and we are giving thought to that as well. And, handicapping forms of leverage or precise strategies for how we go about that is something I will refrain from doing. I will just say that we are thinking through, both in concert with Israel and then just as a country with our own citizens being held, what tools we have at our disposal.
I'm trying something. You'll see what I'm going to do here.
On the Vice President's trip,
I'm looking at the yen.
Is having meetings in Israel.
Give me
was there
a
any
second,
consideration for the Vice President traveling to Israel as part of her trip?
It's nothing related to what's going on.
Why did she decide not to?
I think this was more to do with the fact that she was going for the climate conference. That was a great target of opportunity for her to see a number of leaders, and for a variety of reasons didn't add a second stop to the trip. But of course, she spoke with President Herzog of Israel. She will stay in close touch with Israeli leaders, and I fully anticipate at some point in the months ahead she'll make her own trip to Israel, but would refer you to her office for that. And part of the reason that she wanted Phil to go was so that he could read out in detail everything that she had learned on her travels to Dubai. And so they're fully apprised of the outcomes of those meetings. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question about a NATO ally, Spain. Some officials from the Spanish intelligence service are under investigation for leaking Spanish secrets to the U.S. Are you aware of this investigation or of any feedback from Spain, any disappointment for the Spanish government?
I have no comment on that report today. Yeah.
About the Middle East, can you tell us what kind of weapons is the U.S. sending to Israel since the October 7th attack? Some media reports talk about 15,000 bombs, some of them very large. Is this accurate?
So on the precise numbers, I'd refer you to the Defense Department. They would be in the best position to be able to lay out the provision of security assistance since October 7th. Yeah.
Questions, if I may, Jake. First, as you look at post-conflict Gaza planning, are you optimistic that you can get buy-in from Arab country partners on refugee resettlement? And second, if I may, on the Ukraine aid, is the president personally getting involved yet with calls to those up on the Hill, or is that something that you feel will come later?
The president has spoken to leaders on the Hill in the course of the past couple of weeks on the supplemental. He will continue to do so as necessary. As you know, he's quite hands-on when it comes to dealing with the Hill, particularly on a national security priority like this. And I wasn't sure I understood your first question. What are you referring to on, what do you mean by refugee resettlement?
Look at post-conflict Gaza. I mean, obviously there's going to have to be a lot of talks on refugee resettlement with other countries that might be involved. I mean, are you looking at that with optimism that these partners will follow through on things that you can all agree on?
You mean resettling Palestinians from Gaza to their countries? That's what you're referring to? We're not in active talks with countries about resettling Palestinians out of Gaza into other countries at this time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just following up on Ukraine, what's the plan B if this funding doesn't get approved by Congress? Is that where the Lend-Lease program could be of use? And then what's your estimation of how long before the Ukrainians run out of essentials like bullets, spare parts, food, stuff like that?
When we provide what we call a drawdown package to Ukraine, that is weapons in U.S. stocks that we send to Ukraine for use on the battlefield, we then take money Congress has given us and buy
I'm trying
new
something.
weapons to
I'm messing with
replace
something
the
right
weapons
now.
we've given so that we don't impact U.S.
I'm looking ahead for the role. I'm just planning ahead.
When we run out of money
I got filled on
to
one,
buy
I'm
weapons
trying-
to
I'm
replace
trying to
the
get
weapons
creative.
we're giving,
Don't worry, I'll
and this
let
is
you
the
know
point of Director Young's letter, we are not in a position to continue to supply weapons to Ukraine. That is the stakes with this vote. We need to see the Congress step up in a bipartisan way to support it, because there's no way around the simple arithmetic that if there's no funding to provide weapons to Ukraine, we're just not in a position to continue to provide weapons to Ukraine. We've asked for that funding. We've received that funding in multiple rounds since the war began in February of 2022, and we have put it to quite remarkable use, saving Kyiv, saving Kherson, winning back, or saving Kharkiv, winning back Kherson, allowing Ukraine, enabling Ukraine to retake 50% of the territory that was taken, and saving that entire country.
I'm a lot
from being
slower
dominated
if
by
I use
Russia.
limit orders,
So
if
at this
you couldn't
point,
tell.
it's a pretty simple choice. The Congress has got to step up and provide the funding, because in the absence of that, as Director Young put it, there's not a magical pot of money out there that we can go dip into that we have been hiding off in the corner. It's straightforward. Congress has got to provide the funding, or the United States cannot continue to support Ukraine. We will continue to try to rally others to do so, but others looking at us and saying you're not giving the money, it undermines the case that
I'm going
we
to
can
share
make
after. I just want to
the
make sure I
broad-based
get
international
everything,
coalition
because
that we have pulled
it's
together.
weird. I'm doing
Now,
a
the good news
rollover.
is a very strong majority of both Democrats and Republicans support giving this aid, and so there is no earthly reason why it shouldn't be put to a vote in the House and the Senate. And if it were put to a vote in the House and the Senate, you'd see overwhelming bipartisan support for providing this funding. Yeah.
Why is Hamas refusing to release the civilian women, in your opinion?
All right, we'll wait with that.
I'm not going to speculate on that, only to say that they haven't done it, and only to say we're gravely concerned about that, but I'm not going to speculate as to their reasoning.
The United States is provide Israel with laser-guided missiles, yet many residential areas have been flattened. Many bombs being dropped on Gaza more than being dropped on Ukraine during the entire war. Does the United States monitor how the weapons are being used? And if not, why not? Also, Arab foreign minister is going to be in D.C. next week. They call for a ceasefire. You disagree on that. What message do you have for them, and where do you agree and disagree with them on how to go forward?
Well, first, our Defense Department and the Israeli Defense Forces are in constant communication about the scope and nature of Israel's military operations. That's a conversation that happens at every level, and it involves the way in which U.S. assistance is deployed in this conflict. With respect to the Arabs, the Arab foreign ministers who are coming here in the coming days, there's a lot we agree on about the long-term vision and the work that we can all do together to come out of this conflict in a way that produces greater peace and prosperity for all of the countries in the region and produces a political horizon for the Palestinian people rooted in the two-state solution. And we look forward to talking to them about that. We do have a difference of view about a ceasefire because we believe that Israel has the right to continue to go after a terrorist organization that is not only continuing to threaten Israel, but is holding hostages, including American hostages, and saying that Israel has no right to conduct military operations against that terrorist group is inconsistent with our view of what is appropriate. But we'll have that debate as we have before in the course of that conversation. I think Karine is going to kick me out of here, so I'll take one more.
I just have two quick questions. One, has any aid been able to get into Gaza?
So don't trade it, not a recommendation. I am doing a prepaid rollover. So I'm already holding that 6J. I've been holding it for a while, but what I rolled over to is the 6JM24. These all sound like crazy ass like sci-fi names or something, but I grabbed two of the 6JM. It's 2 yen contracts, but I paid a little bit more of a premium. That's why I didn't want to get caught too much on the bid, but I put in an order here for June, so then that way I have pretty much 6-7 more months of time on it, and then that way if there is any extreme moves, the longer end of this curve might be able to benefit unless it goes crazy, but I still have the short term as well. So I'm pretty much going ahead of my rollover, but I haven't closed out the other one yet, and I'm not going to. I'm going to be riding it out here for a little bit, and then we'll see where we take it into there, but a little bit extra, more of an addition on the yen play. Just a little bit, but now I'm making sure that I'm good until minimum of March of 2024. Yes, do not trade. You will lose money. Amen. God bless you. God bless you. We'll talk about it here in a second. I might do another one. I'm going to see, though.
Yeah, we do.
I'm looking at all the contracts.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Thank you. Two quick questions. What is the reaction here to the collapse of the border talks over the weekend? You know, that is supposed to unlock money for Ukraine. You're getting to the end of the road on Ukraine, so what is the view here on what happened over the weekend with the breakdown in those talks?
So look, we've been pretty consistent and are not going to get into the hypotheticals or specifics of the conversations happening in Congress. Going to let congressional members, senators have those conversations. I can say that as we've done with many
that's on TD
legislation is
Ameritrade.
discussed, as we've done with many other components of, or other times that legislation comes to like a debate. We offer technical assistance, and certainly we offer any advice that may be needed from us, but I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals from here. You saw the letter from, as it relates to our national security, you saw the letter from our OMB Director, Shalonda Young. You heard from Jake Sullivan just moments ago about how important it is to get the supplemental done. It is important to our national security, and so we're going to be really clear about that and continue to speak pretty steadfast and let Congress know the time is now to get this done.
One follow on Israel-Hamas. The General Secretary of the International Federation of Journalists told the AP in an interview today that journalists or media workers are killed. One is killed every day on average in the war, making it a conflict beyond compare to any other. At least 60 journalists have been killed since October 7th, most of them Palestinians. So my question is as the U.S. urges Israel to minimize the deaths of Palestinian civilians, is there a similar emphasis that's placed on sparing journalists from being caught in the crossfire?
I mean, I just want to be clear, I haven't seen this interview, so I want to be really clear about that, but obviously the making sure that journalists who are really important on the ground and reporting on what's happening on the ground and making sure that they're protected and able to do that is critical. It's important. And that is, that we've been pretty consistent here about protecting and making sure that journalists are able to do what they're are able to gather the facts, report the facts, and do that in a way that they're not threatened or they're not put in danger. Obviously, they are in a dangerous situation, but obviously that is a concern for us. We're certainly monitoring that, having those conversations, but I did not see this interview, so I want to be really, really clear about that. But we want to make sure that journalists are protected. What they're doing on the ground is critical. It's important in hearing directly from them on what they're seeing.
Thank you. Karine, does the White House believe that additional election monitors are necessary in swing states across the country?
So I want to be careful because we're talking about upcoming elections, obviously. I'm assuming you're referring to 2024 and what we're going to be potentially seeing. So I'm going to have to refer you to the campaign. Obviously, for us, and we've taken actions on the federal level on making sure voting is accessible, and have taken the president signed an executive action very early on what we can do on the federal level to make sure that voting is a lot easier for folks and they have access and they're educated on what's available to them. But I want to be really careful, certainly, on talking about anything that's related to 2024.
I know, and I just want to challenge you a little bit on that, because it's not. I'm not asking for a reaction, at least not directly, to the person who brought this up. I'm asking broadly about whether or not the infrastructure is sufficient and whether the White House believes it needs additional backup.
I will say this. We believe that voting should be made easier for Americans. We've been very clear about that. It should not be, there should not be put in a place or in a situation where their right to vote is there's an obstacle in any way. And so, look, every state deals with that differently. Every state has their own kind of process. So certainly not going to preempt that and talk about what states are doing or what that may look like for any of these battleground states that certainly are going to be focused on by all of you next year. I just want to be super, super careful on how I speak to anything that's related to 2024. So I'm just being incredibly mindful here.
Just on the funding for Ukraine and Israel, given that the impasse right now seems to be over border issues, can you speak a little bit about what the White House is and isn't willing to support on that issue specifically?
I'm just not going to negotiate from here, not going to get into any policy specifics or provisions or whatever is being discussed as it relates to that in the Senate. I'm just going to let them have those conversations. I'm just not going to lay out what we will accept or not accept. I'm just going to let them deal with the process on the other side of Pennsylvania.
Back on the supplemental and this letter from the OMB director, Speaker Johnson is responding, saying that the administration, has still failed to address their concerns about a lack of a clear strategy in Ukraine, saying there hasn't been a plan for adequately ensuring accountability. Just your response to the speaker, and also can you sort of describe the outreach that's going on right now between the White House and members of Congress just to try and shore up support on the Hill for this?
So you just heard Jake said that in the last couple of weeks, this president has been certainly engaged with members and certainly leaders on the Hill. We don't obviously read out every conversation that he has. And we have said for many weeks, many months now, that when you think about our Office of Legislative Affairs and other folks here at the White House have been in regular contact, right, with folks on the Hill. I'm always very careful on not predicting either congressional votes or either policies or getting into negotiations from here. I think the Director Young's letter today was really clear, was very specific on the importance of this letter, of this funding for Ukraine, why it's important. I think when Jake Sullivan was here, he talked about what we've seen in the past almost 2 years in Ukraine and what's been able to happen, how Ukraine has been able to really fight for their freedom. What we thought, the first couple days into the war, we thought Kyiv was going to be taken right away, and they've been able to protect more than 50% of their land, as Jake stated very clearly here. And so I think it's important when you think about Putin, you think about tyranny, you think about what they're fighting against, tyranny, terrorism, a dictator, right? All of those things. We think about both Israel and Ukraine, and that is important. That is important that our leadership continue in helping Ukraine fight for their freedom.
Last year around this time, President Zelensky came to Washington. Is there any consideration for him to maybe pay another visit to make the case to Congress for this continued
So
funding?
I would refer you to Zelensky and his team. It's not something that I can speak from here. I don't have anything to read out. I don't have anything that I can read out. Obviously, we are in regular communication with President Zelensky and his team, as we have been for almost 2 years now. I just don't have anything, more than 2 years actually, since before the war. I just don't have anything to share at this time.
Thank you, Corinne. In 2021, President Biden called Georgia's election law changes new Jim Crow laws that were antithetical to who we are. They imposed voter identification requirements, limited use of drop boxes, and gave state officials more power over local elections. And then in 2022, Georgia did have record turnout, but you had argued from the podium that there was voter suppression. Does the White House still believe that that was true?
I don't have anything else to add from what I stated last time.
So, does the Florida party then effectively canceling the Democratic primary also constitute voter suppression?
I can't speak to that.
Why not?
You have to speak to the campaign or the DNC.
Does the White House have any thoughts on
I can't,
those voters being?
I can't speak to that.
Is it because of the Hatch Act?
How to avoid the Hatch
You're
Act.
talking about 2024 election. You're talking about a primary. I'm just not going to speak to that from here.
Okay, and then
She's like, y'all
can I get
already
the
clapped
White
me
House's
last time. I
response
know your
to,
tricks.
Congresswoman Jayapal's comments over the weekend.
Because she will get in trouble
in
if
her
she says
interview, she said
anything
sexual violence
too
should be condemned,
assuming about
but that we
those.
have to be balanced in our condemnation. Was that an appropriate comment?
Look, so we've been very, very clear. You heard a little bit from Jake Sullivan about this. I can only speak for the president. That's who I can speak for. And we've been clear. What Hamas did is absolutely reprehensible and full stop. We're going to continue to be clear about that. And we think about, rape and the use of rape as being used as a weapon. That is also reprehensible. And that's full stop. And I'll just leave it there. And I'm speaking for the President of the United States. So I think I've been very clear on that.
Any comment, though, for Congresswoman Jayapal?
I just commented on it. I just laid out what we believe is unacceptable.
Okay, I'm almost done. I'm gonna turn this off. I'm
Thanks,
looking at it.
Corinne.
I just made the
I know
yen
you said
plays.
you don't want to negotiate
I had a couple
from
ideas.
the podium, but want to ask you about some reporting we had this weekend about the border talks linking to Ukraine funding on Capitol Hill. One of the factors we're told that has made this so difficult for the Democratic negotiators is the view of Republicans as part of the negotiations that the White House is, in their words, so desperate for this Ukraine funding that they are willing to accept positions on asylum, for instance, that they otherwise would not have put on the table at this point. I'm wondering if you can respond to that characterization that the White House is so desperate for this Ukraine aid that it's considering immigration changes that would not necessarily pass muster with other Democrats.
I mean, let's be really clear. It's not desperation making sure that we continue to support Ukraine in their fight against tyranny. That is not desperation. That is the right thing to do. That is what we've been doing for almost 2 years now, making sure that Ukraine and the people of Ukraine have what they need, have the security assistance that they need to fight this war that was started, aggressive war that was started by Mr. Putin. There is nothing desperate about that. It is the right thing to do. Now, as it relates to borders, border security, this is the president from day one that has taken this issue very seriously. You've heard me say over and over again, when on this first day in administration, he introduced a comprehensive immigration law, And it's been 3 years. And guess what? Congress has failed to act. They have failed to act. And what they continue to do is behave as if, the security of our border, as if it's political football. That's what they have done. The president has made sure that he's used enforcement, deterrence, and diplomacy to deal with this issue. And so, I'll just have to restate this. There is nothing desperate about making sure the people of Ukraine who are under attack by Mr. Putin, have what they need to fight for their freedom, to fight for their democracy. Okay.
Another question, another issue. Many Jewish Americans this week will begin celebrating Hanukkah, and we've already seen some jurisdictions have had to alter or in some cases cancel what used to be public celebrations of this holiday. Does the White House, does the administration have any evidence or concern about the safety of some of these demonstrations? And I also wonder if you could talk about what the White House's plans are to mark the holiday and if that's been impacted by the war.
That's a very good question. Obviously, over the past couple of weeks.
Did you say that's not a very good question?
War
Sorry, questions suck,
started.
bro. All right, final answer.
We've
Final
seen
answer.
the increase of anti-Semitism, and we understand the fear that people in the Jewish community must be feeling right now, which is why we have taken action to do everything that we can to make sure that people in that community feel protected. And so that's what we're going to continue to do. I don't have any specifics to lay out as we get closer to the holiday, but obviously we have seen an uptick in anti-Semitism. We have seen an uptick in hate, just more broadly in different communities, obviously, also in the Muslim community. And so we will do everything that we can to make sure that these communities
Political
feel
football on DraftKings. I heard it.
What is the president's message to you?
All right, thank you. I just wanted to do that. I had to call. I was on the phone with E-Trade. So that's why I gave you guys that. I was like, let me close my option. I was yelling at them. Not really. They're very nice. When they said, oh, it's just 2 weeks that we took away the chat thing. I was like, why don't you guys have a chat? Like, why can't I just, like, hit you up on the chat? He was like, we just temporarily took it off for, like, a couple of weeks. It'll be back. Okay. And then I made the yen play, so I did a premature rollover. I have one of the front month contracts. I've been holding that. We're slightly down on that one. We were down a lot more than the rally came back, but I decided to go and roll over to the June yen contract. So I'm going to be in that play for minimum 6 months. I could get out prior, but my logic here is to, again, there's a lot of Japanese data this week. It will be a Japanese data dump, and then from there, we will be able to do our thing, 21. Do our thing. That's the general idea. Damn, the Russell's still ripping, man. So yeah, gonna be holding that. I'll close out of the other yen. I'm down to get more, but I'll wait till the data. Hopefully the data dump brings down the yen a little bit, and then we could buy some more. But otherwise, I'm cool with a little bit bigger of a position, with a lot more time, so we could ride it out into everything next week, baby. To everything next week. State Department approves possible $580 million weapons sale to Saudi Arabia. Wow. Any CP3I play? No. I was looking at YCS. We'll wait till the data, and then we could go from there. Because I think it'd be down. But I want to get out of the YCL. Because I think the futures with more time. Again, I was looking at that. That's why it took me so long. Because like it's very illiquid on the future contracts like further out. So I was trying to find out what's up with it. But I'd be down if we could really confirm some of the data this week, we might be able to get a bigger move. But again, CPI, non-farms, it's all going to move the dollar, and the dollar will move the Fed, or the Fed will move the yen, my friend. The yen, my friend. Credit Suisse reinstates Neil Barofsky's to review Nazi accounts. Who's Neil and what? They got Nazi accounts? Okay, we'll just say, all right. I don't know what that means. Yeah, SL. Again, remember, they sold off a property. They were one of those struggling REITs. MPW needs to do what they did. They were like a struggling REIT, and then they sold off some property, and then they, what's it called? They just announced like another lease today. They got a big client to lease like 77,000 square feet, I believe. Wells Fargo, due to current market conditions, temporarily suspending new applications for home equity lines. I thought they did that. They did that last year. I think even like 2 years ago. Wells Fargo stopping home equity lines. But I think they already did. I don't remember them returning them back. So I already thought they were. I already thought that was like the story. But who knows? Who knows, Habibi? NVIDIA. Netflix selling off again. You had that 15 million add to your members. That didn't help out. JP Morgan on the high. Okay, JP. Okay. I think is KRE still up? That sounds very crashy. What does? I'm not selling out of YCL. No. If anything, I'm going to make a fat average down depending on the data and then get out of it and then move all of that money to the futures. But YCL is like, it's cheaper leverage, but it's too levered in the sense that, again, it should be higher here, but you're starting to get some of that decay. So like I'm saying, coming into end of the year, first quarter with Japan, it's going to be good. But I'm going to look to make one average down on it, and then hopefully we get out of it on a pop and then call it a day. And then I'm just starting to build up the longer-term yen plays. FXY is more legit. So that would be if you want, in the sense of YCL, if you hit the move, you're going to get paid out more than YCL pays out more than FXY. But then if it takes longer and then it doesn't go back up, YCL will literally decay on you, whereas FXY is more linked to the underlying value of the yen. That makes sense? Zoom is flushing right now. They're on the low. But you can go to FXY if you want. And like I'm saying, there's a bunch of data this week. We're getting Japan CPI tomorrow night or tonight, I think. Is it tonight? I think it is. Yeah, Japan CPI is tonight. Tokyo CPI, and then we're going to be getting Japan 30-year auction on Wednesday. Wait, where is it? GDP on Wednesday. Is it Friday? So I think Monday and Tuesday. It says Tokyo. 5.9 is said to weigh sale 2 years after failed Zoom deal. Did they buy 5? I'm confused. Wait, 5.9 said to weigh sale 2 years after failed Zoom deal. Oh, did Zoom try to buy them? So hold on. 5.9 is FIVN popping. Again, it looks like they're going for sale. Already popping. I mean, you could check just in case. Always check for the Frogger, or the snake. Oh, they already jacked up the premiums there. Oh, there's one. Super far out, though. No, you can't stay. All of them are at $5. Whoa, somebody bought 3,000 of those for 20 cents. They're at the $100 though. That's the crazy. Dude, it's already up a lot. So again, even any of there's like one 10-cent option, but that's like literally another 30% out the money, but you never know depending on the buyout size. Oh, I guess they were trading a lot higher. 2021, do your thing. Yeah. Bio price, we don't know. Just they're weighing a sale. So they're moving up on that. They're already up 9%. Everything else is... Dude, look at the chain. It all says $5. You can't get anything. There's one of them there, but it's super far out with time. Wait till this thing comes down. But I try to snake the other ones, just like super conservative bets, but they want to go in. 5-9 and Zoom are said to have spoken about resurrecting deal. But they don't have another buyer? Hold on. Because if it's the same Zoom buyer, that won't be as good. You got to check. If you want to know idea of price, see what they last agreed on. Voted down a $14 billion sale for $15 billion all stock. What would that have been? That was the other one. The other deal that they had. Fell to 150. Oh, wow. It's trading a lot higher, actually. Deliberating ongoing transaction, not certain. So big reaction for the rumor. It's either going to hold up or it'll come back down quick, but even the snaking opportunities have already flip-flopped pretty hard. Mm. 5-9. I've heard of it, but I haven't. I think it's what is it? It's like is it in the tech space? I'm thinking Five Below. Hold on. Fivin. I've seen the ticker. I gotta look this one up. I'm thinking of Five Below. Or there's like a China one. Interesting. That's weird. Their December contracts are the deepest chain on that thing. TLT running up a little bit. Sales dialer. 5-9. Tekashi's younger brother. I feel like we haven't heard of Tekashi in a minute. So watch if it pulls back, but otherwise, even those 10-cent options just went up now to 30. So those are the only. There's only one option on that weekly chain that's luring in the cheap bidders. Otherwise, someone front ran the shit out of that one. They did a spread earlier on that. Actually. $13. No. Company cloud-based services helps its clients replace on-premise customer call centers with low-cost virtual call centers. 5-9. So again, when they were talking deal with Zoom, both stocks were a lot higher, but I think 5-9 was trading at like 150. Any long-term plays? I'm open to a couple. There's a couple that I'm looking at now, but if any, we might wait. But like wait for like Pfizer and a few others. Let's see how they do coming into year-end. Maybe even Alibaba. But other than that, I mean, it'd be nice though, because if we get one more, if we end up not buying anything, get one more deposit, we're gonna have a lot of cash coming into next year, a decent amount. We'll be back up to like 5, maybe like 9,000, I think, or 7,000. We have 6 now. You get 8,000, 8,800, which will be good. We could add that to any position, and that could do a lot of work, or we could get a nice one, but I will be waiting for a little bit. But I have a couple on the radar for now. SPY chart looks weird because that one candle makes it look ugly, and today sucked. I mean, again, all the hype from last week, and then just have a gap down, a bunch of things topping out, and then we like move around today, sell off. You're literally right where you open. Bonds are kind of moving, but not really, and then we have jobs data tomorrow. So If anything, kind of a slow, weird start to the week. Not unusual. It's not unusual for Monday to turn red. It used to be green for like 19 Mondays. That was weird. You know, so it's not. We'll take it for the last 3 weeks. We've been opening up Mondays red when it used to be all green, but we're not like moving too crazy. It's not unusual to have rates at 5%. Okay, sorry. We need to get that one Baba Chad. You remember him? I remember Mr. Jeremy. That's his name. My friend. My man loves Baba. He loved Baba. I like Baba too. So, I mean, again, it gets a little cheaper. So, there's only a couple of names that, like, we're still down on, like, 5 or MPW if we want to just say fuck it. That's it. But I don't know if I trust management that much. That's all. Like, I think if we get a cyclical rotation and all the soft landing shit comes true, you're going to love MPW. But then it's just like we already have a decent amount. Let it do its thing, 21. But other than that, I would rather wait for Pfizer or like even 3M or maybe even PayPal. But they're all like right at break even. So other than that, like Pfizer is like the only one I kind of want right here. Otherwise, we kind of wait and, you know, get our cash. We know where Jack Ma is, yeah. MO. I like MO, but it's pretty much around the same time we last bought it. And it's already number 3. I could be down to just make it the biggest position, though, low-key. But I do think we got in around this price, too. So we'll let it chill there. It's not like it cost us too much or gave us back too much. Sheen IPO, I have no idea. But I think Pfizer or Baba, other than that, or even MPW if you're feeling risque. Our long-term players, yeah, sure. It's the same list. I mean, we have it on the YouTube, on the members section. This is the small account. So there's other names that are on the big account that aren't here, or there's names here that aren't on the big account. I don't know if you could see it all. And then, and then it's the same thing as this one over here with the big account. Oh, Uber, 3M, Abivai, MPW, Coin, Snapchat, JP Morgan, Pfizer, Overstock, PayPal, Coca-Cola, WBD, BigCommerce, Walgreens, MOT, Disney, Redfin, Meta, Netflix, Airbnb, and DraftKings. So I guess we need more higher quality. I like Coca-Cola, but again, all the higher quality names are up. Where is Coca-Cola? Did I say Coca-Cola? Yeah, Coca-Cola. It's not unusual. Snapchat, not bad, bro. I'm telling you. So, like, you go over here. Again, this is the original Snap, the big position, which we got a little bit later. Where is that? So, it says we're down 2,700. I mean, I don't know if you remembered last year I showed you. We realized $3,600 on covered calls. So, technically, we've made that back in one of our only realized gains because of covered calls. And then on the small account, Snapchat's like at what? Snap's up 16.9. So, like, it's in a weird way. I mean, other things are hurting us a little bit more than Snap, which is crazy. Coca-Cola, we got in at $48, I think. $48.50. So we're up like 21%. Zoom just reversed. Yeah, it is up there. Fivin up at 9. Maybe those late snakes would have hit. Where do they? No, the bid is still kind of high. The bid's not really moving up with it. And then you could get the other ones at 70. So it's kind of calming down, but I think underlying equity is killing it. Is GME still going up? Again, a lot of the small caps today. Yeah, GME's at the high. Snapchat 1427. That's crazy. Uber went down. A lot of things that were up this morning kind of flip-flopped there. Yeah, PayPal's long-term. I have PayPal at what? We got PayPal at 62.90, so we're down 4% on it. That's another one we could add to, but then, like I'm saying, it's still, like, kind of where we got it, but that could be a good cyclical. Lyft stalled out, yeah. I mean, the Uber had the good news, but it gave up. I mean, it's still, was that a real candle? I don't think so. Uber was up like 6%. Now it's up 3, 2.4. PayPal leaps. I mean, maybe around their next earnings, but eventually they'll have a good earnings. But lately, bro, they just have not turned that thing around at all. Not unusual. I need to stop before I go. Yeah, that's stuck in my head now too, man. That's my fault. Last 2 hours chilling, bro. Happy Monday. I'm telling you, it's a weird dynamic with the last couple of weeks is that we've ran up so high so fast. One of the best Novembers in a century, but like literally the last 2 weeks, like weekly change is so minimal. So we are like barely moving right now. And that's why it's kind of leaving everybody. That's why some people think it's bullish, but for the most part, I mean, these are how we started the last 3 Mondays, I believe. Kind of off to a red. We were just at a high, open up a little lower, and then we're going to work our way in. But don't worry, because tomorrow, oh my gosh! Yo! Do y'all know what time it is? Holy crap, we only have like 30 minutes left. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, bro, the day is almost over. What the hell? How did that happen, Habibi? I did not realize. Wow. That's it, bro. You only got 30 minutes left. Today flew by. You're great. Don't even worry, man. Don't even worry. I mean, like I'm saying, tomorrow morning, 30 minutes after the bell, ISM services, and then the JOLTS jobs openings. We'll get a little bit of action. You know, and then you could be like, why is the market doing this? But then we'll get action. That'll be the good thing. Not unusual to see me cry. Wanna die. Is that what he says? I want to die? Like, isn't that kind of like a little dark, you know? Now I have to listen. NVIDIA, I don't know if it was the chips or like Mr. Burry. Some people brought that up in the morning, but I just think all of big tech kind of got the clapper. Again, you guys got to realize today wasn't a bad day. So we did absolutely nothing today. I did roll over to my yen play, but we made money on Friday's play. Your Russell is up by almost 1%. So, again, that cyclical M2K, Russell, bro, this has been those last 2 days we've been talking about it. You've been getting that move there. So, as of now, I guess you could say the SPY kind of lagging. It all just depends. There is, like, individual names lagging. But for the most part here, like I'm saying, I mean, this isn't a, you know, you actually had some action, believe it or not, today. Believe it or not, you did have some action. Where does Pfizer? See me cry. One, two. They got 1, 2, calm, 3, 4. Yeah, Pfizer. See me cry. So he says I want to die. Yeah, but isn't that like a little too like dark though? You know, I don't get it. I'm like, why does he want to die? Like like you got us all singing that. Like, nah, man, come on. The spike in gold, I think it's because of the rates and aggressive policy and people getting hyped up, and then I think it just hit an all-time high and then kind of blew off top. A lot of orders, all the manipulators in London and all that good stuff, and then it's calming down until data and everything else. But for now, gold is front-running everything. Doesn't matter if it's geopolitics or anything. It's still doing it. Rates, geopolitics, all of it. It could be recession fears. That's what I'm saying. It is front-running to a degree. I'm going to die. See, now I'm saying that. I can't. That's bullshit. I want to live. China. We'll see. You think China for the gold? Or maybe, but that's why it went up, people were saying. But I don't know. The little pop and drop, I think, what had everybody off track there. We had gold right before the move on a flip. If you held gold, I can't believe gold is up 19% this year. And you know what else I can't believe? Let me show you this. Sound money. You hear that? Oh, shit. All right, man down, man down. That sound wild? There's a fire. It's beautiful. I love it. Ever since the chat, bro, I was doing that all weekend. I'm not going to lie to you. Swear, I was just sitting there just, ding! I was just doing it. You have no idea, bro. It's great. See me cry. I want to buy gold. Sounds like you're turning on a neon light. That's crazy. I know. Now that gold's up, I want to like try to buy shit with it. I kind of want to make a video, but I don't want to give away my gold. I want to make a video going to places and see if they'll let me like purchase. Because like, you know, every gold coin has a $50 tender value. So like technically speaking, your gold coin is only worth $50. That's the crazy part. So it's a $50 coin technically. So I want to see if somebody would, I'll be like, hey, would you give me $50 for this? And see, but because I feel like a lot of people would say no. Yeah, the gold, a 1 ounce gold eagle is worth $50. So like if you look at the bottom of the coin, where does it say? It says 1 ounce fine gold, $50. That's what it literally says. So when you're buying a 1 ounce golden eagle, you're technically buying a $50 coin. If it's minted by the U.S. So a golden eagle is minted by the United States. That work flying. It depends. So like that used to be the hack to move money. But then like some places they will go off of the market value. But technically speaking, you know, that's always been my little trick I taught you guys. Like if you try to move $10,000, like people like they'll confiscate it or they'll get mad. But if you move $10,000 in gold coins at $50 value, you can move 200 grand while staying under the limit. Oh yeah, they have half ounce. I have a 10th ounce, I think, or I have the 16th. I call those are the fucking Mad Max coins. Those are like totally apocalypse. I have apocalypse waiting. I got the small little ones. I got everything. I showed them in the video. If you go to the video, I made a video like 2 weeks ago, and I had the little 1/10 gold coins, or 1/16. I bought 2K24, and I'm trash. Yeah, you'll probably frustrate me. It's okay, though. Listen, when I played 2K23, I had to play 1 year of a game of 2K23, getting shit on before I got good at the other one. Or you got to, like, find your play style, though. That's it. Have you ever played basketball? Like, are you even a basketball player, or do you just like video games? Because that's a thing, too. I feel like 2K attracts people who have never played basketball, which makes it kind of crazy because I'm like, wow, it makes a lot of sense. Roblox is working on an annual premium sub. Oh, that's actually great news for them, bro. I like it. I'm surprised it's not moving up a little harder. Up 2.3. I mean, it's already up considering a day. A lot of things haven't done much. Are you willing to try Madden? I don't want to buy it, but like I used to be really good at Madden. Actually, I think Madden was one of the first video games I would play. So my brother would play Madden with me, and like I would play against his friends, and like it's funny because like he used to play Madden, and like he would make me play with him, and then he would just beat me like 100-0, and I would cry. You know what I'm saying? And like I get mad, but then eventually I developed my play style, and I killed him. But I was, dude, at one point, I forgot what Madden it was. It was probably like Madden 2010 or 11. I was ranked at one point. Not on like the full game. Like I had a pretty shitty ranking, but like when it came to the side quest, I was number 5 in the world at the 40-yard dash on one of the remember that Madden that had the 40-yard dash? I was number 5 in the world. I know. You're standing in the presence of a great right now, but yeah, I was. That's facts. I got no reason to lie to you about it. I never got an achievement. All I get is bragging rights, but like, nah, man, I killed it at the Madden 40-yard dash back in the day. I forgot what year it was. It was like 2010 or maybe 12. I don't know. Before that. I was young. No. Pretty cool, man. The glory only lasted for a little bit, bro. I was running. No, I had like a 4.23, I think, and it was Madden something, bro. I was best in class. Ranked in top 50 for Madden 25. You are? Like right now? That's crazy. I feel like to be like a pro gamer now and to be like ranked, that's insane. Because like these motherfucking kids, dude, they know how to play. And that's all they do, and they're way more aggressive than we ever were. And they live like it's entitled now, because now you can make a living off of it. Back when I was bro, you know how mad my mom and everybody who knew me would get when I played video games? Because I was so dedicated to video, and I got so good, but they're like, you get nothing out of this. Nowadays, it's like, bro, you could make $10 million. You could if you a good quarterback on Madden. Stop playing with me, man. It's a real-ass career nowadays. So, like, to be good nowadays, that's, like, next level, bro. What's the best way to stay away from temptation? You're considering selling some stock to buy dirt bike parts? Listen, man, you could do it. It's like, how bad do you want to learn? Do you want to learn firsthand, or do you want to take the wisdom now and bask in the glory later? But, you know, like, I wanted a dirt bike my whole life, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, sell your dirt bike. Hey, he's 14, though. Like, I feel you, man. It means a lot of different things then. I remember when I was young, but, like, I don't know, man. Why not just save for your first car, to be honest? Instead of, like, telling you to, like, withhold, I think you should just aim a little higher. Yeah, you're 15, bro. Like, I got my first car. I bought my first car when I was young because I wanted a Honda, and I bought it cheap, and I said I'll get it till I could drive. But, like, fuck a dirt bike, bro. Like, if I were you, I would just save up to get a really cool car. Like, for your first car, if that's the case. So sit on. Then if your long-term grows even more, you may not want the car. But at the end of the day, I would stack for something a little bit more worthwhile. You want your dad's BMW? Well, tell him your plan. Say, hey, listen, if I don't, especially if you got a dad with the BMW, you know what I'm saying? It should be like, yo, Dad, listen. If I don't buy the dirt bike parts and I'm responsible, I get good grades, ask him to sell you the BMW at a certain price. You see what I'm saying? And then you could do it. Rob is making trades off charts? No way. Let's go, man. I got him. Honestly, I got him, man. If you get him on a paper account, if Rob could hit a paper account profitable for like 2-3 months, I'll fund Rob on an account for futures. I'd be down to see if like a 10-year-old run it up. 10, 9 now. I don't do it. He's getting older. I'm getting older, man. This is bullshit. Would that be hype? What if he buys the dirt bike and becomes the next superstar on the dirt trike? All right, well, let me ask you, bro. Douglas, are you good at dirt biking? Like, be honest with yourself. Like, is there a kid at school who's better at dirt biking than you? Because if he's not the best right now, I'll tell him to give up and go get a nice car and save your lawn term. But maybe if he is good, I'll fucking run it. But at that point, like, we should all be investing in him at that. You know what I'm saying? So it depends how good he is, man. That's it. It is happiness. I feel you. Yeah, but, like, that's it. Bro, I don't know. I'm all about pursuing your dreams if you're realistic. So, like, if you are talented, I'd say fuck it. Don't listen to me. Like, go get it. But, like, dude, if you ain't run a race, you ain't, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen little 8-year-old, 10-year-olds already playing in the X Games. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. If you ain't pro, you just slow. So I love when you finally get the money. Sometimes you won't want it. Yeah, bro, you have no, like, I'll see if I could get my dad. If I could have my dad come on and I'll ask him about the time I wanted a dirt bike. I was around his age. I was a little younger. I wanted a dirt bike so bad. You have no, like, a little Honda. What was it? Not the CRX. It was like a CX-80 or like a XR-80 or something, or XR-70. I wanted that one. Like, I wanted so many of these little things, bro. And I wanted it so, yeah, CRF-80, Bro, I wanted one so bad, like, to the point, like, even my dad, because he was like, bro, this is mad money. Like, what's wrong with you? But, you know, we would, like, look and try to find them. And then, like, we were even going to go to Mexico. You know, this is one of my first times I started learning about currency arbitrage. That's what I was saying. Somebody asked me today. I told you I was just poor. And I was like, that's why I started looking into money early, bro. I couldn't afford this bike, bro. I was even looking. I was like, what if we go to TJ? If we convert the pesos 1 to 10, it was 10 at the time, you know? And I was like, okay, we could save this much. And then, boom, we could drive it back. But, like, long story short, I never got a fucking dirt bike, and then by the time I could afford a dirt bike, I was like, fuck that, I want a car. And then by the time I wanted a car, I was like, fuck that, I want a Ferrari. And then, you know what I was saying? And then by the time I was like, fuck that, I want a house. So, and then I made mistakes along the way, but, like, legitimately, bro, like, you, Douglas, I think you'll be on the same path. So you already have the dirt bike, so you could enjoy it. I don't know what parts you need. Maybe learn to make them. I don't know, but that, like, story of my life, bro. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon, all of those. Like, I wanted them so bad, and then by the time I was like, man, that's stupid. So there you go. So aim for the car. That's what I'm saying. That way you don't have to, like, really sacrifice, but, like, you are going to be older, bro. Like, you're 15 now. You like dirt bikes. Before you know it, you're going to be, like, 17, 18. You're going to start liking girls, and the girls like cars, too. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be involved in all sorts of things. You're going to be, and then you'll be the kid on campus. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to want the car as freedom. So, like, aim for the vehicle. Aim for the vehicle now. Trust me. And then hold the stock. Yeah, exactly. Hold the stock, and then that's it. That's kind of sad, though. Imagine getting it when it would have hit. No, it would have ended up like everything else I grew up with. I don't know where the fuck it is. Like, you know, and I got my ass whooped, and I had awful traumatic experiences, and I could even look back and I can enjoy those memories. So the dirt bike, it wasn't material. The thing I go back and remember is how much little we had at certain times. But then, like, I remember the non-material things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I look back at life, it was all about, like, growing up, the times I had, the experiences, my family, the stories I tell you. When my family literally going to Mexico for the Mickey Mouse damage, you know, like, stuff like that was kind of like the best experience versus a dirt bike. Because, again, a lot of stuff, you know, you don't, that's how kids are, bro. I felt bad as a kid, too. I realized it when I was young. I was like, man, I would want stuff. And then, like, after I got it, I didn't want it. I don't know. Maybe that sounds like some of you today. You think one day when I'm older we could do some kind of deal together? I'd be down to help you on your first house flip if you, like, let's say, because somebody helped me with mine when I was young. I was like you, bro. Like, straight up. I was young, and I was, you know, I was always about, like, stuff. And I went up to one of my mentors at the time. My first flip was as a result of somebody helping me. They went half and half with me. So I didn't have the money to do the other half, and, like, I saved up. So I mean, hell yeah, bro. I'll be down to do your first house flip with you. Turn 18, bro. Maybe we find one before then, but like if you have money saved up and you could bring, I'll treat you like an adult. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like bring half to the table. We'll run it up and we'll split it and we'll call it a day, man. I'm down. Unless it's like a too good of a deal and I just tell you to do it by yourself, which is lately what I've been telling other effers. You know, it's because it works like that. You got 30K now. What the fuck, Douglas? Hell yeah, bro. Keep saving then, bro. We'll easily get you a house flip. What are you saying, bro? I'll get you a house, or we get you one in India. It won't be a flip though, but like low key, you should get like a cheap rental or like do one flip and then turn it into a rental. And like again, nothing like, bro, your first flip when you're young, it hits different. So it might you got a good background. You've been saving, you've been doing good, bro. Yallah. He won't need any help by the time he's 18. I hope not. I don't think so, but you know, it took me a while to get there, but that's the perfect amount. All you need, 20K, 30K, and it's possible at a young age. I mean, if you really stack and save, like it works, bro. That's the 15-year-old who has 30K, yeah. And he is 15. You remember that one time I thought he was trolling me? Like him and his dad like emailed me, like they sent me videos and all. Like, so I don't know, man. Like, you know, I think he's been saving and working for a while, man. But like he's been in the Chad for quite some time. So let's go, baby. Yeah, don't gamble it on options. That's it. I think Doug only goes with the long term. Yeah, you have no bills, though, for real. You get one side hustle. Bro, you work at McDonald's and don't pay rent or have a car, you will save up $30,000 in a year. Like, I don't know. It's like, that's the beauty. So some of y'all, man, if you saving on the car and the rent, man, you better be stacking it. Not unusual for Douglas to have 30K. Just when I thought I was leaving my head. Life becomes boring. I'm going to tell you something. I hate to break this to you. Life will always become boring. Everything. Bro, I sit and do the same thing every single day for 7 hours a day minimum. I had a Chad. I told the Chads on the, like, we had a Chad in the Twitch, man. You know, they were going through it on whatever. I just told them with, like, the girlfriend thing. I said sometimes it's overrated. And also, too, today's PHILO. If your girl cheated on you, today's PHILO does not mean take her back. I should have said that afterwards to tell some of y'all that. I forgot. You know, you could forgive her, but it does not mean you take them back, okay? I thought I'd throw that one in there. Because I don't know, just in general, don't you use that PHILO to make a bad decision, sir. Like I said, you could forgive someone. I'm not telling you to get back into the same toxic scenario, okay? But the point is, everything will get boring, bro. It's all like, that's why you have to focus on a goal. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got to really focus. That's why, like, I'm not telling Doug to not have fun, bro. Like, I made a lot of mistakes growing up, you know, touching money and learning how to use it. But it's like, set a bigger goal. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine we don't know what we don't know, right? And as you get older, like, that's why, like, you may be getting bored, but, like, if you are working for something, then it changes everything. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a different meaning to waking up. It's a different meaning to staying in the same type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Level of disrespect when cheating is crazy. Yeah, it's like, and just in general, like, again, you could forgive people. Like, again, I've been cheated on before. I forgive people, but like, I would never deal with that person ever again. It's just like a business deal. You could scam me, I'll forgive you. That's fine, but like, I'm not going to join FTX too. Like, that's all it is, man. That's all it is, bro. So, you know, you don't even got to take it too personal, even though it's probably the most personal thing. But, yeah, That's it. It's like, nah, man. Like, you know, I'm not putting my money in FTX too, though. That's it. I'm out. You know, God bless you. I wish no evil on you. I love you. God, you know, amen. It was fun. It meant to be how it was, but no FTX too. Wait, what? You have two? I did forgive, and now she's your brother-in-law's sister? Yo, what in the Lifetime movie, dog? What? Wait. So your ex-girlfriend is your brother-in-law's sister? Is that? I guess that's a simple way. I think just too much theatrics leading into it. Because I'm like, whoa. Like we had to hold on though. Yeah. I mean, we might need a story time eventually. Where's Bar? Yeah, I sound like a Lifetime movie, man. Everyone deserves a second chance. I agree, just not with me. Like I feel you. Like I agree, you deserve a second chance, but like this ain't going. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not the one to give you that second chance. Like you know, like if you got into another, I hope your other relationship does not get burdened by the same thing. Like I'm not even gonna shit talk you about it. Like I won't even snitch on you. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, I got you, but like I can't give you that. That's Doesn't that mean she says, well, my sister was dating her, now husband, and I was dating her sister? Oh, wow. What the hell? Dude, this is, even then, like, still, this is, like, still a movie. So, like, you and your sister were dating the same family, and there was another family that was dating the same family. That's intense. No. So, like, Troy and his sister, they just dated the same, like a different family, but like it was another brother and sister. That's trippy. I've never really seen that. That makes sense. That's not as like crazy, but it's definitely like it's like twins, I guess. I don't know. I'm my own grandfather. What? I don't get it. All right, 10-minute rig. Then Russell Pop. I'll take it. Maybe we'll call him on like Friday. We'll do a Friday story time. Technically, she's not my sister-in-law, so it's not weird. Yeah, it's not weird. No. It makes sense. It was just you and your biological sister dated two people from the same family, and then your sister got married to one of them, and then the other one you just broke up with. So yeah, I thought it just there was so much of how we got into that story, and then like it's just. Technically, she's not my cousin. Oh, man. That's wild. So did you guys, like, did you go on double dates? Like, so you would go out on dates and, like, your sister would be there and then, like, and then your girlfriend's brother is just looking at you while you eating? Like, I don't know. I've never done that. I've never had that experience. Yeah. That's crazy. Was it like, was it weird at first? And like I feel like it would have vibed down the road. That's like a cool, like, you know, family bonding. But like I would have been hella awkward at first, man. It's nice. Nah, hard pass. We'll do mine. He didn't like me at first because of that. I was like, bro, you're dating my sister too. It's funny because I was thinking that, but then you hit the perfect counter. Bro, you're dating my sister. Like, what's wrong with, yeah, like, hold on. That's an equal trade in the Middle Eastern world, Troy. So you good, bro. No, that make a lot of sense. It's called a dowry. What? No, wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, because I'd be hella mad, but then I'm like, wait a minute, I'm dating his sister. Hold on. Your thoughts on single moms? I mean, why would I have any other thought beyond, like, I love them? Why wouldn't I not love them? What's wrong, man? We ain't even talking about that. He's like, all right, Josh, we're going to take this one a little left field. What's wrong with you, man? I love single moms. I love moms. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not like I'm into moms, but like, for real, like, shout out to moms, bro. I'm a mama's boy. So I love my mama, and she taught me she raised me right. If your mama raised you well, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like, why would that be anything, though? You want me to, like, condemn them for sin, bro? Go to church or something. That's not my job. What's wrong with you? Even the movie Shift had a single mom. So, shit. And I just said the S word. If your mama raised you well, you could clearly tell. We could clearly tell. It's not unusual. Man, this conversation in the last 10 minutes just went. That was just, Troy just set me off. That was too trippy of a story. And it got me. I was like, well, I just started thinking, man. Mother lover. Yeah, man. Shout out to moms. Like, yeah, hell yeah. What do they mean when they say this is not how the market trades? Is the market not the normal? I mean, usually it trades more, I guess, reactive to what's going on. But then again, at other times, it's there. My girlfriend is watching. No, I don't think she is. Because I think I could tell you do you guys want to know what I'm getting her for Christmas? But someone's going to snitch on it in the chat. But I'm going to get it this week for her. I'll tell you, she's not on for sure. There's no way. She has to be working right now. Are you ready? I'm going to get her a puppy. Yes. I'm getting her a puppy. Why? Because my mom keep telling me to have kids and get married. So I said, fuck it. If she can't take care of a dog, I told her we will break up. So I'm going to get her a puppy. And then that way, I have an excuse not to go to Switzerland. Oh, I'm a genius. I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So she's going to take care of it, though. I'm going to probably die because of it. Yeah, so she's not listening. But don't bring it up, though. Like, someone's going to bring it up Monday morning or something. Like, but it's okay. I should have it by this week, though. So either way. Can't knock it. I know, it's a great plan. But Chad, come on. No animals on board right now. You know why? It's time that we land. Okay? So listen, Chadadonia. It's going to get really loud in here. Okay? On Friday, there was a BBB epidemic. I don't know if some of you saw it. You know what I'm saying? It was very, very... We couldn't even land the plane. We had to ground the plane immediately in quarantine because of the BBB epidemic. So let me just tell you now, man. Okay? Oh, I did miss Bradley Frizzle! What the fuck? Oh, so when I horn, it's Bradley Frizzle and the Peach! Oh, horn! Oh my goodness! Holy shit, he was really close to missing it. Holy shit, the buzzer beater. Whoa. Okay, my bad. So listen, it's already got loud, but when I say earmuffs, you might want to mute your speakers, but I probably already blew out your ears right now. So watch out for dormant BBB, but earmuffs, Chad, earmuffs. We're landing it. Oh my gosh, that Peach, that was insane. Whoa. Wow, that was crazy. Okay, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 70 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you thought the market would move meaningfully while the Russell just rockets 1% underneath everybody's nose. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. go, baby. Thanks for keeping us company. I got you. I got comic timing. Let's go, man. I'll take it. I just almost fell. You got me too hyped, bro. God bless you. Thank you. Let's go. Let's have a good day tomorrow, too. It's going to get way more action than this BS. But Russell, who's still holding that Russell with me, huh? You like it? Because you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You don't have much time tomorrow morning. Here's the best part. You don't have to be so strict because the data is 30 minutes after the bell. So futures, options, shares, you might get a little bit more flexibility. We'll see what happens with gold, oil, everything else, the Fed futures, all of that. Sub-Japan data tonight. But Chad, you got 10 seconds to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. And speak now or forever hold your peace. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. Don't matter who you are. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that brought something to the table. News, plays, info, personality. Good info, good vibes. Kept the vibes and discipline. That's what I'm talking about, baby. GG. Let's go. Good game. It don't matter. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Everybody holding it down. It don't matter. Listen, man, without a GG, it don't mean nothing. No one saw you without the GG. Without the GG, you ain't really about that life. That's it. You got to show the love and respect. You got to show the sportsmanship. Where you at, baby? Where you at? Let's go. Amen. I see you too, Twitch. Amen. Good game, baby. Let's go. Hope you know which song this one. Everybody holding it down. My honorary members, non-honorary members. This stream alerts, baby. My people on the watch list taking notes. Stop. Stop it. Good game. Good game, guys. How you play? I see you.
My money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, bro. Bro, my back is like sore, bro.
Angel on the track.
So I gotta go get this puppy now, huh? Yeah, I gotta go, man. I got some work to do. I gotta do some house stuff, puppy stuff. We got a lot of things to do, dog. I gotta do a lot here, so we're gonna see. But Chad, I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. I hope you know we love you. I hope you know you blessed, baby. God bless you.
Still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing.
Yeah, man. That's the day. Thank you, Chad. All the members, for real. All the positive people, you know what I'm saying? My people showing love, baby. My people who show mercy. Oh my goodness.
When they was slow up in the fast lane. Now we Kia trying to pass.
I love you, so I gotta go, Chad. You check out the links. You gonna get a watch list with notes. It's all in the description, baby. It's all in the description. Let's go.
Rolling on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive.
Give me another one. Give me another one, bro. Give him some Airbnb. I don't want to rot that. Pull up in a bed body. Put the top back. That's it, Chad. I'm leaving. I gotta go stretch, bro. I gotta do a lot of things. I'm gonna still hit you with that watch list. I hope you're ready. Tomorrow gonna be a lot more, baby. I love you, Chad. God bless you.
Rolling on my wrist.
Nah.
I don't wanna rot that. Pull up in a bed body. I don't put a top back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Yeah, I need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally.
Oh, I thought I put GitLab up.
And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Man, you know that. That's called A-B&B, bro, by Uncle Answers. And you know that, someone said it today. They said, I could have made you a PHILO on this because I heard this over the weekend. You know how they say pride comes before the fall? I hope you know pride is also still a destination. I'm going to let you think on that one, Chad, because they say pride comes before the fall, as if the fall is the destination, but pride is also, Nah. I don't know if they feel me, bro. That's just some food for thought. You could chew on it. You could chew a little bit on it. So, Chattadonia, I love you all. Thank you again for being here, for your time, for your love towards others, and getting right back on it, baby. We got a lot to deal with, man. End of the year, a new year, man. Shout out to Long Term and everybody else who is just staying focused, man, and showing love, bro. It's amazing to see. But, another year is in the books almost, man. So God is good. Don't forget why we're here, ever. Go read your books first. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, King James. It don't matter, the strangest secret in the world. But why are we here, baby? Why do we show up? Why does that faith, hope, and love never go out of style? Why do we believe there is actually a good thing in showing love, mercy, and forgiveness, baby? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go, baby. Chattadonia. God bless you all. I hope you have a wonderful evening. No live watch list today. It should be a normal watch list. Should be a normal one with notes and everything. You'll be good. Yeah, GitLab's up 16% right now. They're going. It's weird. Earnings should be over, but you got a little bit. But Chad, I love you. Enjoy your evening and peace out. Yeah. See you later. Good morning. Now, maybe Thursday we'll do it. That's a good idea. Douglas, McDougal. McDougal, isn't that the library? McDougal Littell, what is it? And I was in school, McDougal. You remember McDougal? Douglas, Potter's house. Oh, anyway, take two popping. Oh, fuck, why? They put out the Grand Theft Auto. I told you, I'm going to cut back on crime. That's it. And you think they're going to release Grand Theft Auto under my administration? No. We're going to lower crime. No Grand Theft Auto. I'm not even, what is it? There's going to be a game with Kias and Range Rovers. Yeah, fuck that. Anyway, I'm leaving. I'm going to leave. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. What is it? Veterans Day? I don't know. Whatever holiday comes next. I love you. Okay, good morning. Hello.